Alex, what's your association with Fitzroy at the moment?
I work for a national not-for-profit company called Info Exchange, and we're running a project on the Atherton Gardens high-rise estate in Fitzroy called Reach for the Clouds. Its aim is to place a refurbished PC into every flat of the high-rise estate, of which there are 800.
Wow.
And there are approximately 2,000 residents living on the estate. After the computers are rolled out, we'll network them, hardwire them to a community intranet. There'll be servers in the basements of each of the buildings connecting them to an intranet, and also they'll have access to the internet if they wish. Yeah.
Okay. So what sort of stuff would be on the intranet if you figured that out?
We've got a group together of residents, people from the local community, local services, government departments, all coming together to talk about what the residents want on the intranet. The idea is that within a 3-year period, it will be managed by the community itself, by the Atherton Gardens community itself. So it's really important that the residents have a big say in everything that happens. So they're developing what they want on the intranet at the moment. And it's things like information about services in the local area, government departments, information about government departments so that it's more easily accessible, local business as well, like online shopping, which is especially important for people who are maybe housebound, so they can get online, order their shopping from the local supermarket and it's delivered to their door.
The older residents.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So there's I suppose there's a community that already exists, and
there are a number of communities that already exist here. So there's the breakdown is approximately 50% Vietnamese, 25% Chinese. There's a large percentage of Turkish, Macedonian, and other cultures here on the estate.
Yeah, and I suppose they change all the time. The ethnic mix.
They do, yeah. You get probably over a 2-3 year period, you get a bit of a change in the different mix of cultures. Yeah.
So on the intranet, will you have things maybe like chat or somehow where the people can communicate with each other?
Definitely. We'll have chat rooms, notice boards, real-time video streaming as well, so people can actually, maybe do a Chinese cooking program from their flat, and it can be streamed to everybody else because it's going to be hard networked and it'll be all broadband intranet. So
that could be live.
Yeah, for sure.
So and it'll be in the particular language of the
Yeah, definitely. And information also will be up in the different languages on the intranet. We've got a group of young people at the moment designing the front end of how the intranet will look. And that's been designed specifically for the 4 main cultural groups that are on the estate. Yeah.
Do you have other examples of this sort of thing happening in other parts of the world, or are you fairly unique in this?
We're pretty unique, and we're pretty proud of that, actually. We're
it's wonderful.
Yeah, and it's one of the first times that it's been done from the ground up, as opposed to government coming in and saying, we've got this fabulous idea for this community. It's about the community itself and the people who work in the community getting in there and saying, let's do something, let's make a change, and let's go to all these different other services and government providers, etc., and ask for support and funding, but let's do it from the ground up. And what the community wants.
And what sort of PCs have you got? You said refurbished.
Refurbished PCs.
They've old Pentiums, or?
Yeah, they range from Pentium 100s to, I think we just recently got some 266s, but the ones that will be rolled out will be 133s or 166s. Yeah.
And where do they come from?
Most of them have been donated initially from the Department of Human Services. Here,
ex-government stock?
Yes, Victorian government. But supply is our biggest problem. We're looking everywhere constantly for supply of older PCs that are being rolled out from corporate, government, private.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need about 1,000 of them.
We have enough to do Atherton Gardens.
Yeah.
The first lot we got about 2,500, so we've refurbished about 2,500. So there is enough to do Atherton Gardens and to keep another enterprise sustainable that we created to support Reach for the Clouds, which is Green PC. So the computers get donated to the Info Exchange. They go through Green PC, which was started up out of a government's community jobs program. It's become self-sustainable, so we've got enough computers to actually refurbish and sell off to individuals who have a healthcare card or the community organisations. So that generates a revenue that's allowed us to employ 12 people on a full-time basis to run that.
Okay. And this is Atherton Gardens is the only estate in Melbourne that you...
At the moment, yeah, it's a pilot.
Okay.
So when it all works, we'll go somewhere else, I think.
Is there any particular reason you chose this estate? Oh.
We had to start somewhere, and Info Exchange has been in this area for a long time. One of our first offices was in Gertrude Street in Fitzroy, so we'd worked fairly closely with the communities in Fitzroy before, and we thought it was just a natural thing. Yeah. And
what does Info Exchange do exactly?
Many things. We have a number of departments. There's a community building department that focuses on information that's distributed to community intranets and through infocasts. So weekly emails of information revolving around all sorts of community issues to, I think it's about, I could be wrong, I think it's about 20,000, we send out 20,000 emails every week. I could be wrong, that amount though. It's a large amount though. We have a web development department which focuses on creating websites and intranets for community organisations, local government, etc. We have a training department. We're a registered training organisation. At the moment we run Certificate 2 and 3 in Small Business Administration and also Information Technology, both Certificates 2 and 3. We're an ISP, an Internet Service Provider. We also have a Special Projects section, or a Digital Divide section, as we've renamed it, Digital Divide, which I head up, and that has a real national focus. We the Info Exchange operates in some ways out of Queensland, Adelaide, Victoria and Tasmania, but the Digital Divide work is spread all over those states.
And so how do you see the digital divide? Do you see it as access to computers and bandwidth? Is that the major issue? The information and communication technologies. So it's our focus is on ensuring that people who can't afford the technologies still have access to them, because the information and communication technologies become and are becoming such an integral part of our daily life. The people who can't afford the technology are really going to miss out and be even more disenfranchised than they are. So it's really important to I think give everybody to have that equity. Sure. So things like access to maybe banking or local information,
for sure,
these sort of things, or even jobs. Important.
Absolutely. Government has a plan that within 3 years' time all their information and services will be provided online. Now I don't know whether that's realistic, but if that's the case, the people who rely on those government services most of all are going to be the most affected, because they won't be able to afford the technology to access all those services and all that information. So this is, the Reach for the Clouds project is really a big first step to helping bridge that digital divide.
Are you involved with training at of the people here at this state?
Yes, I oversee the volunteer training program we have. We don't have any funds to actually employ any trainers, so we access people as volunteers from wherever we can, basically, take them through a volunteer induction program, and they're rostered on in one of the 3 training rooms we have here to deliver training to the residents. It's just basic computer training, so introduction to a PC, introduction to the internet and email, and a bit of word processing.
Okay. And have you started putting the computers in the flats yet?
Yeah, we have. We started last week. We handed over the first one in a bit of a ceremony with Lindsay Tanner, MP, and that was really successful. We handed the computer over to a resident here. Her name's Kim, and she's been really heavily involved in everything we've been doing since we started on the estate, and was the first person to sign up for the training as well. So we thought that was a really good thing. So I think we've put about 60 into people's homes so far. The wiring of the estate is actually being done right now as well. So
is that broadband cable?
It is. It's what we call Cat 5 cable from every apartment. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And have you had any resistance or any problems from people, or any people that's scared of the technology?
No, not at all. Which is surprising.
Yeah.
In a training situation, you have people who are scared that they might break it, but no one has actually said they don't want the computer in their home for negative reasons. Some people have said, we're just not interested, but nobody has said, oh, I don't know what to do with that, I don't want it. They've all pretty much embraced it. Yeah.
So it must be because I suppose this estate gets some people from developing countries and stuff like that. It must be a big leap to get online.
Yeah, definitely. But most people are pretty aware of what the technology can offer them.
Yeah.
And people who are refugees, people from developing countries, their first, when we started running the training, their first desire was to get on the email straight away so that they could email their friends, and so they could have a really direct line of communication between...
This is their friends back on home?
That's exactly right, yeah. So not in the local area, but their friends back in the country that they came from.
Yeah. And I suppose that's much cheaper than making a phone call.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to do. Yeah. So when will the project be finished? How long?
The initial stages, so the wiring and the rollout of all the computers by March next year, but as I said, it'll have another 2 years after that, where the community itself will actually take control of the intranet and the network administration and the management of the whole thing, basically, the training as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a voluntary position, or are there paid positions for that?
Possibly, that's still being worked out. We're looking at funding from various areas, and parts of it, there are possibilities for it to become a sustainable enterprise. So the support, like the user support, which when we roll out the computer, we offer 3 months warranty with sort of user support initially, and ongoing user support, but not as much as they may need. So there's the idea that some of the residents will get some training in another community jobs program, then be responsible and maybe set up their own support business on the estate, or enterprise as we call it, on the estate here. So that'll, at a very small cost to the residents, and but that will, give them an income and create a bit of a venture for them.
Do you want to stop there?
Yeah, sure.
So, Andy, how long have you been connected with Fitzroy, or had an association with Fitzroy?
I've lived in and around Fitzroy, I suppose, for
15 years.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's like a magnet. Each time I move away, I go, oh, I love this house, but just wish it was in Fitzroy. And then you go, okay, time to move again. Let's look in Fitzroy this time. And then you go, oh, I can go somewhere else, and then end up back here again.
Yeah. And why do you say you end up back in Fitzroy? Is it just because it's what you know? Or?
No, I don't think it's because it's what I know at all. I think it's just, I don't know, the happiest houses I've lived in, or, it's probably completely coincidence, but I love the people orientation of everything. The fact that I live on a street that 3 o'clock in the morning there is pedestrian traffic going backwards and forwards all the time, and there's a sense of safety in that, and a sense of connectedness. And, I hate it when you go out to the suburbs, the big leafy green suburbs, and you're there at night and there's never anybody walking the street, and these big trees shading the street lights, and I'm just thinking, no wonder everybody drives out there, because you wouldn't feel safe walking, and to me that's just completely wrong.
Yeah. So there's something in the 19th century design of Fitzroy that they got right in a way, because it promotes pedestrian traffic.
Yeah, to me it's about scale. It's scale of things that are people oriented rather than vehicle oriented.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And so what other sort of things in Fitzroy do you identify with or like?
Pubs?
Everyone else.
People.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I've got a lot of friends that live in and around Fitzroy as well.
Yeah.
Fitzroy Pool.
Yeah.
And all the community debate and everything that happened there, but I don't think they realised sort of what kind of a tradition it is, that in summer everybody goes down there and everybody meets up there, and just hanging out in hot afternoons down at Fitzroy Pool, and the late opening on summer nights and things like that.
Yeah. So the sort of the thing you like about Fitzroy the most is its sense of community, you'd say.
Yeah.
And that's different to other parts of the city you've lived in or visited?
Yeah, well, I suppose that's my personal perception. I mean, I've pretty much lived in and around Fitzroy since I left to live on my own, left the parents' home. But I definitely didn't feel a sense of community where I was living before. It was, much more distant, and I suppose I didn't go to local schools and things either. I was always travelling out of where I was to various places. And
And is there anything that in the time that you've spent in Fitzroy, changes that you see bad?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Yeah, well, I mean, I think there are real divisions in Fitzroy. I mean, you go from around Gertrude Street and the whole welfare end of Fitzroy down towards Alexandra Parade, and then across into North Fitzroy, and it's an entirely different demographic, and down towards the Fitzroy Pool, all the townhouse redevelopment, warehouse, etc., things that have gone into, I suppose some of them were old commercial places, but they're, I don't know, dormitory suburbs almost. Everybody leaves in the morning and goes back at night and drives their car in there, and there's never anybody around during the day. And part of what I like about here is that it feels like a balance between the two. And I suppose to my mind this is right about the complete centre between the Gertrude Street, Alexandra Parade, and to me anyway, thinking about it, between Brunswick Street and Smith Street, it's like in the centre of all of that. I mean, I know that's not strictly Fitzroy's boundaries, but
So you see that some of the new developments could threaten the diversity of Fitzroy, or make it a dull place to live.
I think Brunswick Street's become less for the community and more for visitors to the suburb, and I don't go to Brunswick Street very often.
Did you used to go there a lot?
More. I think it depends where you live in Fitzroy too. I mean, you're going to go to wherever is closest, but I love Smith Street. I mean, I'd be down at Smith Street
every second day at least, I suppose, whereas I'd go to Brunswick Street once a month.
Yeah.
And that's something that's, you know, a block away.
Yeah. So Smith Street just has...
It's got more diversity, more cultural diversity, more, you know, range between, you know, expensive gifts to, you know, $2 shops to, you know, I was a bit sad when the Greek deli there closed down, but then a big Turkish one opened up just across the road, and, you know, I was really happy about that. And, yeah, whereas, you know, when the Italian grocery store closed down on Brunswick Street, well, a shoe store went in there, and, you know, there's nothing about the local community and those things. It's around Brunswick Street, it's the local things that are disappearing, and other things, you know, shops and giftware and clothes and more cafes, which, you know, for just the local community, we don't need any more cafes in the area, but a lot of people visit to purchase our culture.
Yeah, so things like there's no greengrocers or local amenities.
Well, there still is. There's still a greengrocer on Brunswick Street, but it's very expensive.
Yeah.
Whereas you've got all the Asian places down on Smith Street, which all have a limited arrangement of vegetables, which are not the best quality, but at least you've got the selection. The Turkish place has them as well, and of course there's a supermarket there.
Yeah. And so by a dormitory suburb, you mean that people just live here?
Commuters. Come home to sleep. And, and I suppose, in that area down towards Fitzroy Pool that I was talking about there, to purchase into the area, into those developments, people are spending a lot of money, and so they're working very long hours to pay off their mortgages, presumably, or, you know, they've got those jobs that demand that in the first place, and which enables them to buy into those sorts of developments, and so they work their long hours, and then they go out to Brunswick Street to eat dinner probably and go home to sleep, and I don't think that they really relate to their neighbours, and I don't think that they really contribute to the area. I think Raw Gallery going was kind of sad as well. I mean, that's sort of like a passing of an era, but then other things happen, you know, PBS moving into Collingwood is something I feel proud of too. It's like, you know, they've moved out of St Kilda, and there's been this Fitzroy St Kilda kind of nexus, and now it's like, oh no, it's all coming up this way. It's kind of nice because they've realised that St Kilda's gone too far in the commercialism, tourism, and it, to me, and I've never lived in St Kilda, but that's always seemed like such a small creative community, like in terms of numbers of people, really quite tiny. And Fitzroy seemed bigger, but that's an outsider's view, so I may be incredibly ill-informed.
So too much commercialism will stifle the creative culture of Fitzroy?
Well, no, it just pushes it out. Because, I mean, if people are wanting to be really creative, generally they're working with the ideas and not working with the money, and if the rents are going up astronomically, then they just can't afford to live in the area, and then they relocate elsewhere, and, you know, the people that just come and live and sleep here move in, and so it's got to do with cost, I suppose. There's an economic side to everything.
So what do you think? Why do you think people move into the new developments in Fitzroy? Is it after some lifestyle? Well,
it's not just in Fitzroy. It's I can tell you a few demographics if you want. I mean, we're getting to the point where the majority of households are single-person households, one or two people, rather than the traditional family, which is what everybody still think homes are about. You know, the houses in and around here are smaller. You don't need to have a car. You know, everything is within proximity. It depends where you work, but you know, you're close to a lot of things. You know, it would take me 10 minutes to walk to the city. It would take me 10 minutes to ride my bike to a big market.
There's a lot of practical considerations.
Absolutely. Well. All of those kinds of choices, and I just think people are realising the amount of time they spend maintaining large houses and large gardens that they don't use, and people are working longer hours now also. So, you know, that's something that I don't think is a good thing either. I think that for people to lead balanced lifestyles and to have time to be creative or time to do things for themselves. They can't do that when they're working, 40, 50, 60 hours a week. And it seems to be that people in the Dole can't live in Fitzroy anymore. The rents are too high.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. So they've had to move out, and then you've got these other people that, people either seem to have no work or way too much work for which they're not being paid for all the time that they're doing it, and there's an inequity there.
Yeah, yeah. So the time rich and the time poor. Yeah, and the money rich and the money poor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And what sort of positive things, changes have you seen in the area in your time here, do you think?
I think there's a recognition of the community.
Yeah.
I mean, I think to an extent around Brunswick Street, the investment in public art has been good, and the sculptures and those tiled seats and that kind of stuff. I'm not so sure about the gas lanterns myself, or I don't know whether they're real gas lanterns or fake gas lanterns, but they don't do anything to me. I'm sure too that particularly on Brunswick Street there was a policy where if somebody wanted to reinstate a shop veranda, that it had to be done in a certain style. I don't know whether it was historically researched, but there was a hell of a lot of shops there that didn't have verandas, whereas now there is a covered walkway that isn't just a hodgepodge of a whole lot of different styles, but it's coherent, and I think most people wouldn't realise that that was not original. It's only from being here and seeing it happen, I suppose, that I've noticed that. Yeah.
What about in terms of just your observations of diversity in Fitzroy? Do you think it has changed from when you first moved here, like for the worse? Or?
No, I don't know, because I think it always was incredibly diverse, and I think it still is incredibly diverse. But I think we have the Housing Commission to thank for a lot of that. And, they're a big part of the community, and I think I was saying something to you the other day that one of the things that I think most fantastic about having a kid here is suddenly I've got a connection to a whole lot of other people in Fitzroy that maybe I didn't have a connection with before. And so I think there are things that I've only recently become aware of in Fitzroy, and whether they've always been there, I don't know. I mean, the fact that there's, a huge Hmong population here, I didn't know before. I mean, I only learnt that a couple of years ago. Yeah. And, I think that's fantastic. Yeah. So I think that's important. I mean, we've got, definitely there are Kuris in the area. I don't know whether they live here or, they come here. But that's good too. Yeah, and how that all works. Fitzroy Cubbies is something that's fantastic. I mean, I don't know whether, it's had more of a heyday in the past or whatever, but the fact that it's still going after, 20 whatever years, and litigation and whatever hasn't closed that down. Just this fantastic place where kids can just build their own stuff and just out of junk and rubbish and I think that's an amazing thing.
Okay.
What too?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Anne. Anne, how long have you lived in Fitzroy or been connected with it?
I've lived in Fitzroy for 25 years.
Yeah.
And I moved into North Fitzroy when I was 24 years old and bought an old house when I was first married and have renovated it and raised 3 children in it and become a very, very integral part of the whole community in both Northern Fitzroy and South Fitzroy.
Okay. So how have you become an integral part of the Fitzroy
I don't know whether
community?
integral is the right word, but I've been involved with the, started off with the anti-freeway movement when they put the freeway through in 1978.
Yeah.
And through that met a lot of people that we became friends with. And then different groups of us worked on different projects together.
Yeah.
And I was involved with a group of people in setting up the Holden Street Neighbourhood House, which took us about 10 years and was a really sort of exciting thing to do. It was a time when there was great change happening.
Yeah.
And then through that I became involved in, local library issues, development of parks in the community,
Yeah.
working with kindergartens, being on kinder committees, and you meet all these different little committees you go on, you meet lots of interesting and nice people.
Yeah.
And then about 10 years ago I came to work down in this part of Fitzroy, and I worked for Barry Pullen when he was the local Member of Parliament. He was Minister for Education in those days.
Yeah.
And then I got a very different perspective on life, being an electorate officer and working with electorate issues. And then in 1993 I came over to the Fitzroy Learning Network, and I've been working here ever since.
Okay. Perhaps you could just tell us a little bit about the Fitzroy Learning Network, what it does.
I think we could describe the Fitzroy Learning Network. It's set in a large old building which was built in 1913 to be a convent for the Mary MacKillop nuns, the Josephites.
Yeah.
And it's a large double-storey house, and it's got a great sort of feeling about it. And we run the Learning Network, and we try to make it like a large Australian family home, so it's welcoming. The kettle's always on the boil, and there's always some food in the kitchen, so people can snack around and stand around the old kitchen table and chat.
Yeah.
And we have people that come from all over the world, about 16 to 20 nationalities, and people are amazed at everybody who can get on so well when quite often they come from countries where they're in conflict with each other.
Yeah.
And one of the rules we have here is that everybody's to be treated with respect, and that we have no racial issues or tensions.
Yeah.
And we actually never have to say that, but it seems to be just sort of something people understand. And everybody works cooperatively together, and we have great success with people actually learning English. The main thing we do is we teach English as a second language.
Yeah.
And we don't look at the adult students that come through the door just as, an individual. We try to see them as a whole, a member of a family, and their family within the context of the community. So all the time we're looking at new needs that are arising and how we can try to meet those needs. So the Learning Network actually is involved in doing very innovative projects which try to meet needs that arise. And at the moment we've set up the first computer clubhouse in Australia.
Yeah.
And that's to assist the children of our students who don't have computers in their own home. And don't have parents who can mentor them and assist them in getting jobs in the IT industry. And so they come in here, and we've got a system where we've got volunteer mentors that come in who work in the IT industry, and they're working with the kids on developing exciting sort of projects and teaching them IT skills and talking about their jobs and being friends to them. So that's really good. We've just developed some online material for very low level English students.
Yeah.
On Australian history, because there's no material around anywhere, and it's bright and colourful and very accessible. And we produced a video 2 years ago to tell the story of 3 of our Asian students, because a lot of our Asian students were being harassed in the streets, and we thought if people could see a human face to it, then they would stop this racial vilification.
Yeah.
So the Learning Network is surrounded by about 500 people in the community that support us. A lot of people from North Fitzroy. We don't offer them any services, but they support our fundraising activities, which enable the Learning Network to keep delivering sort of innovative and services that quite often are needed urgently.
Yeah. So you said that there's different needs depending on the people, that you treat people according to their needs. Are those needs culturally specific, do you think?
Not necessarily culturally specific. In some cases there may be cultures where girls get married early, so instead of starting a program which you might do in Australia where kids are say 13 or 14, we'll start with the girls when they're in primary school, because they may be married when they're 14 or 15, so we need to get some sort of some input in a bit earlier for them.
Yeah.
But quite often it's to do with the fact that most of the students that we have here are people that have had major barriers to their education. They've had their education interrupted by civil unrest or war in their countries. And so they never had a chance to be children or go to school or, you know, quite often even work in their own country. So the terminology is difficult to engage learners. But they come here through word of mouth referral. We don't have any pieces of paper that say we offer English classes, but we enrol new students all the time because one person will say to another, Fitzroy Learning Network is a good place to go and you'll be safe and the teachers are professional and good, go there.
Yeah.
But if we could put out 5,000 pieces of paper, we might not pick up one student from it.
Yeah. So for a lot of new migrants to Australia, Fitzroy would be their first view of Australia. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and it's been that way, I think, ever since the Fitzroy was established.
Yeah.
That it's been a place that's had bigger houses, but a lot of small tenant houses which were rented out, and it's the same. We've got, you know, the large high-rise estates, which, you know, when people first come to Australia, they come there.
Yeah.
A lot of people think, oh, wouldn't it be terrible to live in, you know, in the Fitzroy flats?
Yeah.
You find people that have lived there forever, and they are so happy there, and they wouldn't want to live anywhere else.
Yeah.
You know, they've got $1 million view of the city.
Yeah.
They've got all the shopping around.
Yeah.
You know, so they've got
community as
yeah,
well.
they've got the community. But unfortunately, the last 10 or 12 years, things have been hard over there with drugs and burglaries and people not feeling safe. So each time the Ministry of Housing comes up with new ideas, which they're trying now, and they've got like a concierge downstairs in each of the blocks of flats, or some of them.
Yeah.
So they're monitoring actually who comes into the building, a bit like a hotel. So we're hoping that might make people feel a bit safer.
Yeah. Okay. So you live in North Fitzroy?
Yep.
Yeah.
North Fitzroy is a really nice suburb to live in because it's a bit like a large country town.
Yeah.
It's got a fairly stable population.
Yeah.
And then there are the rental houses, you know, where you get the uni students coming in and out.
Yeah.
And when you go up the street, you know, you see all these people you know. It's a strip, sort of triangular shopping centre up there.
Yeah.
And there's a big Italian supermarket that's been there for 50 years. And when you're a local and you go up there, you know, you add half an hour to your shopping time because you meet all these people you know, and you know all the people that have worked there because they've worked there for so long, and it's much more personal than going to Safeway or Berkeley Square.
Yeah.
And people in Fitzroy really care about their suburb, and people are really passionate, and we're trying to get our library upgraded at the moment.
This is
the North Fitzroy Library,
yeah, okay.
because we're in rented premises.
Yeah.
And the situation is the people that are involved in trying to get it upgraded most passionately are not people that necessarily will benefit from the use, but we believe that there are lots of people up there that are very disadvantaged, and they should be entitled to walk to their own library, not have to drive or get public transport.
Yeah.
And so we've got we've got a group of people who are really passionate about trying to get, you know, that fixed up as quickly as we can. And the other thing is, you know, I've lived there for a long time and I'm in various networks, and if somebody in your network gets sick, a friend of ours recently got cancer, and so the whole community, for 6 weeks, she had a meal delivered every night for her family.
Really?
And, you know, people said, oh, God, surely her own family could have cooked. But the thing is, of course they couldn't, but they're under stress too, you know, because their mother might have cancer and what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So, and it just means that, you know, that if anything happened to you, you'd know there'd be people there to look out for you and look out for your family and and that's a really nice thing to have.
I know that one of the fears with the freeway campaign that it was going to split Fitzroy in two. Do you think that happened?
Yeah, I do. I think it did split Fitzroy in two because the freeway is like a huge river between the two areas.
Yeah.
And like if you want to cross it, in peak hour and you're in your car, or even if you're on a tram, it takes a long time to actually cross the freeway.
It does, yeah.
And then if you're game enough to actually walk across the freeway, it's the most dangerous thing you could possibly do. It's, you know, traffic everywhere, and you get halfway across and then you think, can you get the rest of the way? And no, you can't. And I think it's really I see Fitzroy as North Fitzroy and South Fitzroy now.
Yeah. So,
And I think a lot of other people do as well.
Yeah. And in the bigger scheme of things, do you think Fitzroy's got its own particular identity, like compared to other suburbs in Melbourne? Like,
Yeah, I think it has.
Yeah.
How I would define it and say we were different from North Carlton or Clifton Hill, I don't know, because I think we've all got similarities.
Yeah.
We're definitely different to Collingwood and Richmond.
yeah.
And I think it's to do with the location.
Yeah.
You know, for instance, Collingwood's got the river at the back of it, and the river goes around Richmond, which we don't have in North Victoria. We've got the Merri Creek.
Yeah.
You've got the style of housing, you've got the major roads, and that sort of cuts the whole community up.
Yeah.
But I think our triangular shopping centre that we've got, you know, the North Fitzroy village shops, that also creates its own identity and community feel about it.
Yeah.
And, you know, the thing is you can have a strong identity as a community, but I think that's just, it's more important to have the community spirit that goes behind it. And I think North Fitzroy's definitely got that. We saved the high school, and it's going to be reopened. And it's one of the few in the state that was actually not demolished and had houses put on it. So, and that was a big campaign. It involved a big cross-section of people that you might not have thought would come together. So I think North Fitzroy and Fitzroy definitely has its own identity.
Yeah. And what would you see as some of the biggest threats to Fitzroy or North Fitzroy? You know, like maybe inappropriate developments or this sort of thing?
Yeah, inappropriate developments. So we've got, you know, the anti-development groups working on that.
Yeah.
I think one thing that's changed North Fitzroy and Fitzroy is the price of houses, because it means now that people coming in have to have a lot of money to be able to buy these little single-fronted houses, you know, which 20 years ago was cheaper to buy here than to live in Eltham, and now it's the reverse. So, you know, I just hope we don't end up as a suburb of BMWs and designer children with nannies. That, to me, would be a fairly sad thing, but the area that I live in, we haven't got that yet.
Yeah, okay, great.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's right. So what's your association with Fitzroy?
Well, I live and work in Fitzroy, and I work at a place in Moore Street, Fitzroy, and it's called HIPPY, which stands for the Home Instruction Program for Preschool Youngsters. And it's a program that's been going for about 3 or 4 years. It started in Israel at Jerusalem University, but it came to Fitzroy first of all, and we've been working with a lot of Vietnamese families. We started off working with Hmong families, and we work with some Anglo families, and we work with the families in helping them teach their children to do their homework when they're 4 years old and 5 years old.
Okay. Is there any particular reason that the program came to Fitzroy?
It came to Fitzroy because the Brotherhood of St Lawrence, which is based in Fitzroy, decided to auspice the program. So they've been very supportive and provided the funding in the first year, and continue to provide the funding, but even though it's expanded, so that's great. The Brotherhood of St Lawrence is situated over at Brunswick Street.
Yeah, okay. And most of the children that you look after are Hmong and Vietnamese?
We started off with a Hmong program. The Hmong community have mainly moved over to the western suburbs, so this year we've got mainly Vietnamese families and some Anglo families, because the Vietnamese families are the predominant culture in the flats, in the high-rise at Fitzroy, at the Atherton estate.
Yeah.
So we're working a lot with Vietnamese families at the moment. Yeah.
So it's mostly underprivileged children you work with?
We work with children whose parents haven't reached year 12, so they may not have had good experiences of school and may not feel that confident about schooling, especially with the Vietnamese families. They've been migrated to Australia, and English is their second language, and so the schooling system is all new to them. So we help them sort of get used to the school systems and feel confident about working with their kids. They would all be on low incomes, yes, and most of our families are living in the Atherton estate.
Yes. And you mentioned Hmong community has moved away? Is it?
The Hmong community have moved, in the last couple of years. They've moved over to the western suburbs.
Yeah.
So they were predominantly in Fitzroy when they first arrived in Australia, or in Melbourne. They moved to Tasmania, Melbourne and northern Queensland, I think. But the ones that moved to Melbourne were in Fitzroy.
Yeah. Well, do you know why they moved, or any reason?
I'm not sure why they moved. I think some of them were interested in getting houses rather than living in the high-rise.
Yeah.
The gardening is very important for the Hmong community, so I think it must have been very difficult for them living in the high-rise, not having any access to the earth.
Yeah. And how long have you lived in Fitzroy yourself?
I've lived in Fitzroy since about 1973. I grew up in the country and I moved to Fitzroy when I first went to university.
Yeah.
And I just love being in the inner city.
Yeah. And have you seen the ethnicity of Fitzroy change markedly?
Yes, when I first moved there was predominantly Greek and Italian more noticeable cultures, which was fantastic for me, coming from the country, which always seemed so bland and boring, to discover these exciting foods and interesting cultures.
Yeah.
So, that the more maybe Turkish and Vietnamese cultures are more recent, Turkish and...
So they had shops on Brunswick Street and Smith Street.
The Milkbars and... I wasn't that familiar with Smith Street, but Brunswick Street, I do remember being totally empty of cafes. I remember the Black Cat first opening, and it was terribly exciting having somewhere to go for breakfast.
Yeah.
Because our nightlife, the only place that was open late at night was up in Lygon Street, called the Bluebird and the Twins, and going and play pool. But Brunswick Street was... They had nothing. So it was very exciting when Henry Mars opened the Black Cat.
Yeah. And have you seen any negative changes in Fitzroy or positive changes since you've been?
I think actually a lot of it's positive. I really love all the cafes and the culture down Brunswick Street and the nightlife, even though I don't really go out that much, but I really like that there's lots more vibrancy and lots more happening around. And I think we can thank the Greek and Italian migrants for that, for developing a cafe culture, introducing us to a cafe culture.
Yeah. Do you think that Fitzroy may be losing some of that because it's become maybe more affluent, or maybe losing its cultural diversity?
Well, I think being near the Atherton estate, we get lots of interesting cultures still around, and I suppose because I work here, I'm really familiar with the Vietnamese culture and the African people that are here, and that's great, seeing they have so much to offer. I really enjoy down in Smith Street. There's a Tibetan restaurant and Tibetan shops that I go to quite often. So I still love it. I would never move from Fitzroy. I think it's a very friendly area. I love the way it's diverse cultures, and I love the way it's close community. Yeah. And that you can cycle everywhere.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to leave?
Yep, that's all right. Is that enough?
Yeah. So what's your association with Fitzroy?
With Fitzroy?
What's your link with it?
Well, I first moved in here to live maybe about sort of 12 or so years ago.
Yeah.
And lived here for 7 or 8 years, something like that. And then, sort of got forced out by kind of rent increases.
Yeah.
But continue to hang out here and work here and sort of involved in projects here.
Yeah. Okay.
So still, yeah.
And where did you grew up in Melbourne?
Yeah, grew up in like eastern suburbs.
Yeah.
And and then sort of came into sort of Fitzroy and sort of stayed, and I kind of went to Northcote after that. Then went to Brunswick. Yeah, that's where I'm at now.
Yeah.
So
And,
yeah.
And so, why do you think you initially moved from the eastern suburbs into Fitzroy?
Well, Fitzroy did pose back in the kind of late 80s. It did pose as a kind of fun place to be, sort of thing. And so, yeah, we sort of, hanging out here for a while before we lived here. And it was just, a sort of shot in the arm compared to life in the eastern suburbs. So, yeah, I was quite happy to come over here back then, and things were quite cheap, and I found things were really sort of interesting and sort of exciting back then, whereas now, well, I could imagine for some, starry-eyed youngster it'd be kind of exciting, but I think I'm being excited by everything that's been to excite you by in Fitzroy, but I think it's losing a lot of its, what seems to have lost a lot of its sort of ethnic diversity.
Yeah.
And I find like Brunswick now is good. Like it has a broad ethnic diversity. Plus, a lot of my friends are kind of living there too. So it sort of brings in the whitey factor.
So you live in Brunswick now?
Yeah. Yeah. Which I think you could almost.
So why do you reckon Fitzroy's lost its ethnic character, or is losing it?
Oh, I think that just real estate prices have gone crazy around here. I mean, some people are still living here, still holding out, and whenever they sell, they're just gonna, sit back and go, with the cash. Yeah. But I think a lot of people, when real estate started getting so crazy, they sold up and took the money and ran, sort of thing. But I mean, even Brunswick's sort of heading that way, even though it's nothing like this. The thing about Fitzroy is because it's so small, that makes it so special. It's one of the smallest suburbs in Australia, I think, definitely, at least. And that brings everything really close together without people actually living, well, some places people live on top of each other, but, a lot of it's sort of that terrace housing.
So you see the rise of real estate property values as the biggest threat to Fitzroy, culturally?
Yeah, I think it's
a little bit more homogenous.
Yeah, it does, because only a certain sort of bracket of population can afford to live here. Well, can afford to buy houses recently here. And therefore sometimes renting properties, time to head inside. Taking in the orange chair, here we go. It was raining like a motherfucker, we had to live inside.
So, Chris, do you think... I'll sit down here. Do you think that there's something unique about Fitzroy as opposed to other parts of Melbourne or other parts of Australia you've seen?
Yeah, I think it has over its time, attracted a certain type of people, as opposed to other suburbs which attract their certain type of people, and henceforth has given rise to certain types of activities and venues which are unique to Fitzroy, kind of thing.
So that uniqueness perhaps circulates around a diversity or a tolerance or something like that?
So far, yeah. I mean, like, I think you've got the factor of a lot of people who move into Fitzroy and then complain about that. Like, we'll move in next to a bar or something, and we'll then complain about the noise, and it's like, but the bar was here first and you knew that it was a bar and it made noise. So there's that sort of like phenomenon that's sort of, well, I think it's a lot more prominent now. And, but I do think, yeah, because, you know, I don't have a lot of people from the sort of, like a good cross-section from the social strata system kind of thing. And I do think people have been, you know, pretty tolerant so far. You know, you don't really sort of, there's not a lot of sort of nasty sort of issues going on in Fitzroy. It's all working pretty well, reasonably well, anyway. Yeah. I think, yeah, no, that's a good joint.
So is there any sort of like big pictures that you can that Fitzroy could be a metaphor for? Do you think? Is there any? You know?
Well, I don't think Fitzroy is necessarily, you know, part of a global trend.
Yeah.
As such. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe, you know, you could sort of lump parts of Manhattan in there in terms of, you know, small space, like a sort of high concentration of people living there.
Yeah.
And a certain type, you know, well, a tolerant sort of group of people living together.
Yeah.
And I think the whole kind of like village atmosphere that's created is good in that not a lot of chains. There are a few chains in Fitzroy, as in chain stores, but not a lot of chains work, which is a good thing. I think it's a great thing. And there's definitely no malls, nothing that's sort of like of that phenomenon.
Yeah.
And I think that's not necessarily the way the world's going. I mean, you'd like to think it is, but I'm not sure if it is the way the world's going. But that's definitely the way Fitzroy has been. And you know, it's always given rise to kind of good individualistic stores. You know, I remember when my auntie used to take me to Cafe Bohemio. I was sort of in North Fitzroy actually, but yeah. But yeah, like way back in the kind of mid-80s, and that was just, you know, I don't think there was anything like it in Melbourne at all. And that was sort of very Fitzroy specific, and you know, of course, the Black Cat and stuff back in the day. But
so you see globalisation in particular as like chain stores and how that could you know, threaten sort of local diverse character.
Yeah, it kills diversity.
Yeah.
Globalisation in that respect. I mean, and it homogenises everything.
Yeah.
Especially in terms of like, you know, the food you taste,
Yeah.
you lose the taste of food. However, I'd have to say that like the way we live, I think, or the way people are living in Fitzroy with like new development housing, I think that's a reflection of globalisation as well. The sort of, you know, we're just squeezing the land for as much money as you can get out of it, kind of thing.
You mean the yuppie apartments? Sort of?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, you got your kind of your warehouse space, and then there's all the apartment complexes, and like, you know, they're coming out in Brunswick, and it's like, you know, like, come on, you know, I mean, you can make an apartment only so nice that you can only spend so much money on. I mean, it's like, I don't understand how they're charging so much money for them, but, you know, they do, and people buy them, whatever, they can if they want. But, so, they do seem to be springing up, like, not just in Fitzroy, but in the city, and, you know, all, you know, like, yeah, I was saying Brunswick, it's scary, they're taking over the world.
And what do you think the sort of the new apartment dwellers, why do you think they moved to the inner city or areas like Brunswick or Fitzroy?
Well, I think, I don't understand the Brunswick. But Fitzroy, it's like, you know, because, you know, Fitzroy's got the image that it swings kind of thing, and And I think it's sort of tamed down a lot in the last sort of couple of years, it seems.
Yeah.
And it seems a bit more safer for those people to move in. And you get your cafe culture on one hand, but well, for instance, the sort of heroin problem has been cleaned up, and that was like amazing to live through, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. But cats and dogs. But it was quite like, because I was living here for a couple of years during it, but I was working on Smith Street for 4 or 5 years during the sort of the heyday.
Yeah.
And just seeing what people are capable of and what they'll get up to, it was like bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so I think with the attraction of those apartment buildings, people really tend to package up an area, and they've really tried to package Fitzroy up, and mainly I suppose it's a cafe culture that people are buying into, because it's not as if those people are going to be going down the punters club. Well, it's not for long anyway, because it's closed as of next year.
So where do you think the cafe culture comes from, or
well,
who do you think sort of built it up? Or?
Well, the word was that the Italian migrants who started the strip in Lygon Street, and brought cappuccino to Australia, and well, you'd presume that it was certain, maybe I don't know about Pellegrini's or whatever, but certain cafes with their espresso machines, really turned Melburnians on. And that's from that sort of thing has grown into this sort of monster.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are worse things in the world than a cafe culture. At least everyone is being mellow about things.
Yeah. So do you think, what about a Starbucks on Brunswick Street? Can you see that in the future? No, I'd like to think not. Yeah.
Well, they're opening up in the city now, so it would be ugly. Now, one other thing about Fitzroy and globalisation is there seems to be a lot of people there around Fitzroy who are aware of it, and especially writing a lot of graffiti around about globalisation, and I think it's good in terms of even if you don't care about it, it'll just at least make you sort of think about it.
Yeah.
By seeing it as you pass by.
Yeah.
Which is good.
So I suppose it's sort of there is a political culture in Fitzroy as well. Or?
Yeah, definitely a political culture, and I think I don't know, because I haven't lived here in the last sort of 5 years or so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how strong it is now, but it appears kind of strong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just I don't know. Although I don't know, everything seems weird, sort of post September the 11th as well.
Yeah.
I think everything's had a shine taken off us, and everyone's view of the world is now like, whatever you believe, I think it has changed, and so I think, yeah. So the kind of like hedonistic days of Fitzroy, I think, are, well, at the moment.
People are buckling down, I think.
Yeah, spending more time at home, kind of thing. It's weird.
Yeah.
Although the bars are picking up again, but it's definitely noticed something.
Yeah.
And people are talking about, well, Americans especially find entertainment just sort of banal and offensive almost. And I think, I don't know, it's kind of weird.
So what you work in Fitzroy now, Chris?
Yeah, just DJing. at a bar. That's the only work I've got going on at the moment. But that's funny because, like, it's a sort of trendy little bar on Smith and Gertrude, and at first, you know, I knew like 80% of the people coming there because they were local people from the area, and it was kind of alright bar. And but now, you know, I'd be lucky to know more people than the fingers on my hand of a night. It's quite weird. But I don't know. Maybe they're from around here. I don't know. It's kind of weird. They're all good looking. I don't think there's good looking people in Fitzroy, so it can't be them. I don't know. But and I worked in the video store for a long time, and on Smith Street, and that was in Collingwood actually. But that was a fun job, and it was good to meet and get to know, you know, a huge sort of slab of the population. So that was nice. And yes, also president. Oh no, I like captain. From one captain to another, captain of the Napier cricket team too. So I'll be leading the lads into battle yet again this year. It's funny because I don't drink, but so I don't really have cause to hang out in the pub at all. But I stick my head in occasionally, and cripple and nipple when I can. But still, you know, it's going to be a good season, even if it's a bit wet.
So you think that like the pub culture and sport especially contribute to the formation of the local character?
I think that's quite good because it's a sort of definitely it's a type of Fitzroy people that get into that. Like, definitely people
identify with many aspects of the community they're a part of. You being a part of the Fitzroy community, do you feel you're a part of that community or apart from that community?
Increasingly, I think I'm a part of it. And I think that the things that I particularly identify with in Fitzroy is one I suppose it's pub scene. Like, it's got a particularly vibrant pub scene here. And also, I suppose, just the physical layout of the suburb as well. So, you know, the suburb's quite small. You know, the streets are reasonably narrow, and so I can live here without spending thousands and thousands of dollars on a car. You know, so I can walk around everywhere, which I think is a real luxury. So it's that sort of things I identify with in Fitzroy is its intimacy.
That's interesting, actually, because cars represent isolation and encapsulation, and I guess within a city the size of Fitzroy, that notion would be theoretical, really, rather than a practical one. So where does communication in terms of? So I'm getting confused here. Where does communication fit into the notion of being a part of Fitzroy?
Well, communication just in terms of you know, having you know, being able to run into people at your shop, at your pub, or when you walk around the suburb, which is pretty interesting because, you know, historically Fitzroy is a suburb that's been incredibly undervalued, you know, and it's been undervalued for a number of reasons. But, you know, this is an old working class suburb, you know, and it you know, with lots and lots of light industry and, you know, small sort of, you know, artisan workshops and you know, lots of artists in the district and this sort of thing. But it was the very, you know, the working class nature of the suburb, i.e. the small shitty workers' cottages, and these are the things that were, you know, only in the 1960s were seen as slums and were actually bulldozed and pulled down, you know. But it's that heritage now which is making it a very special place to live. You know, because you know, working people often value you know, things like pubs and intimacy much more than you know, other people that or the other classes of people that, you know, maybe live much more, you know, professional, alienated lives or managed lives. You know.
Yeah. And do you find it interesting? I find it interesting, but how do you feel about the fact that, you know, in Fitzroy specifically, not that different to other surrounding suburbs, well, with Fitzroy's commission flats, for example, you know, they were brought up and there was this whole notion that it'll unify, it'll have that village kind of communication within one fixed site.
Yeah.
Okay, we can look at that and analyse that, but do you find it interesting that that notion has been rejected, yet at present, for example, in and around Melbourne, I'm sure lots of other cities in the world, there's high density cohabitation is becoming, or has already become fashionable.
Yeah.
Do you find that ironic?
Yeah, it is. Well, particularly in, I suppose that, you know, a lot of poor families and poorer people moved out of Fitzroy in the 50s and 60s, you know, during the boom years, you know, the long post-war boom, to get better quality housing, you know, to get larger blocks and gardens and, you know, bigger lounge rooms and this sort of thing. But unfortunately, I think in some suburbs, you know, you don't have the same luxury of lifestyle, you know. So lifestyle has become much more important to a lot of people, I think. But I don't know, you know, people generally, or especially professional people, are working much longer hours too. So I think that, you know, that the you know, small apartments suit a very low maintenance life. You know, low maintenance life in sort of no gardens and you know, no dogs and no pets, and you know, you only got one room to vacuum, you know, a couple of dishes to put away, sort of thing, and you can, you know. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting because that you're actually saying that that's eliminated the notion of the backyard over the fence conversation. So do you think that contemporary, you know, high density units and things, do you think that that's kind of imposing a kind of isolation because there isn't that facility to communicate over the back fence, if you like? I mean, I know it's
Yeah. Well, yes and no. I think it does, but I think it also, like, you know, the place I live in Fitzroy, I've lived here for 14 years, but the place I live in has got no backyard. It's quite small, you know, but that means that in terms of meeting people, I rely much more on pubs, you know, and I rely much more on cafes, and I rely much more on parks and stuff like that. I mean, because you get three sort of people in my house, and it's a little bit claustrophobic, you know. So yeah, yeah, but
well, that's interesting because you know, it's a very old notion actually, where houses in the past didn't really have yards, especially in inner cities, and even in ancient cities.
Yeah.
People were, well, in a sense, they were coerced to congregate in things like the village square or the piazza, if you like.
Yeah.
With high density housing and that whole new approach to housing in inner suburbs, it's pretty much, it's not that different from the past, even though it's being marketed as different, as modern, etc., etc. How do you feel about that notion of modernity and in relation to people living together in a very small area?
Yeah. Well, I think that's maybe what a lot of people are looking for in Fitzroy. So that's, you know, sort of housing prices have gone through the roof here, you know, and, you know, there's lots of developments happening all over the place, especially, you know, the sort of, you've got all these perfume remains of the industrial era, you know, so you've got all these factories and all these sort of warehouses, which were in some cases were, you know, productive industries only last year, or 10 years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, which are becoming, you know, places to live and, you know, stuff like that. So it is bringing a lot of people into the suburb, but then again, is everyone contributing? You know, so Fitzroy it didn't just appear; it was built by people, you know, and with any sort of interesting culture, it's, you know, it's you know, it came into being from people sacrificing, people putting in the legwork, you know what I mean? People, you know, making artist spaces, and people making pubs that can cultivate, you know, artists, or musicians, or this sort of thing. So, suburbs need places where you can go and play guitar incredibly badly. It needs places for hacks. And because that's how you experiment, and that's how culture is produced.
Sure, and all these notions you talk about, the musicians, the artists, pubs. To me, it all equals communication. Within a particular site, being Fitzroy in this instance. Now, where before Fitzroy, where did you come from, Craig? What was your background?
Well, I suppose my background is in quite a small community, so I also understand the negative sides of community. I mean, it can be stifling, But this was in a small country town in Tasmania, which was very insular, very inward looking. It was sort of it was okay until he's 17. You sort of hang out with your mates and drink beer and ride around on mountain bikes and BMXs and this sort of thing. But there was also a few opportunities, so a few opportunities in that community for for education, or for getting jobs outside of certain very narrow trades or something like that. So certainly I got a lot of baggage from that community, that I've brought to Melbourne, and I think that's a lot. A lot of outsiders, when they come to Melbourne, they often go to areas where there are strong communities, like St Kilda, and St Kilda's where I first came to in the mid-80s, and then Fitzroy, and St Kilda was, in the 80s, was just starting to peter off, or for all the things that I identify with Fitzroy as making it an interesting place to live, those things were just starting to fade. So there was the Prince of Wales, had a huge punk scene, and then which I thought was fantastic, as a naive country kid. The Crystal Ballroom, and then there was the huge fire trap on the Esplanade, which was
Cinderbox,
the venue, and of course the Esplanade Hotel as well, which is sort of one of the, perhaps the only pub of its type in the entire district,
And people have hung on, have hung on to that. Esplanade notion of keeping it intact. It represents an intact community, I think.
Well, but there's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with gentrification. There's nothing wrong with being able to get a good coffee, or a good focaccia or something like that. But there's nothing wrong with money coming into a district. It's just how it's used. And if that money is just used to create a very sterile, boring environment,
we'll say that franchises and multinational companies, for example, have been accused of homogenising small communities. Have you seen instances of that, for example, in your community?
Well, I think some one of the unique things about Fitzroy, I think, from living in a few other places around the world too, but a couple other Melbourne suburbs, is it does have a quite a strong identity that measures itself from other parts of the city, and often measures it in terms of, okay, we're different. We're not going to buy into this often American style of development, which is about creating common tastes. So huge, or pretending there is such a thing, of either food or clothing or whatever, simply so they can get larger markets.
Do you think people that go to these particular, let's say, multinational stores or franchise kind of places, your McDonald's, what have you, do you think they go there out of pure need, or is it with identifying with maybe a larger village outside of their own?
I think it's laziness. It's pure laziness. I mean, that's McDonald's is lazy food.
Baby food, let's call it.
It's lazy. I mean, and I'm sometimes I've been to the place a few times, and just you're feeling a bit run down, you're feeling a bit tired, and this is where the sort of the easy franchise food fits into. You know, you come home from work and you can't be buggered sort of cooking, right? You just go and get a hamburger. And I mean, that's what these things sort of profit on. If people only looked at the history of their own, or environment, and took advantage of some of the different ethnicities we had here, and sort of the amazing amount of food that some of the Asian cultures, Vietnamese cultures, have introduced into Fitzroy. You don't have to go down to Smith Street, and have a look at a lot of the shops down there. So
yeah.
So it's just but stuff like that takes effort. It takes time, and that's sort of which could be one of the it's the bad the negative things that it's happening to Fitzroy is you've got a lot of young professional people that move here that are money rich but time poor, and they treat the suburb as a dormitory suburb, not certainly not putting a lot of legwork into creating a vibrant culture that here, which may take I don't know what form that takes, but it could be a whole bunch of things.
Well, that sounds to me like it's consistent with the laziness of going to the McDonald's type of stores.
Yeah.
You move into an instant community and expect some kind of immediate gratification from being part of that.
Yeah. And that community may just be a fading memory, because the people that actually created that community, a lot of the time can't afford to live here anymore. So they've had to move to other suburbs.
What do you think? Causes that inaffordability for those people? Do you think it's economics within the area, or is it the impact from the world outside of the community, shall we say?
Yeah. Well, I suppose it's just it depends. What the marketability of your vocation often. So if you're a writer, or if you're an artist or something like that, you often I'm not being too romantic, I hope, but you often struggle for your existence a lot more, because there's not a lot of money in these fields often,
No.
So or just maybe just like reading books, and you don't want to work 40 hours a week, you just want to spend 20 of them reading books or stuff like that, but that's contributing.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, what about the factory worker from Fitzroy? There aren't that many factories left in the area, of course, but the factory worker who also has to struggle because there aren't many work opportunities in the area.
Yeah.
What's the difference between somebody like that or an artist who manages to live off very little?
Yeah.
The impacts on the artist obviously different to the impacts on the factory worker.
Yeah.
Why do the factory workers leave the area and the artists stay, do you think?
Well, I don't. Without sort of, I don't. Well, I think often one of the good things about Fitzroy is its sense of tolerance, and so you do get mixes. You do get factory workers and artists, and new migrants, and drinking in the same hotels and talking and stuff like that. And also rich people, and the poor people all mixing together. So. But I think in terms of amenities, so amenities for arts people, there's probably a lot more in this. There's probably a lot more in this suburb than there are for working people. So in terms of having good pubs to drink in and stuff like that, there's not many. They're all. It's not just only one or two. There's sort of that are retained any sort of local solid working heritage and working values.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
when others is much more fashion, fleeting sort of tourist tire kicker type,
when you moved to the area, did you have expectations? What were you expecting from a community such as Fitzroy?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't a conscious sort of calculated reason for coming here. It was simply because I'd had a series of really shitty share houses, right? And I sort of wanted to live with an older, more stable person. I think I was only 20 or 21 or something like that, right? And it just happened to be someone who was a bit older than me, right? Who wanted to get a share house because he wanted to move out of the suburbs and he wanted to move into the inner city, and I when I first came to Fitzroy, I thought, yuck, there's no trees, and I remember looking down Brunswick Street, and this was only, 87, something like 88, and just looking down Brunswick Street and thinking, what a desert. So, Eliza, how long have you lived in Fitzroy?
I'm thinking 89, I think it was 80, 88, 89 originally, but I moved from Sydney to Fitzroy.
Yeah, and why did you move to Fitzroy? Any particular reason?
It was quite bizarre actually, because I had no idea really about where to live in Melbourne, but I was just looking, like share households and places to live, and it just happened to. Well, someone told me about the Black Cat, I think, and I looked at on the notice board and moved in there, and I found a house through there basically. Yeah. Someone who worked there, in fact. So
it was like the share house network.
Yeah, exactly.
Attracted you. Yeah. And what do you particularly like about Fitzroy? Or what do you...
Now?
Yeah, now. What?
Or then.
Or both.
Or now and then. Well, then I thought it was like God, I just almost moved out of home. I thought it was amazing,
Yeah.
There was, I guess because there was an amazing, there was sort of a sense of community and everything was really close, and still really quite a big Italian population.
Yeah.
And then it sort of had this great sort of level of sort of accessibility and sort of grunginess that I really appealed to me then. Yeah. And, I was cheap to live and really close to town. And I couldn't believe, because I'd moved from Sydney, and I couldn't believe, somewhere like that so close to the city still existed. Because in Sydney, places like Paddington had all been, Surrey Hills had all been sort of pretty much bought up by yuppies.
And gentrified.
Yeah, and gentrified. And so at that stage in 89, it was still not, it was to a certain extent, but not like it is now. So, whereas as opposed to now, it's almost like still having, because I'm an artist. Yeah. It's such a great sort of, it's so the whole scene is so local around here. It's still here from when it was established, like Gertrude Street and CCP. Yeah. Established about 15, 20 years ago, I think. Yeah. But so that's still here, and the arts community is still very strong. So I tend to gravitate to the Collingwood side of Fitzroy rather than sort of Brunswick Street side of Fitzroy, because I really can't stand Brunswick Street. Yeah. But but it's great for convenience and just sort of locality to the arts community. Yeah.
So what do you think fosters the local arts community? Is it the galleries? Being close? It's
definitely the location of the galleries, I think, because once one's set up, and then there's two key public galleries, and then all the little artist-run spaces will tend to set themselves up around that. Yeah. So they become part of this sort of circuit, I guess. Yeah. And still, it's pretty amazing. Even that starting, you wonder whether they'll exist in 10 years' time, or whether they'll get pushed out with higher rents and. But it's quite, it is quite hilarious, because it's sort of, obviously set up the sort of the social framework that a lot of the sort of yuppie-style developers were into, but will eventually, I think, sort of move on or go somewhere else.
So you see that as the biggest threat to Fitzroy? It's like the gentrification and the affluence sort of making the place dull and homogenous?
I think so, ultimately. I don't think there's them. Even, there's no way of rationalising it any other way. Because I think it's sort of, those sort of things you should just start up where, rents are cheaper, it's easier to get things happening. Because by default, a lot of people who do more artistic activities don't tend to have a lot of money. Yeah. So, I can't see it going any other way, really. Yeah.
And you were talking before, previously, off camera, about Fitzroy having an essence or a centre.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's this idea, particularly because I moved here probably 10 years ago, but even, I'm sure it was quite similar the 10 years before, but the fact that it had that sort of slightly sort of grungy, sort of very community, you know, like the small, when they had the Brunswick Street Festival, it was like this really, you know, it was quite small, but very sort of local. You know, you didn't get heaps of people coming into the burbs to see it, and it was, and now it's turned into something completely different.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, obviously that, I think there is this longing, obviously longing after somehow that was the essence of Fitzroy, like then when it was small and localised, and it was much more just the community rather than this sort of magnet for like the suburbs.
Yeah.
And so, but it's quite fun. I mean, it's just change. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
And because of its proximity and its great location,
Yeah.
you know, I can't imagine it happening sort of way out past Dandenong. But just because of where it is, it's quite folk and happen thing.
Yeah. So it's geographical location.
Yeah, I think it's got a lot going for it in that sense. I just sort of suppose it's similarly sort of St Kilda, I guess, in that regard, because it's such a beautiful location.
So what parts of Fitzroy do you dislike the most, do you think? Or not identify with the most?
Actually, the corner of Brunswick Street and Johnson Street. Sort of like this, oh my God, I'm not on this corner. Like, you know, like there's some like convenience store, and then, I can't remember, it's like the Provincial or something.
Yeah.
And the other building's quite good, it hasn't been developed yet.
Yeah.
But,
the bank.
Yeah. I don't know, like it is this general sense of oppressiveness, because I used to love walking down Brunswick Street, and now it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know, and the way it's sort of this sort of retro alternative culture too, that sort of really seems to breed. Like, you know, any way of being cool is sort of retro alternative, and like it's sort of like it's not even. That's the way it chooses to be progressive, which is quite bizarre.
Yeah. So and the retro is commercial as well.
Yeah, massively
and
commercial.
Expensive. So.
And expensive, and like, you know, clothes that you find in Opshot, you know, a couple of years ago for like $3 and like, you know, like $40 and.
Yeah.
And it's just, I really can't stand it, because it's sort of really, it just seems to me really unintelligent and really sort of regressive, but you know, but obviously it's someone else's form of sort of progression, I guess.
Yeah, and it's not really progressive for people that live here either, because there's not many useful shops.
No, I mean, that's the thing, because there used to be these great delis and, you know, old shoemakers, and like they're all moved out, like.
Yeah.
In fact, there's one really sort of crappy supermarket.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
And which I think has to move.
It has to move as well. So that's the thing, you know. It's pretty bad. I mean, years ago they used to have that great, well, you know, it was quite a yuppie sort of concept, but they started a video cinema, Panorama.
Yeah,
do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And it was, I used to love going there, except that after a while you got sick of paying $10 to watch sort of a video projection when you'd rather see it on film in the end, even though it was sort of groovy. That was quite interesting, like that sort of moment. They must have invested heaps of money. It sort of died pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think that's a community bank now.
Yeah, I know, which is probably doing quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's a bit of a love. I generally tend to hate it, Fitzroy.
Yeah.
Because I find it quite sort of claustrophobic as well. Because it is so small, and you do tend to bump into people all the time as well, which is great.
Yeah.
But, you know, as soon as you walk out the door...
So this is just walking around?
Just walking around, just bumping into people all the time.
Yeah.
It's sort of really counterproductive if you're trying to get stuff done. Unless you just sort of, you know, I can't believe that person didn't say hello to me. It's sort of, you know, like there's weird sort of little paranoias that build up around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else you want
I think that's about it.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thanks. How have you been connected with Fitzroy?
Well, connected through living here for more than 20 odd years.
Yeah.
Like not in this house, but various places just around this area, probably only within 100, 150 metres or so.
Yeah.
And I guess just over that time you make various connections, meet people, join organisations, schools, whatever, that sort of thing.
Yeah. And how was Fitzroy when you first moved here?
quieter than it is now, in the sense of it wasn't the shopping strip of Brunswick Street. You know, I remember very early on it was almost completely just boarded up shops, more or less.
Yeah.
A fair bit of Brunswick Street.
Uh-huh.
And I suppose also the sort of population's changed.
Mm.
I guess, 20, 25 years ago there was still more of the old migrant community around than is still around.
Yeah.
And there certainly weren't, sort of newer townhouse and flat type developments that are springing up, over the last 5 years.
Yeah. So it would have been mostly Italians and Greeks that lived here?
A lot of Italians and Greeks, yep, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Other migrant groups as well.
Yeah. And do you think there's something unique about Fitzroy as opposed to other parts of the city you may have lived in? Or?
I know it's very non-typical.
Yeah.
It has a lot more very poor people and quite a significant number of above average income people.
Mm.
So it's not the standard, sort of split of, most middle incomes or whatever. It's actually like a camel with two humps of low income and upper income. It's a very educated community. It's a community that I think returned the highest vote for the Republic, in the referendum.
Really? Yeah.
It's not typical.
Yeah.
That diversity, I think, brings a real sense of vibrancy and so on, and there's interest. It's interesting.
Yeah. So the vibrancy of Fitzroy, would you say that's the thing that you like about it the most? Or?
Well, I do. I like it because it is, I suppose, because it's not like one of the lower density suburbs where everything is totally driven by car transport.
Yeah.
You can walk to things here, and that means that there's a bit more life around.
Mm. So what sort of things do you think could threaten the community of Fitzroy or make it not such an interesting place to live in?
Well, I suppose if the diversity was eased out or pushed out simply by the fact that rents are rising, it means that some of the more marginal shops and other kinds of businesses simply can't afford to locate here anymore.
Mm.
Places that might have signed a lease, say, 10 or 15 years ago at certain rent, now they're finding the landlord wants a hell of a lot more.
Yeah.
And obviously the sort of business that generates a higher return, it might be a very different kind of business. So that might tend to lead to a more bland, upmarket kind of business, whether it's in clothing or food or entertainment or whatever it might be.
Mm.
And the same sort of phenomenon, I suppose, is happening, or probably already happened, in housing. Whether it's rents or purchase prices, they've gone up like crazy.
Mm. So this, like businesses like, say, the Punters Club on Brunswick Street, I hear that's closing down because the rent is too high. So,
I've heard that story too. I don't know any more than what's been in the papers about it.
Yeah.
But that's not the only instance that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
There's been a general move away from what I call useful shops in Brunswick Street towards more bars and trinket shops, which might be fantastic for people who want to drive in from Doncaster or wherever, because life in that suburb is so bland.
Yeah.
So they come in here, but what it means is that useful everyday shops have been displaced from Brunswick Street for people who live here.
Yeah. So fruit and veggies and bread and this
hard to find on Brunswick Street these days. Very hard to find.
Yeah. So do you think that? So it's almost like an appropriation in a way, when or commercialisation in Brunswick Street.
Well, it is. I mean, it's the natural outcome of a deregulated planning system that we've had here for a number of years now, and well, the market delivers a certain outcome, and that outcome may not be an outcome of diversity. It tends to be an outcome of well, you know, if it's a high income area or whatever, it tends to be an outcome or an area that attracts higher income people to visit and shop and so forth. It tends to be, you know, just shops that are applicable to that subset.
Yeah. So fashion and
yeah, that's right. So
lots of coffee.
That's right.
Yeah.
Could be we're heading towards you know, what South Yarra is or something. Who knows? Here in North Yarra.
Yeah.
So I mean, I have said to you know, that the council should take a different stand, for example, and it should attempt to embark on a process of consolidating Brunswick Street and making sure that a range of styles of business remain there rather than becoming homogenous. It's a process that's already occurred in Lygon Street. Become very homogenous there, and I think that it would be a pity if Brunswick Street does go exactly the same way. However, with the deregulated planning systems that have been put in place by the previous state government, for example, it's almost impossible for local government to have any kind of say other than the most general setting of overall policy, and that the generality there makes it difficult to actually achieve a specific end. So, for example, if our local supermarket, there's one little supermarket left in Brunswick Street.
Yeah, that's right.
It's been told that it's when its lease expires, which is mid next year, sorry, late 2002, early 2003, I think, it won't be renewed. The challenge is, can council do something to stop the loss of diversity that's almost certain to occur when someone applies to put in, who knows what, another clothes shop, another bar?
Yeah. So do you think developments like say the Max apartments would have gone in if the local council had say over planning? You know, a lot of people think that they're inappropriate for the district.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that everything should be frozen in time.
Yeah, sure.
The issue with the Max was that their original application was a bit over the top. It was very higher than what it is now. It was overbearing with the historic building that's just next to the just next to it. So it was able to be modified a bit.
Yeah.
But well, I don't know. I mean, residential development itself is not bad.
Yeah. So where do you see a suburb like Fitzroy heading?
Hard to say.
Hard to say. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, and you could say, well, we're standing at the intersection, and you could go that way or that way.
Yeah.
The danger could be that if we go down one road, we'll go towards, on the one hand, blandness that arises out of simply concentrating on the higher end of the market.
Yeah.
But also, I think there's a danger of loss of residential amenity in the area. For example, there are with the increasing number of bars and so forth that are locating here, and entertainment venues wanting to set up in the area, there is a push for later and later trading, which often has spillover effects. Nothing wrong with it in itself, but it has spillover effects in that people, as I say, whoosh in from the legendary Doncaster or whatever and park in residential streets. They go and have a good time. Well, that's fine, but I don't object to people having a good time. However, when they come out they're not quiet when they come wandering past my house and other people's houses and so forth. And they
smash beer bottles.
That's right. They fight.
Yeah.
They smash beer bottles. They slam car doors, rev up their motors, that sort of thing. That is a degradation of residential amenity, which, you know, taken to extremes, could destroy an awful lot of you know, what is otherwise making it a good area to live in.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks very much.
No worries.
You lived in Fitzroy?
I've lived here all my life, actually. I was born here back in 1961.
Yeah?
Yeah, I grew up here until about the age of 14 and then moved out to Northcote with my parents, my family.
Yeah.
But I've worked here for the last 20 years in this business.
Yeah? So in the laundrette?
In the laundrette, my beautiful laundrette, yeah.
So what sort of changes have you seen, in, you know, just generally in the last 20 years or so?
The major change for me growing up from a young boy to where I am now is that back then, in my early childhood years, there was a lot of gangs around. A lot of gangs of young youths, you know?
Yeah.
And we're talking big gangs too, not just 2 or 3 or 4 guys.
Yeah.
You know, up to 20. And they just standing up the road outside the coffee shops and across the flats and just walking up to the Milkbar to get a carton of milk was like really, intimidating.
Yeah.
And I'd always be looking down, make sure no one noticed me, just trying to be invisible.
Yeah.
Whereas now you can walk around anywhere and you don't have to worry about that element.
Yeah. So it's a lot more safer now.
A lot safer now on the streets, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Visibly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the reality is, behind the scenes, but visibly what I can see. It's a lot better.
And so the gangs used to fight and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Were they from different countries, like Greeks, Italians, sort of? Or
No, they were mainly from the European background.
Yeah.
A lot of Aussie guys, but Greeks, Italians, Yugoslavs, those sorts of nationalities.
So I suppose that would have changed a bit too.
That's changed. Now, there's a lot more Asian people living here.
Yeah.
The flats have got quite a good percentage of Asian people living there, so that's a big change in this area anyway.
Yeah. And you would have seen Brunswick Street sort of gentrified quite a lot as well, all the cafes and...
Yeah, well, as a kid, all I can remember was, all the fish and chip shops. There's none left. They've all gone, So that was the place to go, either to the fish and chip shops or all the cafes. We used to call them coffee shops. Where all the old men used to go and play cards, or just talk. They've all disappeared. So that's a huge change.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think there's only one left in Moore Street or something.
Yeah, well, there's not many left. Well, I don't know of any of that type. Pretty much the only one that's sort of left looking like it used to is a Sealer Cafe just down the road.
Yeah, okay.
Just next door to the TAB, just up from the TAB.
Yeah. So you think you like Fitzroy better now than you did before?
It's my home. I've learned to like it.
Yeah. So you got an attachment to it.
Yeah. I wouldn't live anywhere else. I couldn't forget Fitzroy. Coming from Greek parents and Greek background, there's always been an issue. They've been migrants, they've always thought about going back to Greece. I just couldn't see myself doing it. I'd like to, maybe go back for holidays and stuff, but not to live there. Fitzroy's a pretty good place to live. Yeah.
What do you think makes it really good? Why do you like it?
The wide variety of people.
So,
I think you get just about every part of society here. You don't have to travel around the world, to meet what you want to see in life. It's all just passing by on a daily basis. So, it requires a lot of wide-ranging attitude towards people. You can't have hard attitude. I don't want to know you, because those people are going to be around you all your life if you live here. So you have to learn to be a bit more flexible.
It'll come back at you someday. So do you see any sort of threats to Fitzroy, or something things that could change the nature of the community for the worse?
Well, the big change that's going on is all of these residential unit developments coming in.
Yeah.
And they are really expensive. I mean, I've been to a few of the the openings and stuff.
Yeah.
That real estate agents have been having, and a lot of people that used to live here have had to move out.
Yeah.
There was and there still is a lot of people who've rented out, either rooming houses or flats and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're being sort of slowly forced out, and a lot of them are going out to Brunswick and places like that where it's a little bit more affordable.
Yeah.
So I think that's I don't know. It's not so much a shame.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a change.
Just a change.
Yeah.
So that could make the suburb a little bit more homogenous, a little bit dull or something.
Well, that's right. But everyone's got to adapt to that anyway.
Yeah.
So for every change, there's a new challenge. So that's fine.
Yeah. So what other things do you like about Fitzroy, George?
Well, I mean, I'm running this laundry business here, and I talk to people on a daily basis, and I've been very fortunate that a couple of them suggested that I should do yoga.
Yeah.
And I have been doing that for nearly 2 years now.
Yeah.
And there's just such a wide choice of types of yoga to engage in if you want to, and they're all here in Fitzroy.
Yeah.
So that's really good.
What sort of yoga did you choose?
I've chosen Ashtanga yoga, which is the most physically active and demanding form, and it's been a real challenge for me, but it's fantastic. I really enjoy it.
Yeah. And out in Fitzroy?
Performing, busking, drinking, for 88, what's that, 14 years.
Yeah. And where did you come
all over the place. Abbotsford, Richmond, St Kilda. Actually, in the 80s, I thought Fitzroy was a trendy, arty sort of place.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
I was living down in St Kilda, which was rock and roll territory. Because I'd gone through art school at the VCA, and I just wanted to disassociate myself with all of the art scene. But I ended up coming to Fitzroy and doing bands. My bands played at the Cunters Club. That's C, not P. But we started playing there, performing there with the Sod Club. Every Wednesday night we had a residency, and that was when it was the Moonee Valley Family Hotel, and they had 2-inch thick shake pile carpet in what is now the band room, and pine tables and chairs. And we had to make a stage in the corner out of milk crates.
So the pun is it's closing down soon? What do you reckon about that?
I don't give a fuck. I've been a barred from there for the last year and a half. Just because I don't fit the upwardly mobile Fitzroy look. The look.
You know, so the only thing I'm sad about it is that one of their long-term residents upstairs, Mr. Manny, is going to have to find other accommodation now.
Yeah. He's been up there for 20 years or something?
Oh, years and years and years, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you reckon they'll do with it, with the punters?
Well, it's quite profoundly, it's been turned into country road. You know, it's amazing how many pubs around here have been sold in the last month or so.
Yeah.
You know, the Rose,
Yeah.
the Tote,
Yeah.
the Dan O'Connell.
Yeah.
Well, officially, Dan O'Connell's Carlton.
Yeah.
The Royal Derby's just been sold again.
Yeah. So who's buying them? Like corporations or some shit like that?
Capitalists.
Yeah.
Well, no, I shouldn't say that, no. Because most of the people that have taken over the pubs are going to keep them the same.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So what other things do you do or identify with in Fitzroy that you think's either good or fucked up or...
what do I do?
Yeah.
Well, I do my chalking. Do advertising for the Dan.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's been sold, so
Yeah.
I don't know whether the new owners want me to. That little shithead.
Yeah, it's been going up all day.
He hasn't even got a crash helmet on.
Yeah. So who bought the Dan?
A couple of locals.
Oh, okay.
But and I think they're going to keep the poultry on Saturdays.
Yeah.
I started that 8 years ago.
Yeah. So you were talking about this corner over here before?
Oh, Kerr Street, yeah. That used to be a good place.
Yeah.
And I don't know actually who not vandalised the seats.
Yeah.
Whether it was this fucking doof clothing shop or Zambuku.
Yeah.
But yeah, we used to gather there for years on the corner.
Yeah.
And we'd bust poetry, play music, drink.
Yeah.
And the thing was, that we looked after that corner.
Yeah.
You know, if anybody fucked up, whether having a fight or bloody smashing their bottle or whatever, or pissing, you know, we'd take care of them.
Yeah.
You know, we'd say, you can't do it here, you know, put your bottle in the fucking bin.
Yeah. So you reckon?
Yeah, for years it was great.
Yeah. So you reckon some of the shop owners didn't like people hanging around? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It was an act of sabotage.
Yeah.
Definitely. So, and I mean, now look at it. You've got advertising
Yeah. Fake graffiti advertisements.
Well, a friend of mine was painting a mural of all the local characters.
Yeah, really.
And for some reason, they said, oh, you can't finish it. So they got some graffiti artists to graffiti over it.
Yeah.
And we had a turnout one afternoon,
Yeah.
and we reclaimed the corner.
Yeah. Reclaim the seats.
Yeah. And, well, they were gone.
Yeah.
But, fucking little shithead back to their game. Is he on a suicide mission or what?
Yeah, it must be, I think.
Where's the cops when you need them? But anyhow, so they painted over Paul Redbeard's painting.
Yeah.
Of Maria and myself and a whole lot of shopkeepers and buskers and performers and everybody.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, me and Ashlam, who was doing the DJing, we graffitied over. Hi, Craig. We graffitied over the top. Bring back the people.
Yeah.
You know. Or I misspelled it, and it was Bringe. You know, which rhymes with fringe. So they've only, and that graffiti was there for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And they've only just repainted over it.
Yeah.
But they're fucking morons.
So you think that's a sign of a bigger trend in Fitzroy, like it's becoming more yuppified, gentrified?
I'll put it this way,
Whatever you want to call it.
I call it Little Chapel Street.
Yeah.
Or Chapel Street impersonated.
Yeah.
Because, you know, all of these machines are only interested in food and fashion and cafe lattes. And you should check it out on Sundays. The cafe latte bikers. Oh, righty. They ride down here on their $25,000, $50,000 Harleys and park around, or just pose up and down the street. You know, they're fucking accountants or bankers or something during the week.
Yeah.
But on Sundays, on the weekends, they put on their leathers and ride their Harleys down the road.
So what do you think of the good things about Fitzroy? I mean, why do you stick around in Fitzroy? What do you like about the joint as well?
Because there's still some beautiful people here, like Tess. Yeah. There's still a few good locals around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You won't find us on Chapel Street, that's for sure. The real Chapel Street.
Yeah, well, I used to live in Paran too.
Yeah.
In the early 80s.
When that was going off, sort of,
Yeah. From Paran, I went to St Kilda, then to Richmond, then to Abbotsford. I know, Now after Richmond, I spent a year over in the States in Scotland.
Yeah.
But came back to Abbotsford.
Yeah.
And it just seems And then I was homeless for a while. And a friend of mine was telling me yesterday about a book called Catch-22.
Yeah, that's right.
How there's American Indian.
Yeah.
And all of his tribe would go from one place to another. And all of the white oil drillers, oil moguls, whatever, would follow them. Because each place they went to struck Texas gold. Or no, Texas tea. Oil. Yeah, Texas tea. And he was saying, you're just like that. Every suburb you've lived in, you know, you've moved out just as it was going through the roof. So maybe they're following me.
Well, so why do you reckon the yuppies or the money's moving into the area? Why do you think they come to Brunswick Street?
Well, look,
Fitzroy.
I've been to a lot of places: London, New York, LA, San Francisco. So many places. They start off as, Mr. Eric, all right, laddie. They start off as being cheap rental places, run down, you know, just, and usually inner city, inner urban. And the artists, poets, musos, and everybody else move there because it is cheap rent. And because they are creative, they need an outlet. So they start up a bar, performance space, a gallery or two, you know. And after a couple of years, it's the Bohemian Quarter. You know, all the tourists go there because that's where all of the Bohemians are. But as you can see by the decline of this fucking street, all of the Bohemians, all of the artists, poets, musicians, buskers, locals, everybody has just about moved out. Because the rents have gone. So all you get now is tourists. You know?
So the people that move in looking for something actually kill the culture and don't put nothing.
For sure.
Don't put nothing back in. Sort of.
No, that they just take. Exactly. And they're only interested in food and fashion.
I'll take a break. So, hi, I'm Greg.
Hi, I'm Greg.
So, Greg, what's your association with Fitzroy?
I live around here, lived in the inner city for most of the last 10 years, but like a lot of renters, and there are a lot of renters in this area, I move around a fair bit from house to house, so my latest place I've been there 2 years.
And where did you live before Fitzroy?
Over the back of Lygon Street, up on Park Street, Seacombe Street, and I grew up in Glen Waverley.
Glen Waverley?
Well, I didn't grow up till I left Glen Waverley, but...
And would you say that with your experience of other Melbourne suburbs, that Fitzroy has its own particular identity or character?
Yeah. It's a nice compact place and it's a good mix. Whereas Glen Waverley, everything's miles apart and they're all of one demographic.
it's the diversity of Fitzroy?
Yeah, and that's a tension that's going on at the moment. You've got the area being gentrified. Well, it's been gentrified a while, but it's being gentrified again. And you've still got that side by side with migrants who've lived here since the war, and for that matter, homeless people living in fourth world conditions.
Yeah.
And Glen Waverley, you'd never see those people. But in here, it's in your face. How people react to it is the interesting part.
Yeah. And how do you think people in Fitzroy react to the...
Well, I mean, not to be too sort of cliche about it, but people tend to move into this area for the things that that attracted them to the area maybe as a visitor, like access to restaurants and clubs and entertainment and all the things they like doing.
Yeah.
But when you move in, you start to get a few of the negatives as well. I mean, I was kept awake for the first 6 weeks that I moved into my place, which is right on Smith Street, right on a retail street, main thoroughfare. For the first 6 weeks, I thought I was going to go mad due to sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
So noise is a sort of thing where you've got to start to accept a new standard when you move to a new area.
Yeah. So it was just street noise or...
Oh, that was street noise and people.
People, yeah.
And I used to be one of those drunks frolicking home at 3 in the morning from the club.
Yeah.
You know, and now they keep me awake, so there's not much I can say about it. Trams cause my TV reception to frizz out every time they come past, but you can't say much about it when you move there knowing there'd be a tram every 5 minutes and you could jump on it and be straight into the city. So you've got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah. So what sort of specific things do you think adds to Fitzroy's character, like individuals or, you know?
Well, it's interesting. My interest in the area now, I guess my big interest is that I'm a politician. I'm running for local council.
Yeah.
And I've already been out and door-knocked a good chunk of the electorate.
Yeah.
And it's interesting talking to people about the same sorts of things.
Yeah.
To get the conversation going, I ask them, well, do you like this area?
Yeah.
And they all say, yeah, I like this area. People are here by choice, you know. But one guy started talking to me about how I should be standing up for Fitzroy, the suburb, not necessarily the people that are in it. I mean, an area that's had such big waves of such different groups of people coming through.
Yeah.
It's two different questions, isn't it?
Yeah.
The people who live here now, are they Fitzroy, or is it Fitzroy, the physical place?
Yeah. Yeah. So you've spoken to lots of people that own houses here and people that rent here?
Yeah, well, about half are renters and half are owners.
Yeah.
And the owners who are there for the long haul, they've lived there 10 years and they're going to be living there for another 10 years.
Yeah.
They're very touchy about keeping the neighbourhood character more or less as it is when they came in. Yeah. And fair enough, because if you buy a house, you're buying a package deal which includes your footpath, your suburb, and the street in front of you, and you that's what you wanted. If it starts to change, you don't like it too much.
Yeah.
If you're a renter, you're not so engaged with council issues necessarily, the roads, rates and rubbish sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, if things got too bad, you could always move.
Yeah.
So those two groups make quite a difference. And when you turn up to someone's door and knock on the door, you don't know who you're going to get.
Yeah.
And so you're going to be in a very different conversation depending on which one it is.
So the owners, do you think that they worry about things like new bars or noise levels, people being drunk in the street or...
Yeah, all those issues.
All those things, yeah.
But I mean, local government can't do all those things, but local government can do a lot more than what it's doing now.
Yeah.
And they can do a lot more on general cleanliness, That's the biggest thing, street cleaning,
Yeah.
Yeah. And the rubbish, I see the rubbish is being thrown around by people coming back from the pubs, smashing stubbies,
Yeah.
Local council could make a big difference to people's lives just by cleaning up the place a little bit more.
Yeah.
What they can't do is start influencing through their direct powers people, right? That people want them to pass laws saying no drunks allowed, They want them to do things like take the street furniture away in Smith Street so that drunks won't sit on, or what they're really talking about is poor people
Yeah.
won't come and sit there and stay there all day and use the street as their lounge room.
Yeah.
But you know, the street over the millennia has been a place, has been a living part of the city. You know, people did commerce right there in the street. Plays were very often set with a street scene. You know, returning armies would have come back and marched right through the whole town. And so the street's a living part of our community. And in Glen Waverley, you just want it clean, tidy. It's a place you drive through on the way to your garage. But in Fitzroy, street life is both the attraction and the problem that people are trying to manage.
Yeah. Do you think that's got something to do with houses being smaller here? You know, and people having a much more outside existence?
Yeah. I mean, you can ask people, give people a map and ask them to draw which is their area, which do they see as their own space in which they operate.
Yeah.
And on busy streets, you'll find that people don't draw any of the street or the footpath, or very often even their own front yard or their front room. I mean, they've been driven back into the back room by the noise of cars and trucks. Whereas in an area like this, you'd hope that people would say the street and the park and the shop down the corner where I buy stuff is all part of their personal operating space.
Yeah.
It's also been shown that people who live in quiet streets have more friends, have more acquaintances amongst their neighbours than in a. You can measure it in a street with thousands of cars and trucks racing up. You know, people would report they only have 0.8 of a friend on average in their street.
Yeah. I suppose that's a unique thing about this area is most of the streets are blocked off.
Yeah.
You don't get trucks.
Yeah. Well, you do get a few people hammering down some of the back streets.
Yeah.
And that's something I'd like to stop as a politician, slow down those speeds, make that street space somewhere where kids can kick the footy and play cricket and stuff.
Yeah. So you think that there are things that other areas of Melbourne could learn from Fitzroy?
Yeah. Well, look, people are voting with their feet, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming to this area. The prices of houses are skyrocketing.
Yeah.
People don't want what they can get anywhere in the suburbs. They want what's fairly unique.
Yeah.
The main thing is to make sure that they don't destroy the very thing that they're after by coming here.
And do you think that uniqueness has something to do with locality, or wanting a community, wanting have friends in a close geographical area?
Well, I guess there'd be a hierarchy of things, and you'd have to say the physical layout of the place first of all creates a community.
Yeah.
And then you'd go up through various levels of sociological and personal and so forth. So yeah, there's plenty of people who've got something to say about, the old Fitzroy, the new Fitzroy, where it's going to the dogs, and they've probably been saying it for a very long time. And this is the first suburb of Melbourne after people moved out of the initial first settlement grid. So I suppose the issue of the suburbs has been debated here for a long time.
Yeah. So, what do you understand about globalisation, Fred? Or is there anything that you could tell us how you see globalisation impacting upon the local areas like Fitzroy?
Yes, I'm a local candidate for the Green Party.
Yeah.
And the Green Party is probably the world's first globalised political party.
Yeah.
The mayor of Dublin was a Green.
Yeah.
The mayor of Rome was until recently a Green. The mayor of Dunedin in New Zealand was elected as a Green Party person. Governors in Mexico and Brazil. I think the mayor of Sao Paulo is a Green.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm part of a sort of a network of people who came up under the slogan "Think Global, Act Local," and I can tell you from meeting with those people and reading their stuff, they're all talking about the exact same things, even though they're spread all over the planet. And so the sort of solutions and the ideas that that the Greens are putting forward, it's not like we set up branch offices everywhere. I mean, this thing just arose spontaneously as a natural reaction to the kind of insanity that's going on in the world. And wherever you go, you'll hear people, you know, people from Eastern Europe now in broken English saying the exact same things that people would be expressing, the same values and the same ideals as people would be saying right here in Fitzroy. So it's just absolutely amazing to be part of that. And to be part of a political movement that's not going to be picked off one by global corporations, you know, who would quite happily turn this into the, you know, Fitzroy theme park if they thought there was $1 in it. And if there wasn't $1 in it, they'd pack it up and do it in some other place on the other side of the planet. The Greens are probably the first force and the biggest new political force coming out at the beginning of this century, just like the Labour movement were at the beginning of the last century, who've got a vision for positive globalisation and are doing it right here, right now, at the very much local, my suburb level.
Yeah. So how do the Greens network on a global scale? How do you keep in contact with people in Sao Paulo and people in you know, other parts of the world?
Yeah, well, people travel around from time to time, but really we were the early adopters of the internet.
Yeah.
I mean, the world discovered the internet in '95. Well, we were using email in 1990 to keep in touch with that sort of thing and to coordinate. And it's still a very big force, as you'd know, for any activist movement. But it's also, I mean, you just need that encouragement of knowing that, you know, you're not the only person in the world who's dealing with that problem.
Yeah.
You know, because there's an ability for the media and for corporations to sort of make people think they're the only one that's pissed off about air pollution, for example. Like, I think the air's terrible, but I think it's just me, and I've got the chairman of the EPA saying, no, actually, our air's really good. You know, when people think they're the only one, then they start to think, well, maybe I'm insane, you know. And then they get very depressed, and they don't. And what we know is that they don't speak out because they just think they're this lone individual. As soon as you start putting people in touch with each other, and they realise, hey, we're all suffering from air pollution. You know, my kid's got asthma, your kid's got asthma. Now that might happen through a public meeting or some big political activity, but it might just happen because there is some point, some little place in your local environs that just causes you to stop and interact with other people in your suburb. It might be the corner shop, or it might be some park or something, you know. So that public space is incredibly important in terms of actually providing a venue where people can spontaneously, I guess, interact, rather than just locking themselves in their little boxes, jumping in their car every morning, which is another little box, and driving off to their widely dispersed jobs every morning.
Yeah. So I suppose that's one of the big threats in globalisation, is that public spaces are becoming quite private through private you know, through consumption.
Well, I mean,
that sort of thing.
Well, that's right. I mean, they privatised all the big utilities and the public-owned airlines and all that sort of stuff, and people thought that was dreadful and the end of the world, but I don't think privatisation's even started, really. I mean, by winding down public transport and replacing it with motorised transport, you are essentially privatising the transport system, aren't you? And it means that people no longer interact anymore on public transport spontaneously. They now lock themselves in boxes, listen to the radio, and deal with each other as hostiles, really, when they're on the road. If you drive people out of parks or out of even public spaces like footpaths by shrinking those back, every bit of roadworks around here where there's a conflict between more lanes of cars, bicycles, trams and pedestrians, what do you think happens? More road space, less pedestrian space. So you're literally pushing people right out of any kind of public space and back into their lounge rooms where they sit, watch cable TV, and are told what to buy next.
Yeah. So what particular solutions do you think that a small community like Fitzroy could have towards globalisation?
Well, there's some real positive things that a local community can do if it takes for itself the power that it already has, and works to empower itself. And not only that, but these global problems look pretty hard when you look at them from the top down. But when you see how many different tools are in your hands at the local level, they actually start to look pretty easy. I mean, take the greenhouse effect, for example. Basically, in terms of the average person, half their emissions come from energy use around the house and workplace, and the other half come from transport. Well, this is an area where we have a lot of control in Fitzroy if we want to. We can make it bicycle friendly. We can keep making it even more public transport friendly than it is and lobby for better public transport. We can keep outside cars out of the area and make it so that people can sell their second car, which will save them money, which will help out low-income people if they don't need a car. Two-car family used to be a status symbol. Now it's a necessity to get everybody to the things they need to do. We can take control of local transport and make it more people-friendly. The council itself, look, most councils spend about $1 million a year on electricity. They could save half that. It's all waste. Once you start looking for it, you can find it. But if they could share those same sorts of skills and abilities with local residents, particularly the low-income places, okay? Because the low-income places are cold, damp, drafty, and still use a lot of energy, okay? Whereas wealthy people tend to have good insulation and efficient heaters.
Your association with Fitzroy?
I'm a resident. I've only been living here for 4 years. 4 years is quite a chapter in a life, though, I suppose. So I identify pretty strongly with the area.
Where did you come from before?
I've always lived south of the Yarra. And most of my friends have been south of the Yarra. That's where I've shopped. I've always shopped pretty locally. Consumed my entertainment pretty locally. And I've now been living up here for 4 years, into my third shared rental house.
And what do you like about Fitzroy as opposed to other parts of the city you've lived in?
I find myself wherever I live, that's where I identify and make the most of, and you find that's your home anyhow. But so it'd be false to say that I'm here just because Fitzroy is the greatest. I'd find things to like about wherever it was that I was living. But Fitzroy does offer me quite a few things that I really dig. Like I'm very much into organic food and alternative health, but not the American sort of wanky driven one, but more grassroots variety of that. And Fitzroy is good for that. There's at least three organic health food shops here. And I'm sort of associated with Friends of the Earth, do a bit of work there. And I've got a local gym, a very daggy, low-key one. I can eat locally, buy my food locally. And when I'm on the street, I have a sense of that it's a community I can identify with. More because of its diversity than anything else.
So it's the diversity and the alternative.
Definitely.
The culture of Fitzroy.
When I say I could probably be happy in any suburb, maybe that isn't true. I think I'd get quite aggravated and stressed if I was in a suburb where everything seemed homogenous and straight and clean. And in fact, now that I think about it, what always puts a big smile on my face walking down around Fitzroy is alternative youth culture, and also the freaks and deros, because really, if you those people who consume mainstream culture are being homogenized into one lifestyle of consumption, of aspiring to particular clothing, food, lifestyle ideals. And so whenever I see someone walking down the street staggering around dragging their shopping trolley, and they've managed to survive outside of that, I congratulate them, and gives me a warm inner glow to think that some people have managed to escape the net of uniformity.
So what do you think is attractive for? Why do you think people want to move to Fitzroy?
Fitzroy's certain periods in history, I suppose, have experienced heydays. Maybe the hippie period was probably much more fun for people to live through that than someone who just lived through the mid '80s, and probably the punk period, which I tailed on, was just a fantastic period, and similar to periods, I suppose, where you might live, there might be a similar experience happening, and maybe Fitzroy is during a cusp like that at the moment, because things are very transient. The things that people like about Fitzroy and decry about losing, well, it's only been like that for maybe a decade, and it always changes. But yeah, okay, so what is it? Well, you've still got enough ethnicity, and and they've brought all their interesting food, and the little hole-in-the-wall shops that you like your local cobbler and your local barber, and then there's all the restaurants, so it's good food around here, lots of not only ethnic, but generally pretty good food. There's a couple of band venues, at least 4 band venues that I go to and drink and have beer at, lots of good pubs. You got to stay on your toes to visit each one just once a year. Alternative clothing and alternative music and youth culture, a vibrant art scene, graffiti that shows that there's people who are questioning, there's campuses, Collingwood campus. So all of that just adds a really great atmosphere. It's things that I'm looking for anyhow.
Yeah. And so what sort of things do you think promote an alternative culture to the Australian mainstream? How do you think a suburb like this does that?
Yeah, how do a group of free thinkers congregate in one area? Where does the critical mass arise from?
Is there any catalysts, you think?
Yeah, I suppose there'd have to be a number of features that would attract them, and I'd say the first thing it has to be reasonably low rent. It's probably the case that your alternative free thinkers and your radicals, look, in my experience, they're generally people who have the time and to enjoy that sort of lifestyle, of people who are probably upper middle class, and not so concerned by where their next dollar is going to come from. They can go to university and rally against the mainstream because they don't have to be desperately trying to get work. So it's going to be close to where the universities are in a city, because they're consumers of pop culture, and that's where the galleries and that's where the pubs and stuff are. So the catalysts are cheap housing in a city. I reckon that's the start.
So what sort of things do you not like about Fitzroy? The negative aspects, or the dangers you see?
I'm really reluctant to say that the dangers are the yuppification, because that is the danger to Fitzroy as it was, but 40 years ago or 30 years ago, other people were enjoying Fitzroy, and it doesn't exist for them. Before the artists and the bohemians came in, Greeks and Italians probably had a really thriving local community where they could stand on their porch, and their country folk would be walking past daily, and they'd wave and say hello to each other and do the shopping. My old house on Napier Street, we lived next door to a Greek couple, and she used to stand, we had a tiny little front of our house before the street, and she used to stand there, sweeping a little bit of cement and looking at the passers-by, but none of them knew her. Whereas I think previously they all would have known each other and they'd have all gone for coffee, so we've spoilt that for them. And it's a changing suburb, but since I happen to like it as it is at the moment, the one group of people who have moved in here, but to my mind who don't really add anything to the feel of the place, are the more wealthy individuals who live here. It seems to me they just go to work, park their cars in their garages, and live in their apartments. But suppose that which I value most highly is creativity, and I don't see how they express their creativity or lend their creativity to the suburb. So that's a threat. And also, I mean, overwhelmingly, people want to live in the inner city. That's where the better infrastructure is, and it's money which allows you to do that. And prices are going up. I've moved houses 3 times now, and this last time we looked for a very long time, and eventually had to move to North Fitzroy and pay a lot more rent because we couldn't find a place in Fitzroy that we could afford. So it'll be like Greenwich Village. The people will move in because they like elements of the community, and then they'll push out those elements that they like. In other words, the bohemians.
Yeah. So, what's you understand about globalisation? What's your position on it, Fitzroy?
On its most simplistic level, and it's perhaps even before the term globalisation was bandied around as much, and it's such a broad term now, but I suppose for the things that I value culturally and artistically and creatively, what I'm into is diversity, and what I hate to see is homogeneity. And so to me, globalisation, you know, the most negative impacts or potential impacts of that are just homogeneity, where we just become consumers of or exposed to limited either lifestyle or consumer choices, and things get packaged away in that manner. And it seems that globalisation is harmful to communities. You know, and communities can be, you know, on a macro or micro stage. You could be talking about Fitzroy as a community, or community might be an entire country.
So in Fitzroy, how would you see globalisation manifesting itself in a negative way?
I suppose the people who, interesting enough, there's 2 people who are probably participants in globalisation, and I'm actually not particularly one of them, because I do live very much locally in that, you know, I don't really shop at supermarkets or any mainstream stores. I just buy food at, you know, I just buy what I need in small places, and I consume my art and my pleasures in, you know, in a very local manner. But yeah, the 2 people who probably, interesting enough, consume it the most would be probably free thinkers, young alternative university people. They're huge uptakers of global technologies in the internet. And then, of course, the others, I would say, are your more mainstream consumers of lifestyle and consumer products, and they are increasingly coming into the area. So I suppose if you look at the younger alternative artistic people, globalisation is, I wonder if they're deluding themselves, but they probably seek to use globalisation as a means to disseminate alternative information and participate more broadly in art and creativity, and be able to express that. But
so you see almost 2 tensions there. One is a globalisation maybe from below, and one from above.
Definitely. And even the one from below, which I'm inclined to sort of support, I suspect that is still not perhaps as good as an alternative culture which truly is on the ground and ground-based and word of mouth, and people collecting face-to-face instead of on, you know, writing a zine, or, you know, putting something up on the internet, which is at least creative and generates alternative thought. But I can't imagine it providing perhaps a groundswell of energy that the punk period might have, or the first periods of the house scene where people got together, and the energy of knowing they're participating in something radical. You know, I wonder whether...
And the punk scene was sort of centred around pubs?
Oh, definitely, and it was about people getting together and meeting. It wasn't...
Thrash bands.
Exactly, you know, and this sense of energy that... And I wonder if there's the same sense of energy. There's an intellectualism, but perhaps not the same raw energy that arises from, an alternative or a creative scene which is global in its nature. So, but at least it's access to cutting edge thought. And then on the upper level, the corporate globalisation, that probably is a threat to, more decidedly a threat to Fitzroy, because I mentioned earlier the people who are moving into the area, who to my mind don't seem to add that much to the fabric of Fitzroy. If you think of Fitzroy as multicultural, diverse, you have the opportunity to be exposed to a lot of different things here. Most of those things, to the degree that alternative is now pretty mainstream, alternative music is mainstream, it's owned by all the big companies. Alternative art is, this is nothing new, but alternative is even clothing, everything, black clothing and everything is worn by everybody, architects. Alternative is definitely mainstream, and so you can imagine why there'd be a lot of, sort of hip, actually pretty conservative people, and people who've probably pretty much bought the consumer dogma, even though they'd probably like to think of themselves as a little bit alternative. The only alternative that they have is the packaged alternative. Yeah. And so they come to Fitzroy and it's great, there's alternative all around them. But they're probably consumers of the globalised ideal.
Of alternative.
Yeah, of alternative. But
do you think that has roots at all somewhere, like in a country or in a scene? That idea of alternative?
Yeah, I reckon it's no deeper than what these people are bringing to that is their university education. And when they're at university, as a passing stage or whatever, they expose themselves to alternative thought. And I can't fathom why these people don't hang on to these ideals. If during a period in which they're probably most intellectually active and most questing and most stipulating their position in life, and they come to certain radical viewpoints, why is it they lose sight of that almost universally? It's beyond me. But there's some vestige of that, and therefore these people have now become, barristers or architects or doctors or designers, publishers, even though really, if you deconstructed their lifestyle, it's not very radical at all. Going to good restaurants is not radical. It's keeping the current paradigm moving along very smoothly. But yeah, there's, I think from their university days, perhaps there's a vestige, something that they know, some inner truth.
Yeah. So it's almost like they're wearing the labels of alternative, sort of the branding.
That's right.
Of alternative.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. But they could look at themselves and going, okay, to what extent do I provide? Am I just and even a failure to, it's sufficient just to lead by example, to live according to your lifestyle. You don't have to be on the streets demonstrating. Yeah. It's sufficient just to live by your lifestyle and say, well, I could buy this at IKEA, but it's flat packed and there's embedded energy costs in transporting this stuff from overseas. And it's, instead of having small local furniture makers, of which there's plenty in Collingwood and Fitzroy, making this, I'm going to a superstore. And the more you have that, you will lose all your strip shopping centres, and they'll just be like in Europe. Every major city, every town, every city does have a Benetton, it does have Gap, it does have IKEA. And given that there's maybe 30 or 40 stores that every town or every city does have, you don't then have room for the small strip shopping centres. And that would be a shame.
So the consumer has a choice. So you're saying that's choosing where you buy things is a way of subverting.
Yeah, it's a way of subverting, but of course,
corporate
yeah, well, I don't know, but certainly where you, it's actually become much more. It's very time intensive, and it really is only for people who are living outside the mainstream. Because if you've got a 9-to-5 job, how do you inform yourself of the local person down the street who can manufacture a steel frame for you to put together your own coffee table, or it's pretty time intensive, but very rewarding. And maybe the way people lived previously in this suburb was, more time was spent, in interacting on a more local level. But yeah, it's very knowledge based. It's a local knowledge base.
Yeah.
And you've got to really seek it out. And with, let's say, television, they've got to package a more broadly approachable knowledge base. There's no way you could have a show saying, well, this is where you can get, something machined, but it's in one suburb, and if you live in a different suburb, then it's pointless. So they're not going to present that on television. They'll have to present where you can access something that's widely accessible. So people just
are just going for the widely accessible. That's what's being sold to them all the time, as opposed to living much more locally and knowing everything about their own community.
Yeah.
So there is a...
Okay, Hanny, so how long have you lived in Fitzroy?
Well, I came here after university.
Yeah.
I did 1 year mandatory time in college, university college, to get out of to get out of home.
Yeah.
And then I moved into Fitzroy, and that would have been in about 1975.
Yeah.
And I've been here pretty much
Yeah.
ever since.
So you would have seen a lot of changes in Fitzroy in that time?
I think it's sort of, sure, it's a much more expensive place to live. It's been gentrified. It's had its avant-gardism kind of commodified, really.
Yeah.
But not hellishly.
Yeah.
Not enough to make you want to move out. And of course there are more people who come here as tourists and all of that. But there's a certain sort of streetwise pride in being a local.
Yeah. So when you say that it's had its avant-garde commodified, what do you mean by that?
I mean that Fitzroy is a place for artists and writers and filmmakers, and a lot of people are, and there are a lot of Brunswick Street, I suppose, the main shopping strip, has the sense that this is an enclave of artists has been milked for commercial purposes. That's what I mean. That people come to Brunswick Street because there's a certain kind of vibe here, I suppose.
Yeah. And
that's been modified into things that people can buy.
Yeah.
But it's not. It isn't sort of. It hasn't become a sort of Ken Doan type of Fitzroy. It still retains some of its original ratbaggery, larrikinism.
Yeah. So would you say that Brunswick Street is sort of a bit of an outsider's view of what Fitzroy's about?
That's good. Not entirely. I think it isn't entirely, because it's where we eat and hang out, and I know the names of shopkeepers and all of that. So no, but on the weekends it's impossible to get a coffee or anything because it's so busy. But I don't know that it... I'm sure there are a million faces of Fitzroy, really, and Brunswick Street is one of them, but it's the one I identify with Fitzroy. Because I suppose, personally, I'm not using any of the services once my child goes to school at the high school in Parkville, University High, so he's not... When he was younger, there was the primary school, and then there was all the things that you did as a young mum, you were involved in, so that kind of plugs you into a community more. The other thing, Brunswick Street is central, and also the swimming pool. That's where we go in the summer, and that's how, and that you're part of a community because you know people there.
Were you involved in the campaign to stop the swimming pool being closed down?
I certainly was, and my son was. And then 2 years ago, my husband and I wrote a play called Aqua Profunda, which was on at the town hall, and it had 120 school children from North Fitzroy Primary School. And I wrote it with the kids, and he directed it. And there was a parent band in it as well. It was really a story about... We kind of twigged the story so that it was about how the children marched on City Hall to save the day. The story with the pool is that during the time when Jeff Kennett sort of dispensed with democracy and appointed commissioners rather than elected representatives to run local councils, the commissioners in their wisdom decided that they would sell the pool, and the locals got up in arms about that, and there was fantastic demos, and the children all tied yellow ribbons on the fences outside the pool and were involved too, and writing the play with them as well. It was a really joyous experience, but it was also a kind of a real gesture of a celebration, I suppose, of how children were empowered by their political might. You know, they had a sense that culture is not immutable, that things can change, and that seemed to me to be what was so empowering and wonderful about both the actual what happened and the celebration of it in the play.
Yeah. So would you say that Fitzroy is a home to artists, or its cultural output is something that makes it unique and helps to form its identity and its community?
I think so. There are a lot of artists living here.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's too expensive for young artists. I'm not too sure. I've owned my house for a while, so I'm not in the rental market, but I'm sure it's pretty prohibitive, really, for people who are at art school to be here, and that's always sort of tragic to me. I mean, when I first moved into here, into Fitzroy, we had a house that had no hot water in the kitchen. So how I didn't actually die of, some salmonella or botulism or something is a miracle, really. But it was ours. It was our house. It was glorious. We had as much fun as you can poke a stick at, and it's been like that living in Fitzroy. I like being part of whatever it is, this thing that is here.
Yeah. So what would you see as the major threats to what you like about Fitzroy?
Well, I think the potential for the freeway to be expanded in Alexander Parade, and that this then becomes just an angry kind of roadway. It's already really hard to get around. I mean, we use bikes pretty much, and but we do have one car. But the traffic jams and all that stuff. So I think that's a real threat. People coming from the needing to roar in from the outer suburbs, and that the extension to that freeway, number of different lanes, will find that it's awful. I mean, Fitzroy's in a dip, so there is a kind of issue with car fumes, and I know that there is a particular crossing in Fitzroy which is probably the most polluted place in Australia. So that bothers me. There's also, it's a sort of mecca for a lot of drugs, and that means kind of crime, and we're always seeing kids running down the lanes with somebody else's handbag and stuff like that endlessly over our back fence. There's people's number plates and wallets and rah-de-rah. And I mean, and actually, Fitzroy Safeway is a bit like Deliverance. You're there sometimes and you think, Jesus, I'm the only sort of person who's relatively normal here. And you watch someone trying to press the EFTPOS pads, and you think, this person's so out of it, can't press the numbers. And, sometimes that's really panicky, because you just think the world is collapsing, actually. That's sometimes how I feel about when I'm in Fitzroy Safeway. And I'm joking about it, but it causes me distress, enormous distress about what's happening, and the proliferation of drugs and stuff. So that that's certainly a threat to a sense of harmony about Fitzroy, and a sense of it being a happy place to be. It's a place of desperation and despair. And sometimes we walk along the street, and all along the road there's little tiny fragments of windscreen glass, and it's like the tears of despair to me. People breaking and entering cars for mobile phones, for money, whatever. It's that they're all tears on the roadway. But that's not just Fitzroy. That's happening everywhere, I guess.
So do you think this is one way to articulate the process known as globalisation in a local community, like the rise of maybe drug use or crime, or even the distribution of wealth, or these sort of things?
I think it's all here, all of those things, actually. It's a microcosm of the effects on communities of globalisation, of a sense in which community is being really devalued, and that people feel disaffected from political processes, that they that a sort of utter kind of powerlessness to be able to change their circumstances. And here in Fitzroy, I would assume, even though one other thing I've really noticed is how many homeless people there are, and even I suppose as the weather has improved, at the grandstand the other day when I was exercising, I was running around the grandstand and there were people sleeping in the grandstand, and you know, that's sort of new, really, just seeing people in bus shelters and stuff like that. So, as you say, the discrepancy between the haves and the have-nots will be mirrored here.
Yeah. This is the grandstand in North Fitzroy?
Yeah. And bus shelters and in the parks, just, and they're not just people who've fallen over drunk, they're people who are prepared for, you know, they've got a kit, you know, for sleeping out.
Yeah.
So the more that happens and the more that, you know, brings home a sense of the kind of face of homelessness, really. It's not hidden.
Yeah. And I suppose there's also in Fitzroy a threat to its diversity that most people seem to celebrate, you know, through chain stores moving in or car parks.
That's right, yes. But I guess the sort of local is, you know, is the small and the idiosyncratic, and you know, and the larrikin and the kind of witty and all of those things that one values about a community like this is not apparent in Starbucks or McDonald's or any of those kind of big franchises that have no personality.
Yeah. Okay.
One of the things I think was interesting with the election result was that there was a 10% swing against Lindsay Tanner. And I think that this is, I mean, for the first time in my life I voted Green. And everybody I know seemed to have done that in this area. And partly we did it because we probably felt, traditional Labor voters felt that Lindsay Tanner was safe and that he'd get back in, but that it was actually an appropriate thing to do to actually exercise a protest vote and, you know, write Tampa across the ballot paper, you know, indicating that in fact that the Labor Party's stand on the refugee, the asylum seekers, was absolutely piss weak and reflected a kind of inhumanity that most of us felt ashamed about to our core.
Yeah.
And so it will impact on Fitzroy because it is a place, I think, that has welcomed migrants through its history, and you know, living in Fitzroy, you know what migrants bring. It's not just some notional sense of diversity. It's because you are in contact with people on a daily basis, people who you buy your bread from and you get your coffee from, and you know, who fix your car and all that stuff. And it actually is, you know, children who come to your house because they're friends of your children and all that. And so it's probably very dear to people's hearts, you know, that that we remain as such, as a place that welcomes.
Yeah. So for many new migrants to Australia, Fitzroy is their first vision of Australia, their first community they see as well.
Yeah, I think so. And you know, you don't. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've never really seen overt racist graffiti or any of that kind of stuff here. So it feels to me to be a reasonably tolerant place, and that seems to be what's kind of being deeply undermined. I mean, the general value I would say about which is to do with globalisation, is that the only thing that we cannot tolerate, and we will not tolerate, is intolerance. And you know, if anyway, so I guess there is a new mood afoot, of course, because 77% of people thought that it was good, but those people were turned away.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, Hans.
I've been
community-minded, got involved with youth clubs, camps, moved on to being on the local council, raised that stage to being mayor in 1981-82. The 70s in particular was a time of grassroots democracy. We involved people and they were pleased to be involved and take part, so we could move things like take on getting the lead out of petrol and the oil companies to change, introducing traffic arrangements in Fitzroy that would fit for a new suburb designed specially for domestic living with children and so on.
Yeah.
So we were able to do quite a bit. So that's part of my connection.
So that was done at a council level when they're getting the lead out of petrol. That
Oh yes, yeah. That was the whole council involved.
Yeah.
We ran jointly with Collingwood and Fitzroy. Each put up $2,000. We got Andrew Harrington as front man.
Yeah.
And we took on the oil companies. And by the time that we got going, everybody wanted to join in, including some members of Parliament of different persuasion, because they saw
yeah.
that it was vital. You know.
Excuse me, I've gone blank. And when was the oil campaign? When was this campaign?
Oh, this would be. I have to think of the exact time, but it's late, like 79. Put it around that period.
So do you think that grassroots democracy has changed a lot since the council closed down in Fitzroy?
Oh, it has, because it's bigger municipality. Things are done as a more director sort of level.
Yeah.
You still have some meetings, but the Saturday before I had my first council meeting, Paul Coughlin, now Chief Prosecutor, Barry Pullen, ex-MLC, and I were down Fitzroy Street, and people were sitting on the footpath discussing whether the permit for the house next door should be to the street level, set back to the level of the other houses, or set back where they asked. Well, it's a good introduction to involving people.
Yeah.
And we did a lot more of that at all sorts of levels from then on up.
Yeah. So do you think that Fitzroy has its own unique political character as opposed to other suburbs in Melbourne? Or
unique?
Yeah.
Well, it's had a progressive, social-minded effort.
Yeah.
Dating right back, the Fitzroy Council took the Tramways Board to the Privy Council, and there's a little plaque in the town hall, and they won.
Yeah.
Someone to charge them rates for using their roads and so on, and that was successful. So that's been in the city for a long time.
Yeah.
But we just did more of it and more effectively, I'd say.
Yeah. And is there any reason that you think that is? Why Fitzroy is perhaps more politicised than other areas?
Well, it was very rich in the old days, and it went through a time of being very poor.
Yeah.
And all the charities wanted to have a headquarters or something in Fitzroy to say they were working with the poor of Fitzroy.
Yeah.
So they went through that, and Fitzroy was hit fairly badly by the Depression of the 30s. So we get the idea of let's stick together and
see what we can do.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a strong community spirit.
Mm.
And do you think that Fitzroy is going through another big change again at the moment?
Well, it is, as far as people are putting parkway floors into their houses and restoring them to what they used to be, but upmarket version of that restoration, and selling them for $4,000 to $5,000, which is quite high. So it brings different people in, but in this particular area, there's still a strong Labor approach. And
in North Fitzroy?
In North Fitzroy, despite the houses and the rates, the rates have gone through the roof.
Really? So what do you see as some of the major threats to Fitzroy, in the future? Things that could undermine its character or uniqueness?
Oh, well, we had the freeway go through. If they decided that they'd do something of that sort of variety to devastate the place, because it cut people off from one side to the other.
Yeah.
Elderly migrants, for instance, find it fairly difficult to cross the
road. Yeah, so do I.
See these things. Yeah, on a bicycle, you sure would.
Yeah.
But you will get, or you are already getting, houses this size pulled down and put up 4 units on them. Well, then you have people that come there to sleep, dash out to work, working long hours.
Yeah.
May do something with the Titchy Gardens and eat out in Brunswick Street or the city.
Yeah.
But they just haven't the time for the involvement.
Put the energy back into the
energy back. Some, like my neighbours, are taking their children up to Ceres for the Kingfisher Festival.
Yeah.
So they're still involved with the environment and their families. And as you see outside here, the traffic effort, that was because people living in the street wanted to cut down the speed of traffic.
Yeah.
And newcomers, do it physically where we would have done it socially.
Yeah. At least ask your neighbours.
Oh, well, hand out leaflets on the end of each end of the street for a month.
Yeah.
And say that there was cameras and a speed limit of 40k. People get the message and drive slowly.
Yeah.
Whereas now they see whether they can do the slalom.
Yeah. And so what other groups have you been involved with in Fitzroy?
Oh, well, if you just look around, like Friends of the Merry Creek Management Committee.
Yeah.
I ran a latchkey kids club after school back in the early 70s.
Yeah.
Going back before that, I used to run drawing room meetings, young lads not allowed to go out, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah.
So they'd meet in people's homes, and that was quite... parents knew where they were, and it was okay.
Yeah.
What else? Personally, I have 3 Asian students staying with me.
Yeah.
I'm involved with the Australian Asian Association.
Yeah.
we had a dinner the other night, which is rather good.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have somebody from Sri Lanka here and you can have her introduced to a Sri Lankan table over there, have an Indian girl and she can see some Indians there, which is a bit of a change.
Yeah.
I normally have Chinese living here, so there were quite a few Chinese.
Yeah.
So as far as this house is concerned, it's been connected with Asians, and that's opened it to the world for me.
Yeah. So I suppose for a lot of visitors or new migrants to Australia, Fitzroy would be their first view of Australia.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, if you get back to meeting Anna Fratter, her farewell Citizens Advisory Committee, which she set up and so on. But at her farewell, she said how her father had come as a migrant to Fitzroy.
Yeah.
Then he'd gone off and grown a wonderful lot of tomatoes. Thought this was great, but he didn't know that you had to have a market for them before.
Yeah.
And so he couldn't sell them. And so he came back home to Fitzroy to recuperate and start again. I thought that was rather good for migrants to think Fitzroy is home.
Yeah. And was there much community resistance when the Housing Commission homes were built? Or
Well, it was sold as slum clearance. If you're thinking right down in Fitzroy, South Fitzroy.
Yeah, that's where I live.
Right. So, yes, some thought of it as putting the slums vertical instead of horizontal.
Yeah.
There was resistance to knocking down homes and churches and so on that had been there for a long time and established.
Yeah.
Up here, Brooks Crescent, we had the battle.
Yeah.
They wanted to develop it under this thing of some slum clearance.
Yeah.
And we could see houses that today would be worth 400,000.
Yeah.
To vandalise them in order to clear the area, that produced resistance. So you had people living in single-fronted houses getting out and saying, over my dead body, you know.
Yeah.
But we worked with the commission over lots of time. They wanted to deal with the body, so they dealt with the Fitzroy Council instead of the residents.
Yeah.
So we'd have meetings with the residents,
Yeah.
take their feelings to the Housing Commission, discuss them, come back with the answers, have another meeting with the residents, and it went on to where one commissioner says, look, there's 3 plans up.
Yeah.
You're putting forward a 4th developed by the architects working in with the agent. Look, don't worry. You get 5th, 6th or 7th plan that you want. And as long as you're perfectly satisfied with it, it'll go through. So when that was all built, people were asking where could they see somebody to buy one of these Housing Commission places they wanted to move in.
Really?
Yeah, go down to Brooks Crescent and have a look.
They're not towers. They're not
Oh,
big
no,
towers,
no,
I assume.
Definitely. No, that was where high-rise flats stopped.
In Melbourne or
in Melbourne.
Really?
Stop, full stop.
Yeah. When was that, Harold? What, in the early 70s or early 70s or
mid 70s.
Mid 70s. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But yes, so Fitzroy can be noted for action.
Yeah. And then there was the pool campaign as well.
The pool campaign, that was Kenneth's time. And, you don't close our pool, that's just far as our children can walk. And they're used to it, and they're safe.
So do you think that today there's still that strong community spirit and people would protest against inappropriate developments or things that threaten the community? Do you think it's still here?
If it were a big issue, yes, because you have the likes of North Fitzroy High School, and that's going to be reopened, so that was quite a challenge. Forgive me, just the name. But the house just the other side of
Bunyip.
The house of the Gentle Bunyip, that wouldn't come to me. The house of the Gentle Bunyip, well, they sat outside that day and night for months and months and months.
Yeah, that's right.
And now it's there. So yes, there's still a spirit in the community. But that was quite a progressive outreach place in its day.
The House of Gentle Bunyip.
House of the Gentle Bunyip, you got stacks of material there if you went over and asked for some topic or other. Okay. You'd be in your element.
Okay.
Read now.
Okay, Heather, how long have you lived in Fitzroy?
Well, I moved into North Fitzroy on the 6th of November 1973, which was Cup Day, I remember.
And have you lived in the same house all that time?
Yes, all that time.
And do you think North Fitzroy is a lot different to Southern Fitzroy?
Yes, I think it probably is actually. It's always been a bit more gentrified, I understand, and certainly parts of it, where I live in Michael Street, is a much wider street than the streets in Fitzroy, South Fitzroy, I suppose we'd call it. And there's, and it's also been, I think it got much less run down in the 1890s and so on than South Fitzroy did, and it never developed the same degree of it never. I wouldn't say. Well, I was going to say slumminess, and certainly, I suppose, even objectively, some parts of South Fitzroy did become real slums. All of Fitzroy was perceived to be a slum for considerable periods of the early part of the 20th century, anyway. But I don't think North Fitzroy ever had quite the same reputation as South Fitzroy. So it's been different in that way, I think. And of course, I mean, I moved in just at the beginning of the era when it was becoming a trendy suburb. That was the word we used in those days, where I was seen. I suppose I was a sort of trendy. Although I didn't move here for that reason. I moved because I'd started teaching at Deer Park, and I was finishing an MA at Monash, and I needed to live somewhere that was about halfway between the two, but didn't involve driving through the city. So, and it was also a question of where I could afford to live, and North Fitzroy at that stage was, relatively speaking, was cheaper than North Carlton, probably still is actually, and certainly cheaper than North Melbourne, and they were two of the most, they were two of the most obvious other places to look at, and Richmond hadn't become or Collingwood hadn't become sort of trendy places by then. So I guess for all those reasons.
Do you remember the freeway debate in the 70s?
Yes, I do. I remember I didn't actually take part in the blockade, but I do remember the blockade across the freeway with. I remember the piles of furniture at the corner of Wellington Street and maybe even at Gold Street. I can't quite remember actually. I think, it was either Wellington or Gold Street, perhaps both. And probably, actually when I think about it, it's probably Gold Street, because that later became blocked off by the median strip and you can't drive continuously across that stretch now.
Do you think that the road splits the suburb in two?
Yes, I think it does. I think it probably, in a way, it always did, because it was it's a very big wide expanse. And as I understand it, it was actually, the original name of it was Riley Street, and that was the reason the median strip is so huge, is that there's actually a vast sewer that runs down the middle, and before that there was the famous Riley Street drain into which dead cows and cows and drunks and others fell, and the sewage ran, I think, along it, and this was before the area was sewered, and it was a very smelly, dirty place, and so I guess it was probably after the area was sewered that the street was, that drain was filled in, and the name was changed, and I assume it was changed to in honour of she would have been, I suppose, the wife of the Prince of Wales at the time, Alexandra. That's presumably why it's named that.
And what period are we talking about?
That would have been, Melbourne, as I understand, I think our area was sewered in about the 1870s, but I'm not absolutely sure. Maybe about that, because late in the 1970s, maybe early 1980s, they relined all the water pipes and sewers and things in our area, and was one of the people I think one of the mains that had been relined burst, and I had to ring up what was then the Board of Works and say, look, we haven't got any water, and he said, we're having terrible troubles because he said, we're relining all these pipes, and they were laid about 100 years ago, so that would have been 1870s or early 1880s, and I guess, the Prince of Wales, who later became Edward VII, his wife was Alexandra, so I assume that's why. Yes. So I assume it was named after her.
So do you think because Fitzroy is such an old suburb that it has a specific identity, or?
Well, yes, I suppose it does, and it certainly isn't just as a slummy place, but it is as I understand it, the oldest suburb of Melbourne. And I think in Georgiana's journal, which is the journal of Georgiana McRae, who's after whose family, McRae down on the Mornington Peninsula is named, they first settled somewhere around, I don't know if they actually settled in Fitzroy, but in her journal she mentions Fitzroy as being established as a little sort of suburb outside of the centre of Melbourne. So it's been around for a very long time, so in Australian terms.
Yeah.
And its character must have, it must have developed a different character along the way.
Yeah.
And I suppose, it obviously, as times there've been parts of it that have been very wealthy, judging by the size of the houses.
Yeah.
And then, of course, as older areas of cities often do, it became quite degraded. And especially, I think, of course, a lot of Melbourne was hit very hard by the failure of the land, when the land boom bust in 1893.
Yeah.
And so, so the nature of the suburb changed a lot. Places that have been, owned by one family, people just sold out, or they decided to move out anyway, and then the working class sort of moved in. Well, they'd been moving in. Obviously, these houses, like this one even, would have been built in, my guess is by the look of it,
1890s.
Well, no, I would have said this is earlier than that. My house was built in 1887.
Okay.
And the type of decoration and so on, I would guess, is about the same. This kind of curved pediment with the decorations on the top is fairly typical in the 1880s. And I think, in fact, well, I'm not sure about this part of Melbourne, but certainly in some other parts of Melbourne, houses that had been built to house workers were left standing empty for part of the 1890s because the workers couldn't afford to buy them, and so they were built, by spec builders. It's a bit like some of the housing estates now, and in places like Fitzroy, and they just couldn't find anyone to live in them because they couldn't afford the prices. And I think lots of Fitzroy was, the big houses were divided up at that stage into rooming houses, and that's when you got a lot of people crowding into small spaces and so on. And I guess too that the big institutions like the hospitals and so on tended to be built in a circle fairly close round the centre of the city, and so even before agencies like the Brotherhood of St Lawrence set up in the 1930s, this would have been an area that would have had quite a lot of people coming to it for services in that way.
Yeah. Have you seen in your own lifetime, or the time that you've lived here, have you seen a change of the people that live in Fitzroy?
Oh yes, I think so. I mean, I was just thinking at the end of that previous sentence that, of course, another big change, which actually occurred in the 60s before I moved in, was the demolition of a lot of the older houses and the building of these high-rise flats, particularly in this area.
Yeah.
And because they are what's now called social housing or some public housing, then whoever is the sort of, as it were, the latest group of low-income people to arrive in the area, they're accommodated in these houses. So there's been a big shift in ethnic groups and all that sort of thing too. And I guess, and I'm noticing now, and I don't think that's in a negative sense at all, but it's quite interesting that the wave of Vietnamese who were very prominent in this part of Fitzroy, say 15 years ago, they're now spread further, and so we've got, for example, in Queen's Parade, which is my local shopping centre, we've got a Vietnamese hot bread shop now that wasn't owned by Vietnamese people, and I think there are Vietnamese or Chinese people who are certainly, if not actually, they may not own the business, but they're certainly working as, it looks like it's a family group in one of the fish and chip shops and so on. And it's, yes, there are still pockets of earlier waves of post-Second World War immigration, some Italian and Greek groups, and some of their social clubs and buildings and so on are still in around North Fitzroy or Clifton Hill, and so people will still come back from Doncaster or Templestowe or Keilor or wherever they move to for meetings of these local groups, but they're probably much more middle-aged and older people now than would have been a while back, because it's probably still basically the same group of people who are coming back, rather than a lot of young people following them into these clubs, is my guess. But that's just a guess because I haven't been to any of the meetings.
So for a lot of people coming to Australia, Fitzroy would be their first view of Australia too.
Yes, I don't know whether that's still... Well, I suppose it is, because after all, the Learning Network, we've got asylum seekers from Afghanistan and Iraq and all sorts of places. Yes, well, if it's not their first... It probably isn't their first view of Australia. Their first view of Australia would be Ashmore Reef or somewhere, and then a detention centre. But once they've actually been allowed to come and live in a reasonably normal community, this is probably, yes, their first view of Australia. And, I mean, I'm so used to places like Smith Street and less Victoria Street, not because I have an objection to it, it's just a bit further away and I don't shop there very much, but Smith Street or Brunswick Street or wherever, that it doesn't strike me as strange that you see a huge variety of faces in and ethnic groups and stuff in a smaller space. But in fact, it always strikes me as surprising when other people are surprised. And I think, gosh, are there some places where you don't see people like this? It's yes, there's certainly been waves of people coming through. And in fact, I think Brunswick Street's a rather interesting example of a kind of an attempt, I won't say, an attempt to recapture an area, and to some extent successful, but it's almost, Brunswick Street seems to me, to quite an extent, to be, as it were, the outsider's view of what some aspects of Fitzroy used to be like, because I have a feeling that a lot of people who go to Brunswick Street have really no connection with the suburb except coming to Brunswick Street. And, I mean, they're perfectly entitled to, but they almost claim it as their own possession in a way that ignores what it used to be like. And then again, it's all very well for me to say that, because in a sense I'm just doing the same thing but a generation earlier, really. But when I first knew Brunswick Street, it still had wooden blocks in the tram lines, for example. In fact, it was one of the last streets that did, and it was fairly run down. But it's not. It's only probably about 5 or 6 years since one of my very elderly acquaintances was living in Brunswick Street, opposite the Fitzroy football ground, and and her sister, who has since died, was living with her, and her sister and her husband, when he'd been alive, they had run a newsagent just north of Alexandra Parade, and supplied the newspapers for all the. I don't know whether they as far over as where I live now, but certainly up Brunswick Street and all that. Probably the area just west of Brunswick Street, and that was it's a very different sort of lifestyle from what Brunswick Street represents now to most of the rest of Melbourne.
Yeah. So is there anything that you see that might threaten the unique character or community fabric of Fitzroy? Any sort of things that may happen in the future or present trends? Sort of like maybe inappropriate developments?
Yeah, I was going to say that's probably the first thing that springs to mind. Yes, inappropriate building developments, because it's now an expensive place to live. There are always people who are wanting to to profit from perhaps quite legitimately wanting to build houses and things to make a profit, and because the infrastructure is fairly old, but obviously some of it is probably not worth endlessly renovating and repairing. It probably is better to pull it down in some cases. But yes, there's a tendency for in terms of streetscapes and so on to put up housing that's not necessarily very high quality, perhaps has a rather mass-produced look, is often out of scale with the buildings around it. I mean, thank goodness, I don't think anybody would allow the building of high-rise flats like the ones we now have anymore. And that was quite literally done by people driving around in cars saying, oh, here's a slum, we'll pull it down, without ever checking to see what it was really like. But yes, I think that's a constant danger, and I suppose behind that lies a view of what place is about, and what rights people have to do business and make money and so on. I suppose there are other things that which may be even in a way associated with that, but there's also, I guess, as anywhere where there's change, there are some changes that people resist, perhaps unfairly. For example, connected with a possible building is, for example, the house of the Gentle Bunyip up in Gold Street, or corner of Gold Street and Hodgkinson Street. And that was where a developer wanted to put up, I think, I'm not sure how many stories the building was going to be, 3 or 4 stories high, and quite a number of dwellings on a reasonably small site, and the house that was to be demolished was.
So Ingrid, what's your connection?
Yes, Craig.
with Fitzroy?
Well, I've been living here for about 2 or 3 years, not really long. I've lived in North Fitzroy for a long time.
Yeah.
But I suppose I've had a connection with the suburb just because I grew up in North Carlton, which is very close.
Yeah.
So I can remember when my mum used to take us to the supermarket here on Brunswick when the street was cobbled, very bumpy in the car. So.
Yeah. And how is Fitzroy different to where you grew up in North Carlton?
I suppose it was just a bit more run down. I think my parents are sort of probably the first wave of and other people like them gentrification of that sort of inner city, and Fitzroy hadn't quite had that same sort of influx of young couples, starting families. Sort of I suppose what's going to happen to Brunswick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was a lot rougher.
Yeah. It was much more run down. It didn't quite have that sort of young family feel, I suppose. Yeah.
Do you think there's a young family thing in Fitzroy?
No, I don't. No, I think you could quite possibly say there's not. Yeah.
So what sort of things in Fitzroy do you identify with, or do you go out here or eat here, or?
Yeah, I suppose I go to the pubs because they're close.
Yeah.
And sometimes to the restaurants. Yeah.
Yeah.
The old cafe society.
So that on Brunswick Street, or?
Oh, wherever. I mean, I suppose because I live near the Union, I go to the Union a bit.
Yeah.
Because lazy. It's a good pub. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how have you seen Brunswick Street change, or other parts of Fitzroy change since you've been coming here or living here?
How's it changed? I think it's got its own wave of gentrification, but it's a different sort of gentrification because it's never saying it's not the young families. It's, I suppose, the apartment dwellers.
Yeah.
Which is quite different. And you see, I mean, you get the sort of like you had the Koori community up the top end of Gertrude Street, which is just not there anymore, and and then even the drug addicts who've sort of been there and gone. It's just sort of a weird sort of flux of people coming in and out. But of course, it's very much tied to the property market and who can afford to live here. You could say that Fitzroy's become a brand name, really.
Yeah. So
yeah.
What do you like about Fitzroy? What do you think is real positive things?
For me, the convenience of it, because I work in the city, and it's just so easy to walk into the city or, catch a tram. I can be, get up really late and still be there sort of on time.
Yeah.
And in that way too, because it's such a small suburb in sort of physicality, that you can, everything's in walking distance.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's good.
So what sort of things do you not like about Fitzroy? Do you find it a safe place, or?
Yeah, reasonably. I think, I've never felt unsafe, actually. What I don't like about it, I suppose you could sort of complain about the, the apartment dwellers and stuff, but then it's just, that's sort of like complaining about the tides or something, these things happen, like it's the natural progression of a suburb. It's sort of like, fast up version of immigration, really.
Yeah.
So it makes it a little bit less interesting.
Yeah.
So, which is sort of a bit sad. That's, I think, the thing.
So do you think that the gentrification could make it a little bit more homogenous or boring?
Yeah, it does, because they're people who are not. It's about culture, and they're people who are not really involved in building a culture.
Yeah.
So, there's a sort of, going out culture perhaps for them, but it's not, it's quite different. Young families are particularly good at doing that, like people with young, and kids and families, but people who sort of, I'm, in a sense I'm like that too, but yeah, there's not those people who sort of really strengthen the community like that.
Yeah.
They don't sort of add to that sort of culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do you think that wave of gentrification is happening? What do you think people look for when they move here?
Oh, it's branding, as I said before. It's like Fitzroy the brand.
Yeah.
So it's suddenly become a sought after brand in that way, and and it's got sort of like it's all. I mean, for all the reasons that I live here too. You know,
so
easy to go out, close to things.
Yeah.
You know.
And what does that brand mean?
From people who, that's a really interesting question. Like from people who are actually in the real estate market.
Yeah.
I mean, you can read the ads. It's sort of this sort of like the bohemian, like God forbid, lifestyle. You know, I mean, it's almost they're selling it like that, which is quite funny. Sort of like or the cafe lifestyle, I suppose they call it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
So were there lots of cafes here when you were a kid? You used to come?
Not really, no. I mean, it's hard, like when I was an actual kid, it was sort of hard. It's more when I was a teenager or a bit sort of, I mean, the Black Cat was the big one. I mean, that was sort of, the Rumbarellas and then Mario's. Yeah. They're sort of stalwarts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you remember when the Black Cat opened? Or
No, as I said, because I didn't live in the suburbs, so my connection there was just as a visitor really, until Brunswick Street. But very as a teenager, you like to come over and shop and like have a coffee there, whatever I had, hot chocolate probably.
Yeah. God, I can't play. So,
yeah. Like that.
So, what do you understand about globalisation, Ingrid?
In terms of Fitzroy?
Yeah. Or how are the things that you see in Fitzroy that you could say are part of
that
a much larger picture?
Well, I suppose you can, like off the top of your head, you say things like, video, was it Blockbusters video?
Yeah.
And, 7-Eleven and, or those sort of stores moving into the area.
Yeah.
They don't seem to have got as much of a stranglehold as they probably could have.
Yeah. Do you see that as a good thing or a bad thing?
I think you can only see it as a good thing that they don't, just because those sort of stores, they suffocate communities and culture, because you lose the culture of individual communities from it. Yeah. So they're sort of quite destructive like that. Yeah. In that way. I think that's the thing. I mean, it's probably a really good example of why small businesses are important if you look at it on a really economic scale. Yeah. To support small businesses and people starting businesses.
And local economies. Yeah.
Which is quite an area that I sort of look at work, but there's also, of course, the classic line, Nathan owning half the pubs. I mean, that's quite insidious if you think about it. Yeah. I mean, they've basically kept the sort of veneer of the culture, but, taken away your choice of being able to drink what you like, or drink, although, of course, it's quite bizarre sort of preferring VB over Tui's when, they're both, why have a loyalty to John Elliott, for God's sake? Yeah. So, globalisation, it's sort of, I think one of the things, though, about that sort of, late stage capitalism is that, though, that I think it has allowed me to live this very indulgent lifestyle that I have, which is to be, my prolonged adolescence in this suburb that is designed for people who like to have prolonged adolescence. Yeah. So, in that way, you have to be very aware of your position in it or something. It's not no one's. I don't have to really. I mean, if you think of other people in the world and what their culture, basically assumes that they will do, and etc. Sort of individualism, I suppose it is.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Janelle, what's your connection with Fitzroy?
Well, at the moment I book all the bands at the Punters Club, so and I live up in North Fitzroy.
Yeah. Have you ever lived in Fitzroy?
Yeah, well, I've been in North Fitzroy, which I guess is just that little tiny weeny bit out, for about 2-3 years, and before that I spent a lot of time in Collingwood. So.
Yeah. And where were you before you moved to this part of Melbourne?
Well, originally I was in Collingwood, and then I kind of went over to the western suburbs for a while.
Yeah.
Yarraville, Fitzroy, and then travelled a bit, then came over here. Yeah.
Okay. And would you say that Fitzroy has a unique character or a unique identity compared to other places you've lived? Or?
Yeah, I guess my connection with Fitzroy has always been live music, playing in bands since I was about 15, and sort of did my first gig over at the Everyday when that was a bit of a pumping kind of still pretty gutsy indie sort of venue. And that's been my main connection with the place, and I've always come and seen shows, and generally they've been around here,
Yeah. So you think that Fitzroy and Collingwood is pretty unique because of the live music scene?
Yeah, I guess that's sort of my main passion and what I've always done, so that's the thing I notice, and that's what keeps drawing me back to this area every time I sort of left and come back or whatever. And now I'm sort of employed in that kind of industry, so to me that's a massive standout point, is the live music,
And sorry, what do you do now? What's your job?
I book all the bands at the Punters Club.
Yeah.
And there's another thing that I do, which is just once a year, which is it's called Winter 2C, which is the Fitzroy Collingwood Music Festival.
Yeah. And what's the festival? What's that about?
Well, it covers all the live music venues in Collingwood and Fitzroy. So I think within a 2 kilometre radius, there's something like, this year we had 36 venues. So it's a pretty concentrated kind of space of live music venues, which is pretty unique to not only sort of Melbourne, but lots of other places. And the festival's just a 2-week program of sort of celebrating that culture and what happens here, day in, day out.
So having lots of live venues is good for cultivating new bands and new acts?
Yeah, I mean, venues always are, because if there's no venues, there's nowhere for bands to play, really.
Yeah.
But I think what's unique about this particular area is that consistently over the last 12 years, the community that's just seemed to have developed, because of lots of reasons, I think, has meant that we still have this incredible concentration of live music venues, as opposed to, say St Kilda, where it's always kind of happened, but at the end of the day, all you're sort of left with now is the SB, there's not that concentration that we have here.
Yeah. Do you think there's any reason why there's that concentration in this area?
I don't know, I've thought about it a lot. I think, probably, yeah, sort of around the 12 years ago, there was a lot more rental accommodation available here. It was obviously a lot cheaper for people to live here and really close to the city. So Carlton's always sort of been a bit more highbrow, and you've got the East Melbourne, which is all very close, but probably has always been a lot more than Fitzroy was. It's obviously changed a lot now. So there was this incredible sort of density of students, artists, musicians, all kind of living in an area. And I guess the Punters Club and probably the Everyday were sort of, how I remember them, as probably being pretty, instrumental in housing indie alternative music. Why it hasn't fallen on its ass, sooner, I don't know, given that now property values are really high, and a lot of people are renting, sort of Brunswick, Thornbury, and having to move out where it's a little bit cheaper, the musicians, the artists, the students. But people still keep coming back, and it's almost like, the idea of this being a bit of a live music artistic capital of Melbourne has been quite entrenched and strong. And because so many of the venues have been solid and doing it for so long, that's what's kept its strength. Although, that could all change any year.
So you see as like rising property values, rising rents as the biggest threat to the live venues around here?
Yeah, and and just generally cultural shifts. You need people to go to gigs, and I think there needs to be a lot more support from the government level on promoting live music as a separate entity to the music industry. Lots of bands get to sell records, lots of record companies make lots of money, internationals come and tour, but at the end of the day there's no real focus on, hey, this is a really valid cultural sort of aspect to especially young people's culture. And people now are a lot more inclined to potentially go to a bar, have a drink, meet up, and then maybe go see a band, or maybe they go have dinner. Whereas 8 years ago you'd just rock down to the Tote and you'd know you'd see all your mates there. But I think once again there's always dips and rises in how culture kind of moves and changes, and live music definitely is has been back on the rise, for quite a while. There was sort of this weird, oh my god, electronic music's going to take over, And, it's another really uniquely Melbourne thing is the classic corner pub. It's always got a band. It's very Australian, really. It's not so prevalent in other cultures.
And is it true that the Punters is closing down?
Yeah. While we're on the topic. Probably early next year.
And are there any ideas on what it's going to become?
No, the situation is that the landlord and the current lessee have been trying to renegotiate the lease for about 10, 12 months. And it's, sort of finally been decided that they're not going to come to an amicable agreement. So basically the lease, it's up to the landlord what he does now with the lease and with the property. So we're not sure.
So it could mean the end of one of the last live venue.
Which is why I was sort of commenting that it has been interesting, this area, that there's been these solid kind of stock horses that have kept it all going in terms of, every night a week literally putting on live music. So, maybe taking the Punters Club out of that recipe, it'll be interesting to see what happens, I think, specifically with, the Brunswick Street hotspot. I don't know how much of an effect it will have overall, but I think there is a specific aspect of the culture of this street that will feel it.
Okay. Thanks very much.
No worries.
Joan, how long have you lived in Fitzroy for?
Well, when I was young, I lived there the first 19 years of my life. So I went to George Street School for about a week, and then I ended up having my primary education at Cambridge Street, Collingwood, and I went to the Fitzroy Girls High for a couple of years, which is in Bell Street, Fitzroy. But I never lived there all the time. My father was on the railways and we moved around a lot. I mean, my sister and I were born in the bush, but all the boys she just happened to be in Melbourne. So they're all born in Carlton. So
So you live there now?
No, I live in Bundoora, and there's not many careers of my day there in Fitzroy, if any, because the reason most of them left was for better homes. Because when I lived there, I lived in a basement.
Really?
We didn't have a shower or a bath. We had an old copper out the back that was boiled up for water, and we stood in a trough in the wash house, or washed out of the dish and things like that when I was a young kid. And your toilet was right down the backyard. So have it pretty good these days.
And what years was these in?
We're talking about the 50s, I suppose. My late 40s, early 50s, because my youngest brother, the baby of the family, was born in 51, and we lived there then. And we lived there for a while. For quite a few years after that. My grandparents came to live in Fitzroy because they got burnt out twice in the bush.
By bushfires or?
Well, I don't think it was bushfires, but they were burnt out. And because as Aboriginals, there were rednecks in those days, and they're still there, so, they're still around. But you don't know, so you can't put a finger on anybody. reason that the Aboriginal people have moved into the Melbourne area is because they mostly moved here to look for work.
Yeah.
That was the reason why Aboriginal people came to Old Fitzroy, chose Old Fitzroy, because if I remember, Fitzroy was the suburb.
Yeah.
It was like the Toorak or the South Yarra.
Really?
That's, I think, if you look in history,
Yeah.
that was the hub.
Yeah.
That was the main affluent area.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think there's still houses in Fitzroy that are under the trust, homes and things. So
You mean the National Trust?
the National Trust, yeah, you know, because they're so old and been well kept that they're under the National Trust.
Yeah.
Aboriginal people moved out of there because they got better homes.
Yeah,
Bigger homes. I
big
come
suburban.
from a place where we had 2 bedrooms and a kitchen, and the wash house also contained our gas stove.
Really?
And yes, and that's and we had a shelf out there and a shelf, copper, 2 troughs, and a gas stove.
Yeah.
There was a little room at the back, and they rented it out to this old homeless man.
Yeah.
And he lived there until he died, I think, but we never ever used that room.
Yeah.
It wasn't our room. And we had a kitchen, you know, your dining room and kitchen and everything is all in one, and these 2 bedrooms. And in that house, at one time, my mother was 6 children, her sister with 2 children, and her husband, my grandparents. We lived there, and if anybody come looking for a bed, they got one.
Wow.
So that was the way that we lived in those days, because everybody helped one another.
Yeah. What street did you used to live on?
We lived in Gore Street.
In Gore Street, yeah.
My old home's still there, old 82, and it was in the basement, but I believe I've never been down there since I left.
Yeah.
I believe it's been renovated quite a bit since those times.
Were there particular parts of Fitzroy that Aboriginal people used to go to a lot? Like like pubs and parks?
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff?
the pubs were always up at Gertrude Street.
Yeah.
You had 6 o'clock closing, and of course, and they all used to go to the builders more than anything. But they went to all the hotels in that street, but mainly the builders.
Yeah.
And if you came from another state and you wanted to find the Aboriginal community, our Koori counterparts would come to that area.
Yeah.
And it's just like when you go to Sydney, look for Redfern, there's certain places. So there's a place like that in all towns. Today they don't need to do that. We have formed corporations all over the place, and some of them are in Fitzroy, and they go there. And they find out where auntie, uncle, mum, dad have moved or where they are.
Yeah.
So there's places for all that now.
So it's like a much more formal process, like.
Oh, you just pop in.
Yeah.
It's the same as knocking on somebody's door and asking a question. You just pop into the organisations, and there's quite a number of Kooris there.
Yeah.
So there's always somebody who knows somebody.
Yeah.
So you can't get away. And if I went from here to Broome, there'll be somebody who knows somebody.
Yeah.
So you don't have that kind of problems in our community.
Kinship networks.
That's right.
Yeah,
We have very large kinship networks.
Is there still a large population of Kooris in Fitzroy? Or?
Because, as I said, they moved out for better accommodation.
Yeah.
We have a housing board set up, and I've been on that housing board, and when I bought properties out of town, like Epping and Bundoora, and places where people had 3 or 4 bedrooms in a big backyard.
Yeah.
And our people have over the last 20 years become accustomed to living that way.
Yeah.
So, and learning their rights. They have a right to live which way they want to live. So that's been great. The young people of the day have got it just a bit better.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I noticed that like the Curry Gym, it closed down. Is that
Yeah.
just a temporary thing? Or?
That's temporary.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they've had a little bit of a hiccup with some problems with the gym and fixing finances and stuff, but that's all going through a process now. That'll be all fixed. I'd probably be up and running again in about a year or 18 months. It's a darn process that they've got to go through to get it right again.
Yeah. So how do you think Fitzroy's changed? You think it's changed for the better since?
Well, when I was a young girl there, you could count the new Australians on your hand. Right?
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I don't have any problems with other nationalities.
Yeah.
The fact is, it was other nationalities that come to this country and developed it.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Australians in the country.
Yeah.
They come from someplace else.
Yeah.
And yet now, you have all different nationalities of the world in this country of ours, and I find it quite good in a sense, because it's you're teaching each other to be tolerant of people's culture, and I think it's a good thing for us. So there's always benefits, that have been good. But Fitzroy's been happy memories for me. I still see a lot of families that come from that area. And we didn't have any television. And Sunday afternoon we would go down Gertrude Street quite a lot to Auntie, we called her Auntie Ellie and Uncle Jack's house on the corner, because their daughter, Auntie Ella's, would play the piano, and my grandmother on piano accordion, my aunt on guitar, or Lucy and my Auntie Joyce would put on a show for all the young ones. So we made our own fun, and we'd dance around a small lounge and have a good time, and they're good memories.
So do you think that sense of community that in Fitzroy, do you think it's still there, or do you think it's been threatened a little bit by development, or like Brunswick Street has sort of changed Fitzroy quite a lot?
I think there's about 40 odd restaurants in Brunswick Street. You talk about Gertrude Street. There are all those flats there. There were houses there. There was Moody's hardware store on the corner there opposite the Irineau in my day. And yes, and you didn't have a TAB. They had a bet up the lane on the, call it, what is it, the SB bookies, and all that sort of thing went on in my day, and they were great, and used to hear words like, who's the cockatoo, keeping Nick where the coppers are and everything, The relationship with the enforcement wasn't the same as it is today. I think they're being taught to be far more tolerant and to understand, because of all the cultures we have here, they need to know about them. And we, of course, have all these cultures in our police force too. But, they were good times in Old Fitzroy.
So the police were a lot more mean.
I don't know. Maybe, I just think they were a bit less tolerant. And that has been developed and changed over time. And it doesn't matter what race or where you work, there's always somebody who is out of sorts with somebody. So you're never going to be perfect. But, we here at the Trust work on a lot of things together with different communities and culture groups, so we hope it lessens a lot.
So do you think that the community in the Koori community in Fitzroy, that was the most important Aboriginal community in Melbourne, or are there others that are around the city?
It's probably the one that developed the community in Melbourne. but you do have another community that started up in Dandenong, and they catered for a lot of people from Gippsland.
Yeah.
So, and they still do to this day. A group of Aboriginal people couldn't apply for funding to put on a dance or do welfare or do anything. 1968 or 69 it came in that they had to be a corporation. So you have Aboriginal corporations everywhere, and that's the only way Aboriginal people are permitted to receive funds, is if they become a corporation. And you have a lot of these groups set up to meet the needs of the community, and I think they started with the people that came from Fitzroy, and you've got to remember the people in Fitzroy came from all over. So you had people there from Cumbergunja, you had people there from Gippsland, from Lake Tyers and all that, and they lived there because they were churchgoers in those days.
So, Peter, how long have you lived in Fitzroy?
I think we came here in 54, 55, 90, so I've been here for over, how many years is that? Over 40 years or so?
Wow.
40 years, plus 45, I don't know.
And
a long time.
And you've been on these premises all the time? You've lived in Fitzroy?
No, in these premises I've been working here for over 25 years, probably about 26, 27. I was raised up the road here in James Street. And our families are not big movers, we just sort of moved from generally stay, you know. So I was for about 24, 5 years up at James Street as a kid to an adult, and then I moved down here and established my operation down here. So I've been here.
So you're an artist here?
Yep.
A sculptor or?
I sculpt and I paint and I do those things. I haven't gone into installation yet, but I'm looking forward to that.
And what did this building used to be before you moved in here?
It used to be an engineering works.
It
used to be an engineering works, and I think it was built in the 40s because I got some papers out of that they used as insulation in the ceiling. And they had newspapers from that era, so I think it was about the 40s when it was built. It used to be, heavy industry, foundry, metal fabrication, tool making, and all that sort of thing. And then when I got it, I kept its operation on a building and construction level, and studios and stuff like that. The gallery's been going for about 8 years.
And you would have seen a lot of changes in Fitzroy in the time you've lived here?
Well, changes. The only thing I know about Fitzroy is that it just changes. It's never one thing. I mean, in the 50s, it used to be a gravel road, Fitzroy Street, and there was the milk and the horse and cart eras. The milk was delivered by horse and cart. So was the ice. So the rubbish was collected by horse and cart. The bottlers would come around and collect all the bottles, the beer bottles and all that stuff. And that was horse and cart, and there used to be always a lot of beer bottles.
I can imagine. So you think there's something unique about Fitzroy as opposed to other areas of Melbourne? Something unique about its character?
Well, I guess as I've always remembered it, Fitzroy has always been a place where there was a diverse number of people. Right from the beginning. There used to be people of different races, different cultures, different beliefs. And in those early years, there was the racial element that was quite strong back then. You know what I mean? Where one race fought against the other, but the fighting was always
in good spirit.
In good spirit, and actually, when I look back at those days, and the people that I still see in the street from that era, that we used to fight each other. We embraced that time.
Yeah.
Because it was a time where our differences were sorted out, and we argued with each other, and we fought with each other, and you know, as kids, you know, that was part of the learning process, you know, where you sort of learn to, and you grow up and you grow through it, and you become a little bit more accepting about other people and their differences.
Yeah.
But that's what I would say is the special thing about Fitzroy, is that it is so diverse.
Yeah.
And that it's constantly on the change. On the change. It'll be another place in another 5 years, and another one, another 10. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see any sort of negative changes to Fitzroy? What things that could make it not such a good place to live or work in? You know, things like bad developments or something like that.
Well, you know, I guess the number one thing that concerns me more than anything is the drugs in the street and that, you know. So I'd like to see sort of people being taken care of in that way, you know. You know, and apart from that, there is places that are set up now which, you know, they can go to, you know, and get help. A lot of the medical centres and pharmacies and stuff like that, they're set up to sort of help in that way, you know. But I see that will be a thing that is a bit of a problem, you know.
Yeah.
But it'll be solved.
Yeah.
You know. So it's a bit like that. But Fitzroy has always had that rougher side to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You know, if it wasn't the theros and the alcoholics in the street back in the 50s, you know, it just wouldn't be the same place, you know.
Yeah.
You know, you really, in a strange sort of a way, that is a bit of an attraction. I don't sort of, you know, I see I drive down Brunswick Street in the morning, and just about every morning I see this old fellow. I don't know how old he is. He must be. Must be in his 70s, you know. He's got a walking stick, you know what I mean, and he's sort of, and this is sort of like morning, and he's got this bottle in his hand, right, and he's been to the pub, right,
already,
and he's walking up the street, and he's just sort of, you know, because it seems like he's got bad legs too, you know, and he's, you know, and you know, he's got his bottle, and he's got to go home, and he's going to plaster himself with it, you know.
Yeah.
You know, that's here too.
Yeah.
You know, that's it.
It adds to the colour.
It does. It does. You know, in a strange sort of a way. You know.
Yeah.
You know, if you can sort of, you know, look at that in the right way, if there is. You know, it's all right. You can sort of. You can live with it, and you can accept those people too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, if they say, you know, look, you can give us $5 or $2 or something like that. Well, you can say, well, here it is. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But the comforting thing is that there is support there for them too. You know.
Yeah.
You know, that's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how about Brunswick Street? How do you see how that's changed in the last 10 or 15 years? You think that's a good thing? Or?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just fantastic. You know, it's just fantastic.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, you know, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock came. I reckon you could have shot a bullet right down the middle of the footpath in Brunswick Street and not hit anybody. You know, there was nobody there. There was just a bit of paper blowing in the street. There was not a soul around.
Yeah.
You know, there was, and then it just somehow evolved itself. It used to happen in Gertrude Street.
Yeah.
That corner of Gertrude and Brunswick Street, going towards Nicholson and Smith Street. That used to be the thriving place back then.
Yeah.
The restaurants,
so in the 80s, 70s?
In the 50s and 60s.
50s, 60s.
60s, and then the flats came and sort of, closed that down. Then slowly it sort of regenerated itself down here.
Yeah.
There's, I think Mother Tuckers were the first little place to open up, and then I think it's in the 80s, and then slowly Henry came with the Black Cat, and then there was Mario's, and then Baker's, and then everything just sort of
took off.
It just kept going. Yeah. But there's people are coming here now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People from the suburbs are saying, where will we go?
Yeah.
And they say, well, let's go to Fitzroy.
Yeah.
And to me as an artist and a gallery director, that's just fantastic. Because that's what you want. It's people around to see the work, to see what you're doing, and
so it brings a lot more people in the district and gives it a bit more life. And
Yep. No, we've got the people and the characters, so so they come here to see them.
All right.
There you go.
Great. Thanks a lot, Peter. That'll be okay.
Is that it? Is it?
Yeah, that's fine. Is that okay?
I could have kept going forever.
I didn't realise we were on camera.
So, Pip, what's your connection with Fitzroy?
I moved to Melbourne when I was about 21, and very quickly discovered that Fitzroy was the place that I liked to hang out. The people that live here and the kind of things that are available here, the art galleries, the cafes, the pubs and the bands and the music and stuff, became my home here very, very quickly.
And where did you come from before Fitzroy?
I came from Mildura, northwest Victoria, country town.
And why did you come to Fitzroy?
You just asked me that.
No. What?
Why did I come to Fitzroy?
Yeah. Was it friends or?
Well, I initially moved to Carlton because a friend was living in Carlton, kind of just a couple of suburbs over, but found that I was, mostly hanging out in places on Brunswick Street and Smith Street, and the gay bars in Collingwood and around the traps, as opposed to anywhere else in Melbourne. So this kind of became my home in Melbourne.
Okay, so you've lived here before in Fitzroy?
Yeah, I've lived in where I lived, Carlton, Abbotsford, Collingwood, Fitzroy, North Fitzroy, Northcote. So in Fitzroy for about 3 years, I think, and also in other suburbs around it. As Fitzroy becomes increasingly more expensive, I find myself living as close to the area as I can, that I can afford to.
And you don't live here now?
No, I'm living, if you can call it that, in Mount Waverley at the moment, if people do actually live in Mount Waverley. I go there to sleep, and I work out there as well at the moment.
And is that because the rents are cheaper out there? Or?
Yeah, because the work I do doesn't make a lot of money. I make activist videos and I'm a filmmaker, so it doesn't make a lot of money, so I don't really have the full range of choice that a waged person might have in terms of where they live.
Okay. And what's...
Better if you hold the microphone still. Don't twist it in your fingers, you'll get noise.
and what's...
Better if you hold it by the clip as well, possibly.
And what sort of films do you make?
I've just finished a documentary about Jabluka, and I make films for Sky TV activist videos, like films about people who are protesting about issues and stories about human rights, social justice, environmental issues.
And what do you understand about the process known as globalisation?
From my perspective, it seems to be a word that's been applied to the whole gamut of protests that have been going on for, well, in my experience anyway, since I got involved in activism, which was mostly about nuclear issues, when it seems like there's now an umbrella term that, defines how corporations and, how supra-governmental organisations are organising the world to kind of benefit corporations and profit. I think when I first got involved in protesting about things, we did it aimed at a particular corporation, but now there's like this supra protest movement, or this supra-national umbrella group called anti-globalisation protesters who, you know, try and are seeking change at a global economic and political level.
So globalisation or globalism is like a set of ideas that's brought a lot of the protest movement together? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, it's been you know, the IMF, the World Bank, other organisations like that, you know, weren't going to get away with it forever. I mean, they still are getting away with it now, but at least people are aware of the issues that are going on with organisations like that, and people are, you know, combating the strategies that enable the corporations to make the profits that have the effects at the local level, as opposed to, you know, just fighting at a local level. There's now a global focus to the action as well.
So how do the ideas get to the international level? How do they circulate around the different activist movements, either in local areas or in the rest of the other countries?
There's always been communication between people fighting different causes in different countries and different regions and different continents, and it's possibly the internet has had the speed at which you can communicate there has had an effect on people being able to communicate issues, and, you know, digital technologies like digital video, etc., also sped up that, and, you know, just international telephone networks and, you know, the whole internationalisation of communication has, you know, worked as much in the favour of protest as it has in the people who, you know, they're trying to exploit, who corporations are. It's benefited protesters as much as it's benefited corporations and governments.
Have you tried to circulate your movies online at all?
In the last fortnight, I've had 3 emails from people who discovered my documentary through our website, and sent emails asking if they could get hold of a copy to put on at their film festivals, 2 from the UK, 1 from Prague. So, yeah, and also the independent festivals and, you know, other organisations that I've found through searching on the internet has provided, you know, a list of names and sent off probably 10, 15 copies to places like that. So the internet's been particularly useful for international distribution.
Have you thought of actually digitising some of your footage and putting it online? Have you thought about that tactic?
Yeah, video on the internet kind of sucks at the moment. It's so low band. I mean, I understand for a research project like this, where the aesthetics of it isn't the most important thing, that it works quite effectively. But I mean, my motivation for making films, as much as being the content in it, it's a visual aesthetic. So I'd be a bit loath to compress the fuck out of my video and audio to put it on the internet, because it wouldn't have the impact that it would have, and people could end up having quite a negative impression of it. But I am looking at ways of being able to rework the content to be suitable for a digital or an online environment. Yeah.
And is there any way that you can articulate corporate globalisation? Like, do you have examples of that, how that might operate in a suburb like Fitzroy?
Yeah, well, if you go up Brunswick Street, you can see it happening there, you know, all over the place. There's also interesting that it's happening less probably on Brunswick Street than it is in other places, because of the community and you know, the sense of, you know, independence that, you know, Fitzroy has, that makes it a bit unique in Melbourne. But the examples would be, you know, Blockbuster Video, which is owned by, if not Viacom, then, you know, one of the big 3 of the multinational media organisations. They, you know, distribute big blockbuster films and, you know, marginalise and drive out, you know, local competition that doesn't have the same production budgets, doesn't have the same marketing budgets and distribution budgets as what the big films have. So, you know, that's an effect that it has here, and also, you know, drives out local video store competition. Independent operators become, you know, more marginal because of the big glossy blockbuster sign on smack on prime real estate, which the smaller stores can't afford.
And you have an interest in coffee as well, which is, I suppose, one of the big things that Fitzroy has going for it.
Yeah, currently researching a documentary about coffee at the moment, and Starbucks is about to or has come to town. There's now, I think, 2 stores, maybe 3 stores open in Melbourne at the moment of Starbucks, and chances are they're going to want to get hold of a bit of real estate in Brunswick Street. There's rumours of a place in the old ANZ Bank building that Starbucks are trying to get hold of, but it's yet to be confirmed.
So why do you think Starbucks would be a bad thing for Brunswick Street?
Because the thing about Fitzroy is that, there's little coffee shops like Mario's and the Black Cat started up in the 80s, and sure, a cafe is not a culturally unique thing in itself, but the kind of cafes that operate on Brunswick Street are things which come down from, where the local community chooses to go and shop in terms of what's available in the cafes, that, there's local identity, and, the owner of the cafe is a local person who's involved in local community and, has a relationship to the people who they live with, whereas, Starbucks comes in and, large promotional budgets, even though they don't advertise, they have, massive promotional campaigns and come in and, like Blockbuster does, come over the top of the rest of it. There's established a community of coffee drinkers there, and they come in and use their money and their power to be able to create the idea that, they've got something unique and special when, there's, 15, 20,000 Starbucks, 5,000 Starbucks stores in the world at the moment. What is individual and unique about living in Fitzroy? Why would I want to keep living in Fitzroy when it's going to potentially end up having all the same services and shops as what you'd get in, Chapel Street, Prahran, or, Ackland Street, St Kilda? There still is diversity now within those different suburbs, but Starbucks makes that less and less and less, not only within Melbourne too, but, same in Sydney, same coffee in Seattle, same in New York, same as Tokyo. What's the point living anywhere?
And it's probably bad coffee anyway?
I haven't had it. Don't really want to go and try it, but I believe it caters to a more American way of making coffee, which is, basically more over roasted coffee beans, kind of caramelise it to get rid of the coffee flavour, because, the Americans find the actual real coffee taste a bit offensive. They're used to milkshake, so they make it, like a hot coffee milkshake, so I've been told.
Yeah. And do you think there's any that some of the practices of these large corporations like Starbucks are questionable, like ethically?
Yeah, I'm yet to actually confirm when Starbucks started buying their coffee from East Timor, but they, or if not them, certainly other companies of the size and magnitude of Starbucks, certainly some German companies bought coffee through an Indonesian-controlled dictatorship in Indonesia from East Timor. So the East Timorese were being, repressed by the Indonesian military. The Indonesian military were, siphoning off the coffee through, monopoly, through their own companies, and then, selling it on in order to, be able to provide further weapons to keep repressing the East Timorese. And, global corporations have the, political might, someone the size of Starbucks, I don't know their actual role in East Timor, or a large multinational coffee company has the resources to be able to pressure government to keep, a monopoly or a dictatorship going, to be able to provide the resources at the lowest cost so they can maximise their profits. Small independent operators and little coffee distributors can't apply that same amount of pressure, so they're intrinsically less exploitative than a large company.
So that a corporation can just move into another country and exploit its low wages, and
yeah, well, look at Nike. Look at how the car manufacturing's shifted to largely to Southeast Asia and from the United States into Mexico and South America. Nike, Adidas, Reebok, instant coffee market now being grown in Vietnam. Clothing manufacturer, shoes, you name it. It's large companies are exploiting third world labour or labour from low-income nations. So us here in Fitzroy can get our cheap Bonds t-shirts, and Bonds can make a big profit.
Yeah, well, Fitzroy used to have a very large textile industry and also a very large confectionery industry. Do you think that part of the reason that all these factories have moved offshore is just to exploit cheaper wages?
Oh, that'd have to be the ultimate reason. I can't think of any other reason why you'd do it. And certainly there's less of a market over there, you know.
So what do you see? What do you think the biggest commodity in Fitzroy is now? What do you think it sells the most of?
Real estate. Had a guess. Property redevelopment. You know, all the old textile factories.
And why do you think people want to buy real estate here?
Because people, you know, like me, not me, because it was before my time, who, you know, found Fitzroy an interesting place and full of diversity and culture, came here and actually created something that was unique and desirable. Then, you know, those with the money came in and bought it up.
So appropriation.
Yeah, and therefore, you know, they're killing that thing which, you know, they desired, came and wanted, and, you know, and by the... Anyway, I won't try and get too dogmatic about the middle classes, but, you know, culture is always created by people who are creating with very few resources. You know, like cuisines of famous cuisines from around the world, you know, weren't invented by big fancy chefs in the palaces of the wealthy. They were invented by, you know, a peasant that didn't have enough to eat, so worked out that, you know, you could do this fancy thing with a potato when you're eating potatoes every day of the year, that you can find ways of making things taste good and finding ways of eating things that might otherwise not be palatable, and they therefore become delicacies. You know, culture's never created by the wealthy, it's exploited by the wealthy and ultimately destroyed by the wealthy. Then we move on and the peasant classes create something else.
So do you see, if you see that you know, diversity is, and culture are particularly things that small communities should celebrate, how do you see the future of Fitzroy or places like this?
Well, I don't know what time frame I'm talking about here, but ultimately I think that the global economy as it exists at the moment and the destruction that it's causing, you know, environmentally and socially is unsustainable. So I think that there's going to be a massive shift at some point in the future. So I don't think society as it exists at the moment is sustainable. I don't know if this is going to happen in, you know, if this global economic crisis we're in at the moment is going to, you know, cause a long-term crumble in the United States empire, or if it's going to take, you know, 500 years, but ultimately, you know, we're just burning ourselves out, basically, you know, literally and metaphorically.
Okay, thanks very much for your time, Bill.
Thank you.
What's your association with Fitzroy?
I started coming to Fitzroy probably 6 or 7 years ago, and my ex-girlfriend moved in to this street, Napier Street, about 6 years ago, so I've been coming since then. And I've been living here for the last 3 years, and I've been running a clothing store in Fitzroy for the last couple of years.
Okay.
Mm.
And where did you live before you lived in Fitzroy?
Before Fitzroy, I was in Flemington for 5 years, and before that, I had high school up in Eltham in the northeastern suburbs.
Yeah.
Mm.
And would you say that Fitzroy has a different identity or a different sort of sense of local place than the other areas you've lived in?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I haven't been back particularly to Eltham for 3 years. It was the last time I even went there, and I can't stand the place. The thought of being somewhere so far away from the city and everything is just painful to me now.
Yeah.
And yeah, Fitzroy's just got, there's just a lot more happening, there's a lot more faces and, you know, stuff to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What sort of things do you...
are there to do?
Yeah.
I just like being close to, you know, to the city and being able to go out and do whatever I need to do without having a car and worry about, you know, shopping centres or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's good having lots of pubs around.
Yeah. So what do you think gives Fitzroy a sort of uniqueness as opposed to Flemington or...
Well, Eltham's just, you know, just white nightmare, and you're never going to see anything interesting out there. I couldn't stand the people out there. It's just suburbanites with their swimming pools.
I don't know, I guess there's just a lot of people in Fitzroy. There's a lot of different... I mean, I love having the flats here. I had an argument with a friend of mine a couple of years ago who was trying to tell me how great it would be if they moved the flats or if they closed down the flats. Like, flats obviously aren't a great thing, but it's great having them there, and it's great being able to see people like that around. The only thing I don't like about it now is that I have to pay a stupid amount of rent to live in a little terrace house because, you know, because everybody's starting to move in from the suburbs again.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a different place now than it was 5 years ago when I started coming.
Yeah.
The weekends on Brunswick Street now are just hell.
Yeah.
I walk down there and have blinkers on and I'm, you know, keen to punch them all.
Yeah.
Tell them to get back to the suburbs. But during the week it's nice. I don't know, there's a bit of a... It's not a community, but you know what I mean. There's kind of something happening. So.
Yeah. And what sort of shop do you work in?
It's a jeans and streetwear store. So I sell Levi's, Lee, and all streetwear brands like Fresh Jive and Mooks, Mosimo, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay. And do you understand things like globalisation and what it means with clothes and textiles and stuff like that?
I basically get the theory of it. I mean, everything that I sell in my store is all, with a couple of exceptions, all made in China. So, I mean, I guess it's understandable. It's cheap labour over there, and it's not here. The only thing that kind of makes me question it, I mean, I can understand a company like Mooks, for example, which is worth a lot of money, $500 million this company's worth, that they have all their factories over there and stuff. But then there's also a company like Pervert that just makes jeans and that sort of thing. That's all made locally as well. That's in St Kilda and they make it there. And their prices are about the same as companies that make it overseas. And also there's a company called Nobody, which is actually interesting. You could probably speak to Nick about it. He's in Fitzroy as well, has been the whole time, makes in Fitzroy.
Yeah.
And his jeans are as good as any Lee jeans that are made offshore, and he's cheaper. So, you know, I mean, that's something that I kind of question why it is.
Yeah.
I mean, are we paying more than we should do for things that are made offshore, or is he just remarkably cheap? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure the kind of wages that like Nobody and Pervert that make locally are paying aren't going to be great. I mean, you go into the warehouse and they're all non-English speaking Chinese people at sewing machines, which I guess is going to be the same as overseas. But yeah, that's my understanding of it.
Yeah. So Rhino, do you find any difference in the quality of clothes that are made locally or made in China?
Oh, sure.
Is that even if they're the same price sort of thing?
Basically, yeah. Stuff, like I said, that's made locally tends to be a lot better quality. Even stuff like jeans. Like jeans is what I know and I do a lot of. Jeans always stretch. Tell everybody they stretch. Certain brands stretch more than others. The ones like Pervert, I said, is made locally, are the best I've ever seen in regards to they don't stretch. The quality of their denim is a lot better than the ones that are made overseas. Probably the best example is that Levi's always used to be made in Adelaide. Their factory was always in Adelaide, made in Australia. And whilst the Levi's I sell are seconds, so they're things that they've stuffed up in the factory with little flaws on them. They've now, so yeah, I mean, the quality was always, if that's always happening, I guess it was always not 100%. But they've been starting in the last couple of years moving all their factories overseas, and they're just scattered around. Like there's some Levi's these days, got no idea where they're made. Some say Pakistan, some are China, some are Fiji as well. And the quality is just getting worse and worse, basically, as soon as they've moved overseas. And which means, for my boss in his business, it's a good thing because it's just going to mean more and more seconds and more money he's going to make. But yeah, definitely there is a difference.
So if like the big corporate textile firms, if they pay the same wages as they do,
for local made stuff, then they could still be sold at the same price, you think?
What are you saying, if it was all made here?
No, I was saying if the big tech corporate, the multinational corporates, if they pay, $10 or $15 an hour rather than $2 a day to their workers in China.
Overseas,
Do you think that they could still be sold for the same price here?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how all that sort of thing works. Like I said, it doesn't make sense to me that you've got the same retail price for stuff that's made overseas as here. I don't think if they were to be paid any more, it would make any difference to the quality of stuff that's made overseas, because the quality that controls that they've got over there obviously is what they want. Like the standard of stuff coming out is what they're happy with. They can afford to have whatever percentage of defective things, and it's not a big deal, and they're happy with that. So
maybe the workers aren't happy. Like if they're unhappy, you're going to make just shit clothes.
Yeah, I suppose it makes sense.
Pay them more. They make better clothes.
Yeah.
So do you know anything about the history of that strip on Smith Street? Where all the seconds places are?
Not really. I mean, I've been living here, like I said, for 3 years. When I went for the job, or 3 or 4 years, whatever it is, been coming here for 6 years. When I went for the job nearly 2 years ago, I didn't even know that they existed, because I'd only been down Smith Street. Yeah, well, I've been coming, like I said, down this way for 6 years, and when I went for the job 2 years ago, I didn't even know that any of those shops existed. I'd only spent all my time on Smith Street around the Safeways bit, and yeah, it was a shock to me to see all these places. Then even a bigger shock to me when I started working there, how busy it is and how many people do know about all these places. I think the first place to open there was Nike, which was about a while ago, probably 7 or 8 years ago, opened up there, I think. And then all the others, there were other kind of factory outlets were there which aren't there anymore. I think, I don't know, like Glow Weave or whatever had an outlet down there for a while. And there's been a lot of comings and goings down there. And then Adidas and Converse and stuff opened up maybe 2.5 years ago, about the same time that we did, I think, yeah.
Is there any reason that they're all together? Is it just some sort of planning reason? Or?
No, it just makes sense. People are going there to go to Nike.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of people. I don't know what they do with this shit, but they're just wanting to go to Nike, and so, you've got this traffic flow. It makes sense.
Yeah.
And I mean, most of the time it is insane. Like, it's busier on a Saturday there than it is Burke Street or Swanston Street in the city.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And most of the stores are seconds stores?
Yeah, most of them are. But then there's a few definitely now been thrown into the just normal stores that people still go to. So. I mean, I've only got the Levi's that are seconds, everything else is normal, so.
And so how much do seconds, how much cheaper are they usually?
I don't even know I don't know what the Nike and Adidas and that are. I don't think they are seconds or anything. They're not damaged stuff. Yeah. It's all, I don't know, their warehouse. It's where they clear, discontinued lines and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, as far as like factory seconds go, yeah, I don't know if the others are. I don't even think they are. I have no idea. That's about it. Yeah.
So, Rhino, retail and the textile industry seems to have got a lot of heat over from the anti-globalisation activists, especially companies like Nike. Do you see any solutions to the style of globalisation that the big textile companies are pushing, or do you?
What do you mean in that? Is there a solution for these companies so that they look better to activists? Is that what you mean? Or?
No, I mean, is there any of the practices you see that the companies like Nike do?
To get a better reputation in the public?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the way they treat all their employees, if you see Nike as a big company which has different facets to its organisation, one being its production offshore, which is their employees in China, and then there are the people who run the company, and then the people who are employees who sell the crap. I guess the only thing I know about Nike, for example, is that they've got very high casual staff who are paid under, I think, the highest award wage they can. Like, I mean, for kids, whatever, 18, 19, they're getting like $20 an hour on a Sunday or something like that. And then, you know, Saturdays at 14, whatever it is, it's good kind of casual pay. The whole uniform thing, you know, they've all got their little fascist uniforms, and they get really good discounts. I mean, they get clothing at, it's something insane like cost minus 40% or something. So these kids get $180 shoes for like $20 or something like that. So I guess I can't see that they're given the same privileges to other employees of the company overseas. And it's the same as, I don't know, I guess it's the same as McDonald's. I did some work at McDonald's, and that they're run in a similar way, in that they'll bend over backwards, you know, never fire somebody, always any sort of litigation or whatever, always settle out of court just to maintain this happy company appearance, I guess. I mean, and to distract you from, you know, the nuts and bolts of the company, so that you don't think about the factories overseas, and you don't think about where the crap comes from. You just think this is a great company giving you good hours, and having fun at work, and my runners were really cheap, you know.
Yeah.
So.
And possibly it's the people in the third world countries who subsidise the wages of the first world.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, if they weren't paying such a pittance over there, they wouldn't have the, you know, money in the bank to do all these sort of things in the first world. Mm.
Cool.
Nice.
So Sam, what's your association with Fitzroy?
My association with Fitzroy, historically backwards. Currently, I don't live in the area, but I have, or involved with 2 businesses in the area. But before that, probably more of a social association. I would say that coming here to frequent the nightlife.
So you came here as a student?
Early on as a student, back in the very early 80s, when I guess Fitzroy, in particular Brunswick Street, was seen as a hangout, and just starting to take off with some of the bars and cafes opening up in there.
Yeah. So where did you hang out in the early 80s in Brunswick Street, do you remember?
Punters Club, which would have been the Moonee Valley back then actually, or just starting off as the Punters Clubs for the live music scene. The Evelyn would have been another one, Evelyn Hotel. Some of the restaurants back then that I can't remember their names, but some of the earlier restaurants. And also, I guess, association with friends that lived in the area.
Yeah. So you were a student at RMIT?
Yep, student at RMIT.
And where did you come from before you came to Melbourne?
I arrived in Melbourne when I was 17 to start uni, coming from a country town called Shepparton. So I guess it was, and that was in the early 80s, 1982. So it was a bit of a change, I guess, coming from a country environment to the Big Apple, the city.
Yeah.
And also coming from, I guess, more importantly, ending up at RMIT, which is the city campus based right in the middle of the city. So from the vast sort of spaces of Shepparton and farmland and stuff like that to concrete jungle of RMIT.
Yeah. And why did you particularly want to live in the city, or is it just?
Yeah, I think
just because it was close to uni.
Uni was, I guess, part of the attraction in that I wanted to study, but Probably, yeah, there would have been a huge sort of, I don't know, from probably early teenage years, a huge sort of desire to get out of the country and to live in the city.
Yeah. And where did your family come from?
Family immigrated from Italy, both parents. So they were in the, I guess, the 50s and 60s sort of influx of Italian migrants.
And how come your parents chose to go to Shepparton, of all places?
Shepparton probably has quite a large migrant population, Greek and Italian, and I guess part of the reason my family or my parents immigrated there was because of family connections. They both had brothers and sisters in town. But the reason they would have immigrated there was all predominantly because it offered lots of opportunities from a farming point of view, and because most of my parents were from southern Italy, so they were farmers there, so that gave them opportunity to, I guess, do what they knew, which was farming, in particular tomatoes, which is the big thing around that area, and orchards.
Yeah.
So.
And you said your dad had a cafe once?
That's right. Digging up real history here, aren't you? Yeah, this is all, I guess, going from his stories to me when I was a kid. And unfortunately, I'd been a kid. Once you hear the story more than about 2-3 times, it gets all a bit boring and you don't want to listen. But now that he's passed away, I sort of regret that I didn't get more information, so I actually know it chronologically. But sometime back would have been around the Second World War. Being Italian, he was in the Second World War and went to Abyssinia or Ethiopia to fight in the war there. And I think maybe just before Second World War, he must have stayed on in Ethiopia and had a cafe, or more bar, I guess, / cafe in Addis Ababa, in the capital of Ethiopia, for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So, and now I'm involved in a couple of businesses which are bars and hotels, so maybe it runs in the blood. Or maybe there was a secret desire there to follow in his footsteps.
Yeah. And why say, would you have a bar in Fitzroy and not in Shepparton?
Well, nowadays, probably just as good to have one in Shepparton, given that the culture is very similar there as it is here in some respects, in that you walk down the main drag of Shepparton and there's just as many little cafes, and everyone's into the whole cafe latte sort of style. But
so no Bundy and Coke?
Probably lots of Bundy and Coke and lots of beer. Why have a bar in Fitzroy and not in Shepparton? Maybe because my desire is still not to live in Shepparton. It's hard to explain unless you've been, you grew up in the country town and you just have, don't have any affinity for it, even though that doesn't make sense growing up there. But
yeah. So do you, from experience and living in other suburbs and other parts of the country, do you think that Fitzroy has a unique identity?
Yes, I think it has quite a unique identity. It's probably been diluted in some respect in the last few years, because everyone wants to have a bit of that identity, or wants to be involved in that identity, or think themselves as a Fitzroy local. But definitely I think it has an identity, and it would have changed over the years as well, from way back when to now.
So what do you think makes that identity, or makes Fitzroy unique compared to other parts of the city?
Well, ultimately be people, because people will define that identity in whichever way, whether it is by themselves and what they do and what they stand for, or whether it is in what businesses that open up in the area and provide services to the people that live in the area. So that identity would come from things like the live entertainment gigs, live music scene in Fitzroy, and that would bring people of similar ilk, as well as define that.
Yeah. So the live music scene's pretty strong around here?
Yeah, I'd say Fitzroy. Probably in terms of live independent music has a very healthy scene. Probably when you look at the amount of live music that happens in the area, it has probably the lion's share of the whole live music industry in Melbourne.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any other suburb that would be able to list as many live gigs that happen on a weekly basis as happen in Fitzroy. That would be in part to a large part to Punters Club, I would say, and the Evelyn, a couple of institutions when it comes to live music.
And that's sort of important for cultivating new bands, new music, new...
Very much so, very much so.
Yeah. So what do you see as some of the threats to Fitzroy that could, in the future, that could make it not an attractive place to live?
Probably everyone getting on the bandwagon and thinking Fitzroy is an identity that, even though I hate using the whole bohemian sort of tag that Fitzroy has had in the past, but people thinking that they want to partake in that kind of culture without really partaking in the culture, I guess, and that rape and pillage the culture. But at the same time, all the gentrification of the area, where you've got all the old warehouses being converted to lots of expensive apartments, that brings a lot of people from other surrounding areas into the area with maybe not the same kind of mentality as what existed in Fitzroy, or what has existed.
And do you think things like rents going up threatens?
Very much so. Rents, but even from a business point of view, because I guess that's where I can see it more so, because I'm not living in the area. But from a business point of view, that'll have an effect on businesses in, for example, Brunswick Street, or even Smith Street, where smaller businesses that have been there for years, that had offered a particular service to the community, find it hard to exist because their rents go up and they have to move on. Or an example could be a live music venue that has been there for ages, and rent's going up and they can't offer the kind of same service, or they can't continue because their rent's so high that they have to shut it down. But then some nice yuppified place might go in.
Yeah. So the new stores would more be for the tourists rather than locals?
Tourists and the locals, because there is a lot of locals that are coming to the area now, that are moving into a lot of the new apartments, and they're coming in with, the apartments are expensive to start off with, coming in with a bit of money and probably don't want to go to a...
So why do you think a suburb like Fitzroy doesn't have a McDonald's?
Yet. That's a good thing, but it's probably not far away. I think it doesn't have a McDonald's because there still is a core of people that live here that are strongly opposed to that kind of thing. But it does have a 7-Eleven, and which is maybe a rung below a McDonald's. And that when that application went up for a 7-Eleven store, there was a huge community protest against it. But still, 7-Eleven had its way. It won at the appeals tribunal and got its permit to have a convenience store there.
Yeah. So why do you think people don't like the chain stores or the American multinationals?
People from this area, I don't know. Maybe it's because there's a big community sense in this area. and a lot of those stores don't provide that service, that personal service, and it always means that all it does is just displace another community business, ultimately. And 7-Eleven, though it is a convenience to have a store open 24 hours a day, just means that Paul Milkbar down the road has a tougher life of things.
So you think there's a danger of homogenising, making everything flat and boring?
Flat and boring, red and green and white, or the big yellow arches. Of course, yes. Yes, and maybe, no, that's definitely not what Fitzroy has stood for.
Yeah. So what have you seen as sort of positive changes in the last 10 or 15 years since you've been associated with Fitzroy?
Positive changes, that's interesting.
Do you think it's become more diverse and more tolerant? Or?
It has become diverse in the respect that maybe in a negative point of view, but I don't know, I can't really think of a positive change as such for the... I mean, it depends which end of the stick you're at. I mean, definitely if you're a homeowner in the area, there's been a big positive for your value of your asset. That's certainly been a positive for some people, but if you're a rent payer, it hasn't been a positive because your rents may have gone up. Yeah. If you're a business owner in terms of you own the land, it's also a positive. From a community point of view, I can't think of... I mean, 7-Eleven's open 24 hours a day, that's handy. But that also is a negative.
So have you seen any, from your experience as being a business person in the area, have you seen a change in the clientele? In your bars?
Yeah, very much so. We picked in particular the Brunswick Street bar, that the clientele has changed probably over the last 18 months quite dramatically. In particular, the Friday's weekend trade has definitely become a tourist market, and you know, in some ways it just means that there's just one less place for the locals to go to during the weekend, and it's driven or alienated that local market out on those particular nights. I hear it quite often from a lot of regulars that are happy to be in there during the day or on other weeknights, but will just stay awake on the Friday nights and weekend just because of the bogan element, as they call it. I must admit, I stay away on weekends too.
Yeah. So the weekdays, isn't it? It's much more...
Very much more local market.
Yeah. So, do you ever think that there will be a McDonald's in Fitzroy?
Well, I never thought a 7-Eleven would open up in Fitzroy, so I think that time will come when there will be a 7-Eleven, a McDonald's in Fitzroy, possibly in Brunswick Street. And I'm sure that if the occasion came up that they went for a permit, that there would be quite a lot of protest about it, but in the end there's really nothing in law that says that they can't open up here, so it'll be a matter of time.
Yeah.
But I dread the day.
Yeah. So do you think a Starbucks could ever open on Brunswick Street or in Fitzroy?
It could, but I don't think it would do well, given the variety and the fact that Brunswick Street has some of the best coffee, a lot of coffee venues. But I think partly the thing that would work against it is the whole tag of America associated with Starbucks. I mean, it's America's philosophy or America's way of presenting coffee, which is unlimited choice and probably no really good coffee. You might be able to have your soy latte with bloody whatever the hell you want with your coffee, but in the end it's just bland.
Flavoured coffee.
Flavoured coffee, yes.
Association with Fitzroy?
Fitzroy. Number of things. I lived in Fitzroy for quite a few years, in Brunswick Street, and also in North Fitzroy a number of times after that. My association also goes through to being in bands and playing in a lot of the venues in Fitzroy for a long time. Yeah, and now with the Fitzroy Learning Network where I'm working.
Yeah. Okay. So could you tell us something a little bit about the Fitzroy Learning Network, or what you do here?
The Fitzroy Learning Network is a community organisation. It's like a neighbourhood house where they do English teaching to migrants and people on temporary visas and refugees as well.
Yeah.
And I've also, I'm running a special project here called the Computer Clubhouse, which is for disadvantaged kids to become what they call technologically fluent with computers and be able to use video and edit sound and process images, scan images and put them into Photoshop, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And even program their own games, and that's the next stage we're going to do next. So,
okay.
Yeah.
And that sounds really quite sophisticated.
It is, but it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, most young people are pretty familiar with computers already, and they come here and they're right onto it straight away. It's really good.
And where do the children come from usually?
A large percentage of the people who come to the clubhouse are the children of Hmong refugees, the Hmong people from Southeast Asia, who are a hill tribe who came in as refugees in the 1970s, and a lot of them are living in the Atherton Gardens Commission flats around the corner here, in the middle of Fitzroy, and they're their kids. So they've been coming. The parents have been coming to this place for ages to get assistance with English and that kind of thing, and the kids are now coming here and learning the computer stuff. Yeah.
So is this the first time that many of the kids have seen a computer?
No, because they were brought up here, and they know more about computers than I do. Some of them, they're just really, really smart. And
so they see them at schools and friends' houses. And
they just don't know.
Library.
Because they're poor, they don't have a lot of access themselves at home to it.
Yeah.
And that's especially the case with the girls, because the boys, if there are resources around, the boys rule the roost and hog the resources.
Yeah.
And so the girls don't get a chance to have access themselves, so they come here to do that. And the idea is to provide, tonight's actually a girls' night where only girls are allowed in, which has caused a bit of consternation amongst the boys, even though they have their own boys' night too.
Really?
Yeah. So it's actually quite it's an interesting dynamic you become involved with the way a different community works and how they see access to resources and stuff.
Yeah. And where did the idea for the clubhouse come from?
It's a project that was started at MIT in Boston by some PhD students some years ago, and it's expanded to like about 100 clubhouses around the world.
Yeah.
This is the first in Australia. This is like the flagship one.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that in this place we have all the Hmong people. It would be different if it was anywhere else. We also have some Afghani kids here as well, and also some Vietnamese and Chinese kids as well. But the plan is to have them all over the place, and I guess the community that will be served by the clubhouse will change depending on where the next clubhouse is situated. That it might be, if it was in Flemington, it might be the Somali and the Ethiopian people there, for instance. Or it might even be down in Dandenong and serving Anglo kids who aren't sort of computer literate and would like to get more skills, or just want to hang out and have fun and learn how to do games and stuff, And that way they get skills they can use in the workplace.
Do you think there's any difference between how different ethnic groups of kids relate to the technology or learn computers? Are some more capable than others?
Actually, no. What I've seen so far, they're all really good with them.
Yeah.
They're just grown up with them, and they're so used to them. And it doesn't, like Shakira, who's in there at the moment, is from Afghanistan, and the kid next to her is just the same, and she's from the Hmong people. So, they learn how to get things done on them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess it's like when kids learn languages, if you get them in early enough, they don't have a problem with learning heaps of languages, but, computers are like a different language they learn. And if they learn them early, they can all snap it up and use it,
Do you have a particular curriculum that's been developed?
No. The clubhouse runs according to a thing called constructionist or constructivist learning, depending on how you want to call it. Yeah. But it's basically learning through doing, and what you do depends on what you want to do. So the kids come in, they can hang out for a while and just surf the net or chat on the line or whatever, and then eventually they get involved with the projects that are happening, and they have ideas for projects. And the mentors, there are volunteers there that will then direct them into doing certain things or direct their energies into maybe making something with what they're doing already. And so they develop their own projects and learn through that process. So there's no curriculum as such. There's just a bunch of stuff there that they can learn from if they choose to.
And did the people from the team at MIT, how did they get involved in actually setting it up? Did they come out here? Or?
No, it happened in '95 that the MIT side of it happened, and then one of the women who's involved with the Learning Network, Josie Hopkins, who is actually an executive in an education software firm and is a teacher as well, heard about the idea, was interested in doing it here and brought it back, and then I was employed to actually make it happen. So
Okay, and how long's it been going?
1 month.
1 month?
Yeah, first month.
So it's new days.
Yeah, it's the trial at the moment. We're seeing how it works and what we need to do to make it work better at the moment.
Okay. And how many days a week does it go?
3 nights a week, 3 afternoons after school.
Yeah. And did you, with the gender issue, did you discover that reasonably early?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it's actually quite a big thing with that community. In fact, a whole pile of girls haven't turned up tonight because there was some issue with the boys and access to gear and stuff that we're going to be sorting out with their parents. Yeah.
That's funny. All right. I think that's all I need.
Great.
So Sue, what's your association with Fitzroy?
Fitzroy's been the place I've lived and worked in for about 20 years now, since 1982 I think was when I first moved to Fitzroy.
And where did you come from before Fitzroy?
Where did I come from before Fitzroy? Carlton.
Yeah. So in the early 80s, was there a marked difference between Carlton and Fitzroy? Lygon Street or Brunswick Street?
Yeah, I think they're probably next door to each other, so they've been associated. And a lot of the people who were living in Fitzroy were attending Melbourne Uni or Melbourne State College or RMIT, so I think there's been a sort of long-term student population living in this area. I mean, my association firstly was that it was close to where I was studying. Yeah, so I was at Melbourne State College, so it was easier living in Fitzroy.
Yeah. And do you think it's since the early 80s that Fitzroy has changed much?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Have those changes been negative or positive? Or?
I think the mixture of demographics of the people living in Fitzroy has become more problematic as time has gone on, with the combination of the real estate becoming suddenly valuable and people deciding it was worth living in the inner city rather than being the last place you'd want to be. Has meant that there has been, radical changes to the sort of people who live here and the sort of facilities and lifestyle that people want to have in the suburb. Yeah.
So by different people, you mean more affluent people?
Yeah, I mean, there's been an incredible increase in affluence in this area in the last 20 years. I mean, it's gone from being, when we bought our first house in Fitzroy, we bought it for $47,000. Now it's worth anything between $250,000 and $300,000. So that just demonstrates, I think, in a very
financial way in which the suburbs changed, and also the fact that the city of Fitzroy was a city, and now it's part of the city of Yarra. That's changed things a lot too. I mean, it was gone from being one of the smaller suburbs in Melbourne to one of the larger ones.
Yeah, and at least in its democratic representation. The town hall closing down.
Yeah, and I think that's really changed the sense of identification with Fitzroy as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I interviewed Ralph, one of the last mayors at Fitzroy.
We always say hello to each other. Yeah.
And why do you think that the property values have gone up?
I just think that people have realised what we always knew, was that it was a great place to live. The inner city was a great place to live. I don't think I think that the demographics changing, and the way, although the flats are still here, of course, and that's obviously a great place for people to, a common place for people to end up when they've arrived in the country from somewhere else. And so that sort of multicultural aspect of Fitzroy is still strong, but the general householder in Fitzroy has gone from being, factory workers, students, people who needed to live cheaply and had a very good reason for being in the inner city, to people who choose to live here for the sort of cosmopolitan lifestyle and access to, cafe society and, entertainment, and being able to walk into the city to work. But I also think that a lot of people who live in Fitzroy also work in this area. I've always I've frequently worked in Fitzroy. In fact, working in Victoria Street now in the same building that Triple R's is in, and I worked for Triple R for years, so I'm still going back to the very same buildings even in the suburb and doing different jobs, but in the same locations. So that's pretty strange, really. I get a certain sense of deja vu.
And do you think there's like any, you say that that's an interesting or good lifestyle in Fitzroy and the inner city. Do you think there's any dangers that could threaten that? Could make it like a really shitty place to live?
I think the yappification has definitely got its downside. And people are demanding quiet living conditions and parking spaces and all those sorts of things, which just don't go with these sorts of suburbs. And I think a lot of the sort of complaints to council, etc., are to do with people living wanting to live the sort of suburban lifestyle in the inner city, and it's a real mismatch of desire and reality. And it's very problematic.
So having suburban expectations and sort of rejecting them on that.
Yeah, I think also that there is certainly a sort of large hard drug problem in this area, but that's not something that's distinctively in a city. I mean, there's just as many pockets of this problem in the suburbs as well, and it also does move around a lot, depending upon whether the police are coming down on drug users and drug sellers or not.
Do you think that's a new thing, a relatively new thing to the area, the drug problem?
No, I don't think the drug problem's new. I think it's become more extreme, and people are less secretive about their activities now. I mean, any day you want to walk up Smith Street, you either get offered or see drug transactions taking place, and it's just something you need to be aware of. I mean, there's a physical danger of accidentally treading on a syringe or something. I mean, and there's certainly every second day when I walk outside the door, there's someone hitting up in a car outside the house, and that's a little bit concerning, but not so much for me. I think having a child in this area means that they have to, but they grow up feeling very aware of these things, and I don't think it's the security issue actually comes in when people want robbing houses to get some money. That's really the main way that impacts on us. I haven't been robbed in this house yet, touch wood, but it could always happen.
Is there any reason that you think the drug trade may concentrate in this area as opposed to
other suburbs, or
look, it's
open here? Or?
No, I think people decide to that there is less trouble in one area to sell drugs than in another. I mean, I think there was a big swing from Footscray to Fitzroy a few years ago. And I just think like it just flows. Like if there's a big crackdown in one area, it'll spring up in another. And depending upon whether or not the police are being paid off sufficiently, or whether they're got other priorities, or whether they just think it's not worth the trouble. I don't know, but I mean, if I wanted to go and investigate and do something about stopping the drug trade in this area, it wouldn't be very hard. I'd know exactly where to go. But obviously, the police have decided for various reasons they're not going to bother.
Yeah.
But I mean, anyway, just stopping a few minor drug traffickers and drug takers is not going to solve the problem.
Yeah, that's right. So, what do you think is that Fitzroy has that's unique about its identity?
What
makes its identity?
I love Fitzroy.
Yeah.
I love the streets.
Mm-hmm.
I love the trees in the streets, the big old trees.
So the physical layout.
The physical layout of Fitzroy as a village is really attractive. There's a certain, I'm going to say uniqueness, but a certain Victorian character which is not unique to Fitzroy, but it's been largely preserved in this area, which is really attractive. I find it a very friendly place to live. I mean, when you live here for a long time, you tend to know a lot of people anyway, and walking down the street's always a social occasion, even when you don't want it to be. The supermarket, the shops, etc. I mean, I must say the thing I really miss is the closing down of a lot of the sort of normal shopping type of shops in the shopping strips. I mean, Brunswick Street has become, one long entertainment zone, and that tends to.
You mean the day-to-day sort of?
Yeah, just not going down to buy the veggies,
Yeah.
Or going to the deli. There used to be a fantastic deli in Brunswick Street, run by this old Italian couple, and we used to love to go there because it was also a social occasion. You go and have a chat, you buy your cheese, I used to take my little boy in when he was a little boy, and you'd always get a big piece of cheese given to him as soon as he walked in the door, and just a sort of the sense of being in a neighbourhood where you know and you know the people who you do business with, on a sort of very domestic scale.
So Brunswick Street's become a bit of a tourist mecca or a weekend?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I used to live in Brunswick Street. I lived in Brunswick Street for about 10 years, I think.
When was that?
From 1982 to 92? No, 82 to 87. Yeah. I lived in Brunswick Street. Opposite the Provincial. In fact, we used to call the Provincial the office. We're just going over to the office, but in the end, it was a noise of people getting into their cars at 3 a.m. Which having fun and making a lot of noise. I just in the end I couldn't stand it any longer. Had to move out.
So Brunswick Street was a lot rougher then?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Provincial was a blood sports centre. You had to have a reasonable amount of courage to walk in there occasionally. I mean, there's quite a few very, very rough pubs around. I mean, there still are a couple, but nothing like they used to be. I mean, the Builders Arms used to be, how many murders were there at the Builders Arms? So in between 1980 and 1990, I think there was about 8. And now it's an incredibly yuppie pub. Brunswick Street, I used to walk down Brunswick Street with my washing in a green garbage bag to the laundromat run by an ex-child sex offender. And occasionally think, oh my God, someone's going to see me with my green garbage bag of washing over my shoulder. But, nevertheless, I mean, it wasn't that groovy an area.
Yeah.
I mean, now you would not do that. I mean, you look like real. It would be a very funny thing to do, walk down Brunswick Street with all your washing over your shoulder in a green garbage bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a few places have maintained their character, like the Napier Hotel's always been the Napier Hotel.
Yeah.
It's slightly better run than it used to be. It used to frequently run out of beer when the guy who owned it hadn't paid his bill, things like that. And of course, Fitzroy Town Hall was the town hall when I was living in Napier Street, and with a truly shocking council, so divided that council meetings used to turn into just about fisticuff fights every second council meeting. And nothing would get done because there's always a big brawl on between North Fitzroy and Central Fitzroy, and the council was totally divided along those lines.
And North Fitzroy was the more conservative part of the suburb?
North Fitzroy was the yuppie end, and Central Fitzroy was the sort of down at heel end. And Central Fitzroy councils would be trying to get services working properly, and North Fitzroy was totally concerned with street cleaning and street trees and things like that, which was sort of decorative, but not essential. Whereas Central Fitzroy councils were always involved in trying to keep sort of basic services happening. We used to have a fantastic tool library at the library, where you could borrow, a drill or a shovel or anything like that. That disappeared. But I mean, there used to be really good services in Fitzroy, which simply are no longer here.
So services for
local services, community services. I mean, there still are a few beauties like the Cubbies, the Children's Adventure Playground, which is set up as a free child space for the kids who didn't have much access to backyards or anything, and needed to be able to learn to play and be able to play with each other and have some safe place to be. And that's still going. I don't think it's got its sheep anymore, though. Has it got its sheep?
Ducks, a lot.
No, it used to have a sheep. It used to be tie-dyed. And it was always trouble to get someone to come and shear the bloody sheep. And every now and then it'd wander out onto Brunswick Street and stop the trams. And people used to think it was a surreal experience. No more sheep, unfortunately.
So is there sort of things that you see from outside of Fitzroy that may threaten a certain local character, or may even enhance that character? Like a lot of people talk about, homogenisation and...
I hate that word.
And globalisation.
I was actually thinking about the word homogenous this morning, and thinking what a terrible term that was, and how actually it's about bringing everything down to something without character, as opposed to having any sense of individuality and character. And I think that tends to be what happens in the process of yuppification, which we're all going through now. I mean, I'm a great offender myself. I mean,
So things like, do you think things like the retail giants moving into?
Oh, I think the supermarket in Collingwood's and Smith Street's been a great unfortunate occurrence.
When was that built?
Oh, that was built in the early 90s.
And before that, it was just local.
Before that, it was just local greengrocers and things. And I fear for the local shop, the corner shop. I don't know that they're going to last a lot longer. There seems to be 24-hour places everywhere now.
And there's only one butcher pretty much left in the district.
In Fitzroy, is there one?
There's Jonathan's.
Jonathan's in Smith Street. There is actually another one further down. But there used to be 5 or 6. Tell you what, there is a huge amount of around here, and that's hairdressing salons. There are so many hairdressing salons, you wonder how they could possibly survive. The other thing there is so many of is travel agents. Now, travel agents and hairdressing salons, and that says something about a community, doesn't it? You're wanting to look good and leave a lot. I mean, the other thing that used to be a common thing about Fitzroy was the shocking state of its pavements. I mean, when I had a child and tried to wheel a pram in Fitzroy, I decided you needed to have a four-wheel drive because the pavements were appalling. You could never, you know, if you're ever trying to negotiate just holes and cracks and, you know, like it was really quite down the hill. It's got a lot better, really.
I've lived consistently in Fitzroy since 1995.
Yeah.
In between Nicholson Street, maybe I shouldn't say this, between Nicholson Street and Brunswick Street, so in a fairly busy part of Fitzroy, but we live in a quiet street, so it's been really fantastic. We live in a block of flats that have a real mixture of people who've lived in these flats for something like 20 years and recent young people who've just moved in, you know, they're at uni, and so there's a really diverse lifestyle within our flats alone, and that's without going out to Brunswick Street. And you know, we've got this fantastic old lady who's been there since year dot, since the flats were built, and she sweeps. She comes out in her nightie and she sweeps the floor, the concrete floor each morning. You know, she's having this battle with the birds who get the leaves off, you know, onto the concrete footpath, and she sweeps it all back. To the really young people who get home at 3 o'clock in the morning and put on the dryer machines and drive everybody crazy. So there's a whole mixture. But I've been working for Next Wave Festival since I think the beginning of this year. And Next Wave has been in Fitzroy since 1985, so it's a long time. And in the Triple R building, this is the building that we call it the Triple R building, I suppose, because when people say 31 Victoria Street, they normally go to Victoria Parade, which is where we are now, 31 Victoria Street in Melbourne. And I think Next Wave has done a lot of things within the city of Yarra and in Fitzroy in particular, but also across Melbourne. So things like 200 Gertrude Street and CCP been big venues for Next Wave activities. But we've just moved out of Fitzroy into Melbourne, just across the divide, across the street, really.
How come you moved out of Fitzroy?
Well, I don't know if you're aware of that building, the old Triple R building. It's a big old building, and there's a big alternative school or school of alternative healing medicine stuff, and it's an expanding business. And it's a really nice building in another sense because there's lots of arts-related organisations in it. You know, there's Miranda Brown Publicity, it was there, the Aboriginal Exchange, all these other, you know, I think contemporary music events was in there for a long time as well. So it was a real hub of activities. But we had restrictions with our lease arrangements. So this building came up and we were offered it. So it's a fantastic building. We're really pleased. And so it offers us a really good administrative home here. And also there's a gallery space downstairs and a breakout space and rehearsal and performance. So in terms of just practicalities, it's a much better space. But now we're moving amongst the suit wearers rather than people who, you know, we're Fitzroy people. So it's a very different feel. We certainly can't go up the road for the staff lunches that we used to go and have. And I just went to a restaurant just 2 nights ago on Brunswick Street, and they said, "Oh, you must be really busy at your work recently because we haven't seen you." And we said, "We've moved." So you just lose that local thing.
So the Next Wave will still be involved with Fitzroy galleries?
Absolutely. So that's still happening a lot. We still get City of Yarra funding, which commits us to doing work within the City of Yarra and Fitzroy. I think is still very much, I'm sorry about my clogged upness, a hub for arts activities. So I think Next Wave has a big interest in, there's a lot of infrastructure for art to happen in Fitzroy still. So. But prior to coming to Next Wave, I used to work in community arts in the City of Yarra, which the City of Yarra is sort of a biggish city council since all the amalgamations, but predominantly it's sort of Fitzroy, Collingwood and Richmond are the main centres. I know it goes up to Clifton Hill and all those areas. But so we
I used to work a lot in Fitzroy housing estate.
Really?
Yeah. So
in Napier Street, that one?
Yeah. Up the top end of Brunswick Street, between sort of Gertrude and Moore, almost. Yeah. It's a really funny area in a way, because there's I really noticed the big change in Brunswick Street from the Gertrude Street down to Johnson Street. It's just such a different demographic of people.
And in terms of wealth and fashion.
The opposite. You know, you had the pretty down and outers. You know, I was really, really shocked. I used to work in a place, and it involved me giving a lift to this person who was living in the rooming houses up in the top end of Brunswick Street. I don't know if you've ever ventured into those places. I was pretty sheltered, and I thought, I'd been to the hardest of the hard, but I went into this rooming house and I was completely astonished, and it's 2 blocks away from where I live in my comfortable home, and where other people sip cappuccino down the street. There are these people living in these rabbit warrens, paying a lot of rent, and partly that's because I suppose they've got nowhere else to go. Nobody else will, I can't imagine a real estate agent in Brunswick Street renting them a house. So they've got nowhere else to go, but they pay GST, they live in this crap house. She didn't have proper walls between her room and the next room. There was noise, there was violence, it was just... and she was growing garlic in her room, so I was completely... I had this big, big culture shock, and that's after working with people like that for 5 years. So it was...
What was your job? Were you in social work? Or?
I was working in community arts, so I used to organise a little festival in Richmond called the Moon Lantern Festival, which has a little following. It's working with people across the city of Yarra, so some of those would be in Fitzroy. Making lanterns for a very special lantern parade in the evening, so that used to happen every year and people would come, but it's based on an estate. So a lot of my work involved working with people living in public housing. One year we had outdoor cinema in public housing, and I think Fitzroy, so we had it in 3 housing estates, Fitzroy, Richmond and Collingwood, and Fitzroy was the most difficult one to manage. We had all these young people, young kids, who were between 5 and 10, who were just down on the estate in the evening without their parents. And one can imagine that they probably didn't have fantastic home environments to go to. So they were just completely off their faces, really, just running around with all this excess energy, trying to tear up the screen or throw rocks at it or make other people have a hard time. But I think one of the most depressing images that I had from that experience was this young kid just throwing bottles against the wall as entertainment,
Smashing.
Yeah, it's pretty full on. And that's 2 blocks from where I live type of thing, or not even 1 block, really. So, I think Fitzroy has a real diverse, I think, and when I say diverse, I think diverse has become a word that doesn't really mean diverse anymore because it's used so much, but it's really 2 extremes, and I think in Fitzroy, in my 5 years of living there, I've seen property prices just rise beyond belief, so nobody else who can live there except people who can afford to buy in or rent or live in public housing, so you have 2 very different...
So I suppose the public housing keeps the diversity in the area, because it keeps the rents down.
I think so. I think there's some real challenges in public housing. I don't think anybody can say that it's a perfect marriage, that people live happily in their little flats and what wonderful lives they had type of thing. I think it's a pretty hard reality for a lot of people because the view is fantastic, and I'm sure if anybody can convert it into apartment blocks, it'd be wonderful. So it just needs money to be put in to make those environments for people good, and that's what it is. I think when there's an environment like this, it's very hard for people who live in it to feel that they own the space, that they can contribute meaningfully to it rather than go in and lock their door against all the other nasties around them. I think that's really, really hard. I know a lot of people who work supporting people who are underprivileged, and I really admire all the strength, courage and energy that they have in it. But it's a really big thing because it's very antisocial, all the things around there. You know, the people who've bought $500,000 houses in Fitzroy don't want that sort of environment, and I can understand that. But the other side is that there are people who've lived in public housing for a long, long time and have just as much right to be there, even though they can't afford the $500,000 houses. And the other thing is that, you know, there's always this complaint that Fitzroy is becoming gentrified and losing the edge that everybody comes to Fitzroy for. And I think that's part of it, you know, when you try to make a place a certain way, it's like putting window boxes out in the window to make things pretty. It loses that other quality, that wildness that it has too. So I don't think it's quite there yet. I don't think Fitzroy is completely gentrified.
So you see that as the biggest threat to Fitzroy, or the things that...
Well, I think communities form and then dissolve and then go away somewhere else, you know, I think, or reform. I think people can make things happen if they want it to, but I think you can't force people to make a certain type of community, I think. So I don't know what will happen to Fitzroy. I don't know if it'll become the Toorak of the side of the river or something, or if it already isn't. I think it has its own life, and we'll see what happens to it. But, you know, I love living in Fitzroy for lots of reasons. One of them being that I don't have to drive everywhere. I walk to work, I walk across the park, and so I have a fairly suburban life in a sense because I can walk to places, but also having that access, you know, it's just great.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Thanks so much.
Good luck.
Okay, Volker, how long have you worked in Fitzroy? Or what's your association with Fitzroy?
I've worked there for almost a year, and I'm a hairdresser in Smith Street, and yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Where did you come from before you came to Fitzroy?
I come from Germany originally, and I'm here in Australia for a year and 3 months, and I just traveled around a bit, and I'm in Melbourne for about a month longer than I started in Fitzroy.
Okay, so why did you decide to get a job in Fitzroy?
Because it's a cool, trendy area, and the salon I'm in and fell in love with, that's why I'm there. Great place.
Why did you like the salon?
Because it's very extraordinary looking. I've never seen anything like it before. It's big and pink.
And what sort of people come into your salon?
What sort of clients? It's quite a wide range. It's between, I'd say, everything from 5 to 99. Mostly like sort of students between, say, 20 and 35 people, between 20 and 35, and everything from prostitute to banker to rock star, everything, really mixed.
Okay. Is there anything particular about your salon compared to other salons that you've worked in?
Yeah, I think so. It's the team itself is really good, and I really like to go there. It doesn't feel like working, and also because the space is so big, you have lots of privacy and you can do whatever you want, and the work we do in general is really quite wide ranged and quite challenging, I find. Yeah, it's quite different.
Okay. Do you think there's anything particular about the fashion or style of their haircuts compared to other areas you've been into?
You mean other areas in Melbourne or other areas in other places in the world where I've been already? Yeah, I find Melbourne quite good in fashion, quite forward, and I've actually heard the opposite, and I think people dress really cool, and just around this area it's sort of quite grungy but trendy, but not too yuppie. Yeah, I like that.
So do you think that Fitzroy has its own particular identity compared to your other experiences in Melbourne?
Yeah, I think so, yeah, quite unique.
And what do you think forms that identity? What sort of things you think makes it unique? What sort of people? Or what sort of...
I think the whole, it's quite extreme. You get everything from drug addict to famous politicians, and that's exactly the client range what comes into the salon, exactly what's out there as well, everywhere. And I think it's sort of quite nice because we got lots of shops and cafes. The whole cafe scene is really nice, and lots of retro, and people just take it easy, having a good time.
Yeah. Do you see what parts of Fitzroy do you not like? Do you think things that you don't like about Fitzroy?
I don't like the big street like Alexander Parade or Hoddle Street or Victoria Parade. And what else don't I like? Let me think, it's hard. I can't think of anything right now.
Is there any people you don't like or groups you don't like?
I think if sometimes around Safeway it can be quite sort of freaky and crazy, and there are lots of drug addicts around. There can be lots of fights and stuff. Nothing ever happened to me so far, so I suppose it's not as dangerous, but sometimes it's a bit scary.
Okay. So what do you see as anything that could threaten Fitzroy and threaten what the good things that you see Fitzroy?
Threaten the good things?
Yeah, so what do you see could be negative change in the future in Fitzroy?
Well, I hope that all the cafes still stay as they are, or at least more cafes, but not many more banks or offices, more sort of shops and cafes would be quite great. And just a good living area, like quite a wide range, lots of pubs, and I hope that there are lots of old things still there and people don't seem to mind, and that's, I think, the important thing. If they would all close down, I think it would get too yuppie.
So, is there anything about Fitzroy that you see as Australian?
As Australian?
As your understanding of Australia?
Okay. I suppose in general the Australian thing is that people just really are relaxed and no worries, as everybody says, but it's true. People really don't worry so much, and I've lived quite a few places in the world already, and this is the most chilled out place, Australia in general, but I think that's also Fitzroy. Yeah.
So, what other places do you go in Fitzroy?
What other places?
Yeah. Do you hang out in Fitzroy?
I go to Q&A in the Builders Arms a lot. Thursday nights, like a gay night. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Quite different to the rest of the gay scene. That's the only gay place I like, actually. And I go to quite a few bars and cafes, and quite a few of my friends live there as well in Fitzroy, so I visit them. Besides that, I'm spending my lunch break there every day.
Yeah. So, what do you like about Q&A? What do you think is different?
I don't like the music, but I like the atmosphere. I like that there's no pretentiousness, and there's all sorts of people, quite many spunky young boys, and just, I don't know, it's just very special, I think. But I heard it used to be even better, but I find it already really cool as it is. I can't say before that because I wasn't there.
And is there anything particular about being gay in Fitzroy that's different to your experiences in other parts of the city?
Yeah, I suppose there are so many people in Fitzroy who are gay, which you would never think they'd be gay, like from punk to God knows what. Yeah, that's just really cool. And just, you sort of can be who you are, and you don't, you know, if you have crazy hair, you don't get stamped as a freak. I think that's what happens a lot in other places. Yeah.
Okay. So, what do you understand about globalisation, Volker?
Globalisation. Well, there are, in general, I think that the politics here are not really that happening like in Europe. People don't go into the street so much and demonstrate, and there are things happening, but I find in Europe it's much more full on, and there are many, I think it's quite conservative in general, and people just don't say anything, don't do anything. I think Australians in general don't complain much, not as much as Europeans or Germans. Germans are the worst. They complain everywhere.
So do you think there's something that people should be complaining about with globalisation? Like, do you think people should protest about it?
Or protest more. I mean, the protests which have been so, I don't know, sort of like so separate from, or so small compared to the rest who's not saying anything. I think, yeah, it should be more. I think people just don't dare and don't care.
So what would you see as a good or bad aspects of globalisation in Fitzroy? Do you know what that would mean?
Let me think. I think yeah, that people just don't sort of care so much maybe what's going on in the street and with the whole drugs down there. They just take it as it is, and I think there should be many more things done and could be done as well. People just don't care as much.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Anything else?
What's your association with Fitzroy? What do you identify with or know about Fitzroy?
What do I know and what do I identify with Fitzroy? Well, see, I reckon I'm one of the. I'm like anybody. I moved into Fitzroy when I was about 18.
Yeah.
And I fell in love with it, and I just don't want to leave it and stuff. But there's actually nothing here that entices anyone to stay. There's always garbage on the road, it's always dirty, there's loads and loads of smog. This actually isn't bad, this is up on a hill, but down over in Collingwood, you head over there, and like, especially on a Sunday, I guess maybe that is the reason why I love Fitzroy. The winter in Fitzroy is heaven, you know, like, you know, you wake up and you go down to Wellington Street and you get that big sort of conjoining of all the smog from Punt Road, all the stuff from, you know, it all just comes and settles in Fitzroy. And, you know.
So the smog runs downhill into Collingwood.
And all the smell runs down Collingwood, it's run down to Collingwood for generations.
Yeah.
And, yeah, so that's I don't know why it is that I want to live in Fitzroy.
Yeah. So where do you live now?
Airport West.
Why do you live in Airport West?
For for no choice of my own, because rents got too high in Fitzroy and I couldn't afford to live in here anymore, and I had to take some time out. But I was on a bit of a reconnaissance, a bit of a reconnaissance mission, I think. A relaxation time, like a herbal spa out at Airport West, you know. You get that lead spa. Yeah, it's all there. No, well, Airport West is another place where I've got some connection to as well, you know. So it's always good to come in and wear an old skin, you know.
So what's the major difference between the other suburbs you lived in and Fitzroy, do you think?
Well, when I first moved to Carlton, when I first moved to Fitzroy, when I first moved to the city, the first 3 houses, we all got to know our neighbours, you know, and it was like, and you'd come home, and if no one was home, you'd go over to the neighbour's house and you'd hang out with the neighbours, and they'd come inside and stuff, you know, and there was like it was far more communal, far more sort of fun, free-loving kind of, but then it was also because there was no adults anywhere in Fitzroy. No one lives with their parents, you know. Yeah. So it's it's sort of like every single place is a little pub, you know, and as you sort of find out the better and better pubs to go to, that's when you realise that you've been living in Fitzroy too long. It's time to move out to Airport West. Yeah. But, no, I mean, I think that's a side of Melbourne. That's a side of Fitzroy that's really underrated because no one really wants to talk about it. But it's sort of like the pubs in Fitzroy. I don't think are. I mean, they're sort of the social centres, but I think Melbourne's a far more house kind of place. Like if you go to Sydney, you don't sort of say, "Oh, we'll meet over at your place. We'll hang out there for a few hours, and then we'll go out." You always meet at the pub, and you know you'll hang out at the pub. But in Melbourne, it's a lot more civilised. Yes, that's what we like to say, because we know that we're better than Sydney. Thank you. But
so what do you see as the dangers in Fitzroy? If you think there's some good things happening here, what do you think are the big dangers that could threaten those?
Well, see, that's the thing. I would have looked at the world a few years ago and I would have thought, oh, we're just going down the toilet and stuff. But now I'm sort of trying to take a more positive take on it and stuff. And like what I was saying before about generations of people moving through here, generations as well as institutions have moved through here. I think I don't really think that Fitzroy is, well, Fitzroy is like the big sort of epicentre of any phase that Melbourne's going through. Like, you know, it was the rave place. It's the place everyone talked about postmodernism. It's the place where people hang out, you know. But I think some of the dangers that Fitzroy is going through are probably some of the dangers that Australia's going through. You know, it's where we're just losing our culture and we're saying, yeah, we want to be American, or we want to eat McDonald's and we want to eat, you know. But then this side of the city is quite unique as well in that it's the first place in Australia. The only place in Australia. I don't know about the rest of the world, but it's the only place where McDonald's has shut down.
Really?
Yes.
Where was that?
In Lygon Street.
In Lygon Street.
Yeah.
And why do you think it closed down?
I don't know.
Community resistance?
No, there was no community resistance. I was there, but you know, it's sort of eroded. It's like the McDonald's up on St George's Road and that beautiful old building. Like nobody wanted it there, but then they wanted to knock down the building, and eventually they had to build the big building, and you know. But I don't think it was community resistance. I think it was. And I don't think it was lack of money, because I don't think McDonald's ever shut through lack of money, because once they've got it open, they keep it open. I just think it was maybe they just thought maybe they had a moral conscience and they just thought it was too ugly for that side of town. Maybe they couldn't get Lamac pizzas, you know. I don't know.
So do you think there'll ever be a McDonald's in Fitzroy?
It was looking a bit dodgy on Brunswick Street for a little while. Yeah, the 7-Eleven made it in there.
Yeah.
And that, thank God, we need another 7-Eleven because, you know, it was getting to the point where we had to walk like 3 blocks before we'd find one late at night, and that was hard. But no, I don't think it's. Unless they can have. Well, they tried the Mac cafes. It hasn't really taken off. So no, I don't really think. You know, as much as people in Fitzroy have eaten and will eat McDonald's, I think there isn't a lot of McDonald's rubbish floating around Fitzroy. There's a lot of rubbish floating around, but not much of it is McDonald's. But the KFC on Smith Street, they have a 15% unemployment card discount.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Progressive.
That's progressive, and it's also caring. You know, it's sort of it shows a deep concern for the society in which they live.
So you said about the rents in Fitzroy, they're sort of too high. Do you think that's a threat to?
Well, no.
Keeping the place interesting.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. I think the biggest threat to keeping Fitzroy interesting is keeping the world interesting. I don't think the general I think the world's fascinating at the moment, but I think the general populace is becoming very boring. I think we're being born to the 50s again. You know, which you know, so I sort of think it'll make it a lot wealthier suburb, really. But it's also that the reason that rents are going up is for a few reasons. But one of the reasons is that at the moment Fitzroy is becoming. I think in the 1890s it was quite big. There was a lot of people who owned the houses they lived in, but for 80 years it's been really rare, and now people have started to actually own the houses they're living in instead of renting them, and that's decreased the amount of rent available, and it's increasing the price, and you know, and there's only so much space in Fitzroy, so it's a shame, but you know, times change and places change. But I mean, I guess one of the good things about Fitzroy is that no matter how wealthy it becomes, it'll always retain itself.
Yeah.
And it's like Smith Street. Smith Street hasn't changed a brick in 100 years. And well, just over there, there's commission flats. Over there, there's commission flats. And people are going to have to realise that no matter how much they pay, they're still going to have to learn to coexist with people on a lower income, you know, which, I mean, I work in Toorak, and a few of the people there have started talking about how their daughters and their sons are moving to Northcote now because it's safe and stuff. And you know, if those people ever want to move in Fitzroy, then they're going to have to learn to communicate with a strata of society that they would have never felt the need to when they were growing up, which I think is a positive thing.
Yeah.
You know, so.
So there's a certain language of diversity or something you see in Fitzroy?
Yeah, and I've always actually liked that. I grew up in Broadmeadows, and Broadmeadows has the highest amount of the highest migrant population in Victoria, and I think then it goes Springvale, and Fitzroy is about 5th on the list, I think, or 6th, and yeah, I mean it is really refreshing to sort of to wake up and think that you're part of a society. It's sort of like when you live in Fitzroy, you don't go out to the suburbs much, so it doesn't really occur to you what the rest of Australia is actually doing or thinking or is. So you can wake up in Fitzroy and think that we're all going to manage to pull it together, you know, and we'll all be okay. It's you know, I've never felt threatened, and I've never faced any kind of threat or physical violence, or just it's just been a matter of coexisting in around here, I guess. So
So what do you think that other people who come to Fitzroy learn from it? You know, like from the suburbs they come into. Party or something like that. What do you think their view of Fitzroy?
Well, I guess, I guess mine changed as well. So, I mean, if I was 18 and I moved in here again, I'd be an 18-year-old of this generation. But I remember when I was 18, I mean, all I wanted to do was drink and, get out of it and have fun and, and hang out with people of a similar age group to me and not have to worry about parents, looking over my shoulder.
Yeah.
And so I guess, with the high rents, it sort of closed me out a little bit. But it's also forced me to accept the inevitable that I wasn't going to be able to live in Fitzroy forever. That eventually I'd have to pass the baton on to the generation after me, as the generation before me had done, except the generation before me went along and bought houses. So, yeah.
And so why do you see as the sort of property owning people or the yuppies or whatever you call them? Why do you think that they want to move to Fitzroy and live?
Yeah, they're weirdos. Yeah. And there's some just down the road, just down there, near the commission flats, and there's sort of there's little sort of neo kind of warehouse flash kind of everything in there and stuff. And I've passed them walking in and out, and they just look really frightened, and it's like, and they look like they don't really belong. And I guess that was kind of frightening as well, because I figured that probably they do belong, that they probably belong more than I do now, And Brunswick Street, you go down there and you see loads of those people, they've all got flash haircuts, and $300 coats on, and they've all got mobile phones in each pocket, So, yeah, I mean, I guess the fabric will just get another weave to it, really.
Yeah.
So, but it is a shame, but then I just think I can't really look at today's society badly, and I can't sort of say, oh, everything they're doing is wrong. But I do think that they've lost a big core of community identity, and it's a far more selfish society than it was when I was growing up. So
you think there's some broader things in Fitzroy that maybe relate to a broader Australian society or a broader Melbourne even?
Do I think there is anything broader here?
Yeah, or anything that Fitzroy can be used as a metaphor even to understand the broader Australian society?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I guess
trends here that you see could relate to other parts of the country.
It's a trendy place. Although Airport West I'm bringing out my own clothesline soon. Shea Airport West. It'll be big, but no. Well, I mean, I guess it's like there was that sociological study in England where they had that town that was like the perfect town, and they've done that film in America about the perfect town, and I guess in a lot of ways Fitzroy it's like a small ectoplasm of Melbourne, of the perfect town, except there's no parents living here, so I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean there's a broad cross section of society. It's like in St Kilda now, you go down Fitzroy Street and it's not like it was. It's not even similar to what it was 20 years ago. Yeah. But if you walk down George Street, it'll still be George Street in 20 years' time, and nothing will change it. So, I mean, I guess I guess the lesson that Fitzroy will always be there to remind us of is that, maybe the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and they'll live over the street from each other and hate each other. So maybe it'll be the fervent place where revolution seeds get sown. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think Melburnians are very revolutionary types though. So it'll probably just get a few paint bombs maybe.
Yeah. So where do you see? How do you see the use of space in Fitzroy? Like, you say that people have to tolerate each other and stuff like that. I mean, where do they meet and where do they tolerate each other, do you see?
Well, the social aspect of Fitzroy is, for me, I guess it used to be pubs, but as I've grown older, it's become cafes. That's where I'll meet people. So I'll meet you at a cafe and we'll hang out and drink coffee and eat cake and stuff. But I don't know whether that's me, and I just don't like going to pubs so much anymore. And whether young kids still, I don't know what they're doing, those young kids today. But yeah. I mean, I think the social, and it's also that pubs aren't the only place you can buy beer anymore. You can buy it at hairdressers now. What is that?
I don't know.
It's beyond me. But I mean, I guess the social habits of Fitzroy and the social habits of me have changed. I've become far more sedate. Lounge music.
But like the poorer residents of Fitzroy, like live in the commission flats behind you. Do you think they hang out in the cafe?
Well, I'd say that Gertrude Street would still pull a few people in. I was living in the commission flats in Carlton, and I still went to cafes and stuff. But it's they've also got huge big parks there, and no, I mean I still think there's still the I mean, I guess it's not a cafe, but there's still the seats on the corner of Smith Street and the street down that way, and Brunswick Street down there, where they took out the chairs. They used to have those chairs on Brunswick Street, but the council took them out, and Janosch died the next week. Janosch is another weird one, I reckon. Like, Janosch was this guy. Janosch, he was like this old. There's legends upon legends upon legends about Janosch. There was all these legends that he was a big property owner, and his wife used to drive a BMW and drop off, $200 a week for him and stuff, and he'd just go live on the streets and stuff, and he just took it all in with his life, and he just gave it all up, and something about his daughter, disowning him or something, and and so he went off and he lived on the streets and stuff, and was a generally disgusting bum. And I never met a person who liked him, who'd stop and chat with Janosch and get to know him better. But as soon as he died, you heard reams of stories. People just saying, "Oh, Janosch, I remember him. He was the golden boy of Brunswick Street." But 98% of people were happy that he was gone. Like, I heard stories about him just standing there outside Greek churches on Sunday, just pissing on them and stuff, and just doing disgusting things. He became quite penile fixated in his old age. He'd rip it out and let it go anytime he could. But for some reason, he's become a saint in his passing, which I guess it's not all that weird for Australia.
So how did he die?
He got hit by a cab. Poor guy. Yeah, I don't know whether the cab swerved.
Do you think there's something about Fitzroy that Yanni represented?
Yeah.
Or was it just, that he was out in the street all the time? He's out there all the time, talking to people, all the time, every day.
Yeah.
Relentless.
Yeah, relentless. $2? Got $2, mate? I know. But I reckon Janosch represented the contradictions of daily life in Fitzroy as we know it today. He was. I mean, I'm an advocate of the story that he was a rich landowner and his wife drove the BMW and dropped off money for him. But he still chose to live in the freezing cold streets and annoy people. And so, yeah, he's a cornucopia of mysteries.
Yeah.
And I guess that's what Fitzroy is. You know, you don't really know it. And that's the other thing about Melbourne, is that we're all really polite people, so we don't really know what goes on behind people's walls, you know. And I guess Janos took it out there, and he wanted to show the world all that I'm inside his mind.
Do you think there's an old Fitzroy and a new Fitzroy? Can you make that demarcation?
No, I don't think you can. And I think that when I moved to Fitzroy, I had no idea of the Fitzroy that was before me. And the same with the generation before, and generation before, and before, and before, and before. And I think that's what Fitzroy is. Fitzroy is a melting pot of the cities. See, I don't know. I don't know what it is. You were saying before about the rent going up in Fitzroy, but rent's always been extremely high in Fitzroy, and the rates have always been like per square foot. If you're going to pay your rates in Fitzroy, you pay and your land and the price of your land, you'll always pay far more than you will in Kew or in Toorak. And it's not beyond me why that's happened, because I've paid it for 15 years, but there is, as far as being a suburb goes, there is nothing at all enticing about it. It's kind of, that the houses are all pretty drab. It's dirty. It smells. It's always smell. There used to, there used to be people excreting on the street. And so, but and the council's always been endemically corrupt. So it's never been a cheap place to live, but people have always wanted to live here, and I don't know why that is. And I could, but what was the question? Yeah, no, neither can I.
Old Fitzroy, new Fitzroy.
Old Fitzroy. No, so yeah, that's right. So I just think that that Fitzroy just has a shape that it takes on. And I mean that's the incredible thing, is that the skyline of Fitzroy hasn't changed in 100 years, but what's gone on inside the houses has changed so dramatically, So
So do you think that maybe the 19th century designers of Fitzroy got something right?
No. And loads of yuppies have bought little shitbox houses.
Yeah.
Have just had to spend millions of dollars getting to stand up again because they're all falling down. No, the architects of Fitzroy had nothing going for them. It's been every generation since then that has fought so hard to preserve it, and that's what's kept it standing. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the brickwork on that place over there, you can see it just collapsing. Yeah, we can't see it. Yeah, but no, it's there's so little in the Fitzroy architecture that will last, and it's all made for Victorian England as well. So it captures no light. You've lived in terrace houses and stuff, and if you're in the bottom floor of a terrace house, man, you're looking at some serious darkness and some excellent smelling mould as well. So no, it's this bizarre preservation theory that a lot of people in Australia have, because we feel really attached to our history that isn't really a history. Like if you go to Europe, or you go to America, or you go, not so much to America, but if you go to Europe or Asia, and you sort of say, oh, this is 200 years old, and people say, wow, that's amazing, Like it's not really. It's like we've had this really conscious idea to hold on to what has been before. Just I can't really think what I'm trying to say, but yeah, it's the people of today that have kept the buildings of yesterday standing. And I'm sure that a lot of the people who built the workman's cottage by the time they died, they just thought, God, I'm just thanking the Lord, I'm going to leave this one, And they just, they're never insulated. They're always cold. always really bad drafts.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Can't help you out with that one.
So, why do you think that Fitzroy is different to Braybrook, say, when it comes to corporatisation or fast food, or the sort of things we associate with globalisation? Why do you think Fitzroy is resistant, or it's different than?
Because it's a university town, I think, and if you're at university, McDonald's is the legion of enemies. You don't want to, but they've got them at uni, don't they? And there goes that theory. I don't know. I really, yeah. I can't say that I'd really munched the idea of getting up and passing McDonald's, let alone eating at it, let alone eating there. And I don't know. I can't think why McDonald's hasn't made it in here. I'm trying to remember what I was just talking about, but I can't.
Yeah, about sneaking into the McDonald's.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, maybe that'd happen. Maybe if you had one, it'd have black windows, and back entrances, and people would nip in there and get their Bravo bags and run out, and jump on the train and eat it and stuff. But yeah, no, it's
So that's an interesting link you made there between. So Fitzroy attracts a certain type of person too. So do you think it attracts university people or artist people? And do you think that those people are more equipped to resist certain forces in a society?
I think, yeah. Well, I don't think they're more equipped. I think it's more of a knee-jerk reaction to escape it. Yeah. I mean, I tend to think of the people living in Fitzroy and people living in Fitzroy as being the vanguards, as being the head troopers and stuff. They're doing things that in 10 years' time people may catch on to. They drive loud Holdens. Not many people do that out in the suburbs, I'm telling you. You've got a car that's over 10 years old. It's time to start thinking about cashing in. Have I told you about my bike experiences in the suburb? Is this like?
How long have you lived in Fitzroy?
I think we first moved to Fitzroy in 1978, and we'd been living in St Kilda, and we were getting evicted from the street because they partitioned us out. The whole street was getting a petition together to throw us out. So we decided to move, and this guy I was sharing a house with, we came to Fitzroy for some reason, got incredibly drunk and found this really horrid dump on Johnson Street, and loved it. It was a pits, it was an old shop, and it was just dark and dingy, and we thought, this is fantastic. So that was our first major excursion into Fitzroy.
Did you find some connection between St Kilda and Fitzroy then? Similarities?
I've been to Fitzroy in the very early 70s when I was a teenager to go to hippie dances up the top of Brunswick Street, but I'd never ventured over Gertrude Street because I was never brave enough. I think the scene around Gertrude Street and the top of Brunswick Street was so sort of disturbing for a 15-year-old from the suburbs, I'd never seen people falling over cars, drunk and sort of shouting in the street, and some guy in a box preaching, standing up there, in the middle of this sort of stuff, and then this huge line of all these hippies standing outside this hall all going in. It was a real sort of like quite an eye-opener, and that was probably my very first introduction into Fitzroy. And then I'd been to visit a couple of people down by the Fitzroy pool in the 76, 77 or 77 it would have been, and I quite liked the little streets because it was really hot, and like you baked, you walked along and they were barren, there was no trees, and it was sort of quite romantic for a person who had decided the inner urban life style of punk was more fashionable than the hippie lifestyle, which was going out, So it was quite nice, and you know, we had our punk rock band, so we moved to Johnson Street.
Okay. So the pubs were really rough in Fitzroy at that time? The Gertrude Street ones?
We would never... My memory of living in Johnson Street was we lived along Johnson Street and we went about as far as the pub up there, which is now a restaurant, I forget what it's called. The Grace Darling.
Grace Darling.
Yeah, and that was we never really went up Gertrude Street any further than that because it was a bit too dangerous.
Yeah.
Our perception of it was that it was too dangerous. And it probably was.
Yeah.
Because the Grace Darling was a mixed pub where Anglos and the courier culture sort of met, and where the more bureaucratic end of the sort of courier culture and that socialised there, you know. Whereas you went further up and the Builders was a no-no pub you never went into, and the Royal, which is not there anymore, and then you went up to the Champion.
So why did no one go to the Builders?
The Builders, I went to the Builders once because I worked with this courier guy and it was his birthday. Yeah. And we left the playground and he took us to the Royal, and you know, that we had a few beers there, and I had to, you know, kiss, you kiss big fat buck mama, and I had to kiss all these people and sort of, you know, and they were sort of, yeah, they were sort of antagonistic towards you, but in a humorous and sort of friendly way, you know. Yeah. You were with this guy and it was all right, you were cool, you know. Yeah. But you still felt very uncomfortable. And then we went down to the Builders and I walked up to the bar with everybody and asked for 3 pots, and the guy just sort of like burnt holes through me, you know. I could feel these gaping holes as his eyes just, you know, just singed me as he stood there with his arms folded in this brown sort of V-neck sweater and no t-shirt underneath, and just didn't say a word. And I said, oh. So the guy we were with actually ended up getting us some beers and sort of, you know, we hung around. I was getting a bit drunk, and so my memories are a bit vague from that point, but I know it was a very uncomfortable feeling. Yeah. And it was the pub in Fitzroy you didn't go to, you know, you just walked around it, you know, crossed over the road. Because one day I'm walking past the Royal, or just getting up to the Royal, and I thought, oh, I'll cross over and go past the gym on that side, and a table and a chair come flying through the window and bounce on the road and stuff. Yeah.
Do you go to pubs in Fitzroy now? Or?
Oh no, I've given up drinking and sort of don't really do that. I go to the Napier after work occasionally, and sort of, we used to go to the Standard when Steve and Dave had it, these two guys. Yeah. When they had it, and sort of used to frequent that. But yeah. The pub culture's changed, but I do like the Napier and stuff.
Yeah. How's it changed, do you think?
Oh yeah, it's sort of, it's gone, all that sort of, you know, the classic sort of pub culture, you know. Yeah. I don't know, from the 60s, the 50s or whatever, it's sort of all, I don't think there's very much left of it now. The Birmingham probably down on the corner of Johnson and Smith Street, it's about it and stuff. Maybe the front bar over at the one over here on Brunswick Street. The old colonial stuff.
That's sort of become much more trendy.
Yeah. That criminal element of Fitzroy and lower working class element is really confined to the flats, and they don't drink in hotels anymore. They all take heroin and other noxious sort of drugs and things. Yeah. So they're not the... Fitzroy used to be their suburb, you know. Fitzroy was a closed off little suburb when I first came here. Yeah. It's like a country town. Everybody drove around it. Nobody really came through it or stopped. Yeah. And if they did, they usually ended up in some sort of trouble. Yeah. It wasn't a sort of, it was sort of relatively unpleasant. You know?
So I suppose there was like no reason for people from other suburbs to come here, you know?
No, there wasn't anything here. You know, you just, you know, you only come here to get bashed up, I suppose, you know. Yeah. If you wanted to score drugs, it wasn't really a Fitzroy sort of thing that I knew of anyway, you know. You went to other suburbs, you know, St Kilda's and all those places. Yeah.
And you lived in the flats a long time back?
Yeah, by accident we lived in Johnson Street for a while, and then we moved to Nicholson Street to North Fitzroy to a trendier shop opposite Hart's, and then everybody went overseas, and except for myself, and I moved around a few different spots around Fitzroy, and sort of had a house in Fitzroy, and I had a girlfriend who lived in St Kilda, so we commuted it backwards and forwards. and then for some reason we ended up moving to Northcote, which was a really bad move. But in the process of people coming back overseas, they were asked when they returned, did they want a Ministry of Housing house or something, and they said no, and the woman said, well, just fill out the form anyway. So she filled out the form, and a year later the house came up, or the flat, and we all moved in. We had about 6 of us in it, and then everybody left, and it ended up just being 2 of us. We stayed there for about 15 years.
Wow.
And sort of loved it, you know.
And how was that? Did
just
was it changes in that period?
Yeah. I saw a change from, depends who lived in it. It affected a lot of the change. When I first moved in, the danger was late night attacks from drunken people, you know, who were staggering around outside in some comatose state, you know, who would just randomly beat you up for no real reason. It was sort of, you know, it was, and you couldn't predict it. There was no predictability to it, so it became really scary.
Yeah.
And even people you knew from working in the area still would attack you because they'd be so out of it, and they might say sorry the next day, but you know, oh, sorry mate, you know, shouldn't have bashed you up last night, kicked your head in, you know, but I wasn't feeling the best, you know. So, and that was about it at first, you know. And then we've, over years, we had a wave of drugs, and a lot of the focus shifted to the day, where the day became sometimes more dangerous because you had marauding groups of, you know, junkies from the outer suburbs and stuff wandering up and down the flats looking for people, and looking for people who've hidden stuff, and sort of just really causing a lot of crap, you know. And they're basically still there, you know. And
when did that start happening?
that probably started happening after we'd been there about 5 years.
Really?
Yeah. But we had you're talking about, you know, like 1% of the population that causes all this trouble. You know, the rest of it, that's why I loved it so much. I'd get in the lift on the night going home, and I'd have Vietnamese and Chinese and some Africans and some Hmongs and a whole lot of little kids and a dog, and the sort of the shopping. And you'd all get in the lift, and because you'd all been going up and down for so long, you'd all be going, hi, how are you? Just a little nod, and sort of, or you'd help them with their shopping or something, or the baby, or sort of, you know, it was great. I loved it. It was really cosmopolitan and sort of, and then you'd go into your flat and close the door, and you had a view of the Dandenongs from 12 floors up, you know. And it was warm. I'd never, you know, living in share houses all my life, you'd never lived in a warm place because I'd always been dumps, you know. You move into this and you've got central heating in your lounge room, you know. You're standing there in the middle of winter in your jocks at 5 o'clock in the morning having a cup of tea, watching the sunrise over the Dandenongs, going, aren't I a lucky guy, you know. Thinking of all these people in their little Victorian terraces, you know, freezing away. And
So for a lot of new migrants to Australia, then Fitzroy must be their first view of what Australia is about. If they, you know, if they first arrive.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. I don't know if they've been anywhere before that. Yeah. There seems to be waves of migrants. Due to where I work at the playground and stuff, you've seen them over the years. Actually, different groups come in, and then what happens is the less affluent and the less go-getters actually stay behind, and the other ones slowly drift out and move on to other suburbs and other lives and stuff. And then you get a little core of people, like you've got Anglos, you've got a little core of Aboriginal people, Turkish people that have been here quite a long time, and they're really quite happy in their environment there. They don't want to move. They don't want to live in a house in the suburbs. They want to do the garden, you know. They have a little plot of land where they grow some veggies and stuff like that, and sort of, you know. It's great, you know. You got the hospital. You have a sort of, you know.
Yeah, Barbara at Hippie was saying that your Hmong people have moved away.
Yeah. It's a shame because they probably had about 30 flats at one time, you know. And they were they were just the strangest people, you know, and sort of just I don't know, just un-Western, you know. I'd never really dealt with people so closely over a period of time who weren't Westernised, you know, and stuff. They were really good.
So they had brought their children to the
playground? Yeah, kids used to come to the playground, and we got to know them. We had a few incidents, and we had to go to various little ceremonies at certain times, you know, kill the chicken and wave the incense over the thing, and, you know, I forget what we did now. We did something. that evoked some evil spirit, you know, and they had to be cleansed, and they were very, they were great. But most of them moved to Queensland, then they moved out to Sunshine and out that way and stuff, bigger suburban houses.
Would that be for gardens? Or?
Yeah, I suppose so, just more people, you know. They have a lot of kids, you know, sometimes there'd be like 20 people in one flat and stuff like that, you know. And sort of, it's just, and you know, I suppose they see it as being more affluent. They buy the house out there, you know. They work hard and sort of, you know.
So do you think there's something particularly unique about Fitzroy as opposed to other parts of the city?
Well, I suppose it's the oldest suburb in Melbourne, and it really is now part of the top of the city. Once it might have been a suburb, I think now it is sort of really just an extension of the city, you know, and it's become a recreational area for Melbourne, you know. It's probably taken over from Carlton. Carlton's become a monoculture sort of, you know, from the 70s onwards, and the bohemian life, you know, which was, I gather, has been in Fitzroy since the 50s and probably even earlier, probably always been here, you know.
So do you see that could be a threat to Fitzroy, so becoming homogenous?
Well, I suppose so. But I suppose I always thought that pub cultures, I know, was really depressed about how pubs disappeared and changed, and that culture had gone. And then one day I realised that it wasn't so evil. It's just people died off, you know. Really, that generation of people who drank all the time in hotels in the day and stuff were all dead. There was nobody left. The place was going to close down anyway because they had no customers anymore. So that culture it shifted and changed in order to survive. And because my girlfriend's very depressed about the state of modern Fitzroy, you know. She hates it. I wanted to go back to how it used to be, quiet, and you know, I want, you know, Betty down the road, and I want, you know, those old people that lived up the end of the street that I used to talk to, and those hippies across the road, you know, and so
more community.
Well, it was, I suppose it was quieter, and sort of you knew more people, and sort of, you know, and you know, the people from the Rose have sold it around the corner from us and sort of are moving on. And she's come on, now they've gone, you know, and they've been there 20 years, you know, and sort of. But I think Fitzroy's big enough and it absorbs these sort of changes and sort of, and you know, they've been trying to get rid of the people at the southern end up by the Ministry of Housing for 100 years, you know, they're still here. Even if they don't live here, they still come back here, you know. It's sort of, it's not that easy to socially engineer change in areas like governments have tried in Fitzroy. Slum clearance programs, you know. And the windshield review when they pulled the buildings down, all the houses, you know, they just drove around in a car. That's condemned, that's condemned. Then came in with the cops and beat everybody up and dragged them out of their houses. So,
Do you think things like property values and rents and that poses a threat?
Yeah, well, of course, because because it just pushes people out of the market, you know. I don't know anybody in Fitzroy anymore because they all live in Northcote and Brunswick and sort of moved to the country or live in East St Kilda or somewhere like that because they couldn't afford to live in Fitzroy, you know. You know, the rents are really just astronomical and sort of, and all the properties have turned into sort of young home buyers. And
So do you see that as one of the biggest threats to
I just think it's
another change?
It's another change, and I think that'll change again, you know, as you used to watch Brunswick Street go up and down, you know, one year it'd be dominated by a certain culture. The next year everybody who worked in a restaurant would be a lesbian, and then it'd be dominated by that culture, and then eventually there's no cultures, it's millions of different cultures now dominate Brunswick Street. It's not one anymore, you know. And sort of, so it's good in some ways. But it'll change back, you know, all these condos will become low rental apartments in 20 years' time, and, you know.
The tilt-ups.
And sort of, you know, they'll be considered the new Ministry of Housing eyesores and sort of, you know, I suppose and stuff. Because Fitzroy was a rich suburb at the turn of the century anyway, so I think it was dominant, you know. People paraded up Smith Street with parasols and stuff, and it was the, you know, the Parisian part of Melbourne for a while, and so I think it goes up and down, you know.
Yeah. Do you think there's anything that people from other suburbs or other areas of the country could learn from a place like Fitzroy? Some examples?
I don't know, you know. Fitzroy's always had a sort of, it's never been a very kind suburb, I don't think. People who've lived here have never been very socially conscious, or hadn't, in as far as I could see, over a period of time, you know. They're very self-interested and very, not necessarily honourable on all occasions, you know. It's been full of a lot of rogues, and you know. And my thing is, you know, it's a typical Fitzroy thing, winning the grand final in 1944, you know, because everybody else was at war. Where were the people in Fitzroy? Oh, they were, you know, sneaking around, you know, breaking into people's cars and sort of causing trouble, and on the street and stuff, you know. They had a sort of slightly different agenda. You know, you still get that larrikin character that people wrote about at the turn of the century, standing on Brunswick Street up the top there, or on Gertrude Street. You know, they look really different, but they're still doing the same thing. They're shouting abuse at people, you know. They're all dressed up and sort of, you know where to go and sort of shouting and sort of, you know. Fitzroy has a wonderful irreverence for the police as well, you know.
For the police?
Yeah, or historically, I think, you know.
In what way?
Well, even to this day, no one, sort of kids that I know who've got into trouble with the police, they don't care about being caught. It's like this, you know. It doesn't, you know. It doesn't really matter to them, you know. They don't think of, you know, that they actually, by the time they're 16 or 17, have about 30 or 40 charges with the police. And I kept going, well, you're not very good at this, are you? I'm Fitzroy's #1 crim, you know? And you're going, well, you've been caught all these times. Oh, it doesn't matter, just go visit my mates in jail, you know? It's sort of like people go to Noosa, people in Fitzroy used to go to Pentridge for a holiday, you know?
So these are some of the kids you come in contact with?
Yeah, people from the top end of Fitzroy, yeah.
Do you have friends in the other North Fitzroy? Or?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I like North Fitzroy. We bought a flat in North Fitzroy, actually.
Oh, that's where you live now?
No, we don't live in North Fitzroy, but sort of, we bought one in the property boom, you know, a 1-bedroom flat, you know. We too were swept up in the real estate sort of boom. And no, I like North Fitzroy. That's where my sister lives, and sort of, it's always been, it's where the latter-day Fitzroy Council ruled Fitzroy from, you know, from up on the hill. They decided, you know, what went on.
Do you remember when the town hall was here, when the council was here?
Loved it. Monday night council meetings, you know.
You used to go?
Yeah, we'd all get there. We'd leave work, we'd go to the Napier and get sloshed. We'd meet all the sort of socialists and lefties and self-interested and all the various people from the Sue Duffys, from 3CR and stuff like that, and we just get there and shout abuse at the council. It was fantastic, you know. Shame, Milman, you know. We'd all stand up until they threw us all out, or sort of, you know. And even then the police periodically would look at their watches and go, oh, sorry, I'm off duty now. So it was a wonderful sort of, it was like theatre, you know. It was fantastic, you know.
Do you remember what sort of things they would debate about? Was it mostly ideology or something?
Yeah, it'd be a whole range of things, laneways and, you know, the council's corruption in giving laneways to their friends, like the one behind you, actually. Was a big contentious issue for a long time, you know. And the people who owned the house acquired it from the council without anybody else sort of having anything to do with it. And various councillors acquired the lanes next to their properties.
And turned it into part of their backyard.
Well, as the story goes, you know. These are the stories that one was told over periods of time in the Napier Hotel, drinking and chatting about these things, and then running back over after, you know. And I used to have the friend I lived with worked in the Fitzroy Library, so you get the inside goss from the council and all that sort of stuff. And she'd always see that there was a little dumbwaiter that'd take all the bottles of wine and luxurious cakes up to the council meeting that they had and stuff, you know. So yeah, it was good, you know.
Yeah.
Because it was intimate, and you sort of got to know these people, and sort of, you know. And somebody knew chased the mayor one day down the street and was going to bash him up, and he ran into the police station, you know, to hide and stuff like that, you know. There was all these great little incidents that used to happen over the years, you know.
So now the sort of the council's gone, a certain part of the community goes with it. So.
Yeah, those sorts of small country town sort of things are gone. And you know, now we have the bigger, broader Yarra Council, and it's more.
Yeah.
I suppose you get more professional political people involved in it and stuff. There's more money. There's more at stake. There's more to administer and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
And
so when you say country town, you just mean that Fitzroy had some nice sort of boundaries, a bit self-contained. And
yeah. Kids I know never went anywhere, you know. Yeah. Like, they never left the top end of Fitzroy. I used to joke about they didn't know which direction the city was because they never left Fitzroy, you know. They were sort of, you know, they were really tough and mean and sort of, but at the same time they had this sort of fear of the rest of the world, you know. Yeah. They were sort of quite soft and intimidated by it, you know.
Yeah. I suppose there's lots of jobs here too, you know.
I don't think anybody worked really. I don't think there was much. There would have been more work, yeah, for sure. There were still factories in Collingwood and sort of, you know, we still hadn't lost all those sorts of things. So it was still going, you know. But yeah.
So the only sort of jobs in the district now are like in, you know, shops or in cafes and sort of.
Yeah, I was interested to get service industry stuff, you know, building, you know. Yeah. Building's been a boom, you know.
Yeah.
I sort of, you know, have my pet little projects that I walk past, watch the new building go up, you know, and sort of. So I'm torn between. I quite like the new developments in some cases, you know.
Yeah.
It's added a whole another level to Fitzroy. In dimension-wise, you know, the trees have all grown and sort of, quoting Chopper Reed from the other day, the trees in Collingwood have got 6 foot taller since I last lived here, you know. And they have, you know, it's become it's a very tree, leafy suburb now, and it's got a lot of birds that come back, and so we have all these rosellas and a whole range of different sort of things, you know. Whereas I always remember Fitzroy as a bleak, hot little suburb where the sun burnt you and in winter the wind froze you, you know.
Okay. Thanks very much.
No problems.
Study and other things, but I've primarily lived in Fitzroy as a resident, and I've had jobs in Fitzroy as well.
So your family moved to Fitzroy. They migrated here?
Yeah.
Why did they migrate to Fitzroy of all places?
Well, my family migrated to Fitzroy because there was already an extended family network who had migrated to Australia post-war, post-Second World War. And so it just happened to be Fitzroy that my family settled in. I could have been anywhere else, I guess, though my family would have followed itself wherever it located. But I think it was because Fitzroy was a cheap area to live in, and it was suitable for the pockets of migrants without much money.
So, you went to school in Fitzroy?
Yeah, I did actually. When we first arrived in Australia, my siblings and I went to St Bridget's, which is a Catholic primary school, but that was only for a short period. The nuns were kind of mean to us there. My mother didn't like the way they treated us, so we ended up being enrolled at North Fitzroy Primary, which is also known as Alfred Crescent, and then on to Fitzroy High School after that.
Okay. And how was Fitzroy High?
Fitzroy was a school, one of the underprivileged schools, if you like. There are lots of students, not many teachers in it. The ratio would have been pretty poor. Heaps of students per teacher, very rough and ready. not a very amazing pass rate at Year 12 level. So I don't think it was a school that wasn't really geared for the academic scene, if you like.
Okay. And are you an academic now?
I'm not working as an academic, but I've studied postgraduate level, so I don't know if that makes me an academic.
So what sort of ethnicity was at Fitzroy High?
Fitzroy High comprised mainly Greeks. It was probably half the students were Greek, the other half were mixed bag. People of Anglo-Celtic background, Italians, Yugoslavs, some from the Middle East, Asian. When I say Asian, I mean Vietnamese. So Vietnamese students, Turkish, yeah.
Okay, so from your experience of growing up in Fitzroy, do you think, and your experience with living in other parts of the country, in the city, do you think that Fitzroy has its own particular identity?
Fitzroy's identity is in a constant state of flux, I think, because depending on, it's usually the economic circumstances of the people who migrate to the area that determine to a large degree what kind of community it ends up becoming. What it was like in the 70s when I grew up in Fitzroy, it was pretty much an working class suburb full of lots of poor people, and now it seems to be filled with the gentry professional class. So that changes the nature of the community. The biggest change being that you don't really know who your neighbours are so much anymore. Yeah.
So you think that lots of people with money moving in the area has meant a breakdown in the structure in the community?
You could call it a breakdown of the working class community, but I guess that where there's a breakdown, there's also a rebuilding going on, and that's, look at the architecture of the area and the kind of services that are available in the area now. That's been a direct result of the change in the demographics. So, yeah, there are better services now than what there used to be, from my recollection. So I guess in the old days, people seemed to rely on each other a bit more for things like the crossing over or the handing over of information, whereas now it's done through a remote kind of method where you know which parts of the community service your needs, and you just go directly to them. You don't really do it through a community-based conduit.
So why do you think that people from other suburbs moved to Fitzroy? Why do you think they moved here and gentrified it, or trying to?
Well, it could have a lot to do with the fact that a lot of the working class migrants who lived in the area, who moved to the area post-war, set up their own networks of entertainment, things like restaurants and cafes and, men's bars and espresso bars and those kind of things. And that kind of attracted a cosmopolitan flavour. It initiated a cosmopolitan kind of flavour, which a lot of the general Australian community probably hadn't engaged with before, and it was attractive because it meant breaking from the traditional kind of suburban, kind of Anglo-waspy kind of sterility, but of course, as a direct result of that, land value increased dramatically, and that effectively displaced a lot of poorer people who were living in the area. So the poorer people who may have helped set up the so-called bohemian metropolitan flavour to the place were also the victims of their own initiation.
Can we stop?
Sure.
So, what things do you see in the past that helped to form a community in Fitzroy?
Well, the kind of things that help to form a community is communication between the members in any community, and in in the old days, I'm talking about the 1970s, there seemed to be lots of children in the streets. It was just, you just hung out as a kid. You just hung out with other kids, even if you didn't know them. And so, you know, you had packs of roving children playing at various centres in Fitzroy, at the park, down at the creek, wherever the case may be. And so that was a way of mingling outside of your own ethnic group, if you like. So you got to meet people, you got to integrate with people from various backgrounds. And it wasn't something that was planned. It was impromptu. It was out of need. The social services for kids weren't that great in the area, so you hung out with each other as a form of entertainment, and that did create a sense of community amongst younger people. It doesn't necessarily mean that the parents hung out. They already had their established networks amongst their own ethnic groups, and from my experiences, a lot of them didn't really travel outside of their own ethnic groups, so there were lots of communities within the Fitzroy community. So there was a multiplicity working, and it seemed to work quite fine. Didn't really notice tension so much.
What about pubs? Do you think pubs have played a role in Fitzroy's identity and community?
I think pubs have definitely played a role in Fitzroy's identity and sense of community. Now, you know, because I'm of an Italian background, a lot of the Italian families that I knew of, the older people from the families, they didn't seem to be pub goers as such. Their community network seemed to have more to do with associating with each other in their homes or at various sites throughout Fitzroy parks, you know, that kind of thing. But pubs seem to play have played a larger part with me from the time I was a teenager, and there were places to congregate and just socialise and get pissed, pretty much.
Do you have a local pub now?
I don't. There are so many pubs in Fitzroy that I don't actually have a particular local pub, because pubs have they're Dr. Jekyll's and Mr. Hyde's in Fitzroy, and on weekends you have an influx of people from the suburbs who pretty much take up all the space in pubs, and so you avoid those ones. You avoid pubs like the Punters or the Builders Arms, or I mean pretty much all of them, especially within the main entertainment precincts of Fitzroy, the Smith Streets and the Brunswick Streets, Gertrude Streets. So, you know, you've got that on the weekends, but then the Fitzroy or the local crowd hangs out at the same pubs, and those pubs assume a completely different identity on the weekends. They're not as full. You can actually chat without having to bump into people every second or every step of the way. So they are meeting places, but you're confined to weekdays.
So what do you see as the biggest threats to Fitzroy, or things that could negative changes to Fitzroy in the future?
Negative changes to Fitzroy in the future have a lot to do with economics, from what I see, and that you pretty much can't afford to live here unless you're on a high income and you can afford your own property, or you can afford high rent. That's a bit of a shame, of course, because it displaces people on lower incomes who may have a lot to contribute to the community, especially, you know, artists and people that work in the arts community within the area. I mean, a lot of people that I work with or know of who hang out in Fitzroy that are artists don't necessarily live here anymore. They're living in places like Northcote and Preston because it's cheaper. You know, it's an economic bias. There's an economic bias working in that. The more you earn, the more likely you are to live in an entertaining or metropolitan area, such as Fitzroy.
Is there anything that you see as particularly Australian about Fitzroy, like in a national sense? What sort of big pictures are there here?
The big pictures are. Yeah, that's a tough one. Well, I mean, you've got your crappy kind of takeaway food places. They seem to be they seem to be the face of. Sorry, Craig. Just can you ask that one again, mate?
Yeah. Okay. So it is a tough one.
Yeah.
But what do you see as particularly Australian, or your understanding of what it is to be Australian, that locates itself in Fitzroy? You know what I mean? What's Australian about Fitzroy?
The thing that's most Australian about Fitzroy, whatever that means, whatever Australian means, is that you have a multiplicity of people of various backgrounds, various incomes, trying to coexist, and it's fairly successful. I mean, not all of Australia has places full of diverse people from diverse backgrounds, but to me that's what Australia seems to represent and seems to encourage. Otherwise we'll end up back in the 50s where there was a fairly kind of linear existence, which was pretty much based on the WASP notion of progression and righteousness. That's changed a hell of a lot, I think, and I don't think I could live in a society that's like that, and I don't think many people would want to either.
So where do you live now?
I live in Fitzroy now.
Yeah. And you live in a share house?
I live in this share house with 4 other people. It's based. That's an economic imperative, pretty much. I'm not a high-income earner. I work in the arts sector, so in a sense, I'm forced to live in a share house situation. It's cheaper. The sharing of bills. And it's not necessarily a negative thing because you're living with people who share similar values to an extent. So that's not such a bad thing. I have lived in a house with people that had completely different ideas to me, and that's good as well, but it can only go so far.
Okay. So just on the globalisation, taking a leap here, what do you understand about globalisation, Joe? Or what do you think globalisation is?
Globalisation, to me, represents probably the worst aspects of money management on an international scale. Trying to run things as efficiently as possible at the expense of the dollar imperative at the expense of the human imperative. It's a slash and burn approach that affects people at all levels of community and society, in that you will try and you get conglomerates who pretty much try and establish themselves as international identities within your own community, and you're supposed to feel as happy about being part of this theoretical global village, which is a notion that's been created by corporations, not people. Villages have existed from day one, on a human scale. I don't know why corporations are reinventing the term. It's never actually left. They've just appropriated it to legitimise their existence within the community. And most people aren't stupid. They realise what a wank the whole setup is, and they're rejecting it. You get your S11 protests, you're getting your M1 protests. You have a rejection of homogenisation within the community. People don't like being told how to live.
So you see globalisation as a negative force on your life in Fitzroy? It is.
Globalisation, I guess, has impacted in places like Fitzroy on a fairly latent level at the moment. Who knows where it's going to go? But just things like breweries trying to take over. If you gave them a chance and they had enough money, they'd probably take over all the pubs. And you see things like the thematic bullshit Irish pubs where you have pressed icons and just pressed memorabilia. When I say pressed, I mean formed, not real hand-me-downs, if you like, just things you can buy at any catering supply place, which you adorn your pub with that. You call it Irish Ryans or something, and all of a sudden you've got some kind of identity within the suburb. Yeah.
So in Fitzroy, do you see, maybe since you was growing up, you mentioned it was a poor suburb.
but do you see some extremes of poverty here still?
Yeah, you do see extremes.
That you haven't seen before?
Well, the extremes, I guess, in poverty in Fitzroy are far more marked now because, I mean, I never saw things like Porsches driving around the streets of Fitzroy in the 70s, whereas now they're fairly passé, actually. So the extremities are highlighted. So the contrast is a lot greater. I mean, you still have low-income residents living in commission housing, government-aided and financed housing, but you also have people living a few blocks away who may own a $1 million property that's been fully refurbished to its Victorian grandeur. And with the Victorian grandeur comes a Victorian sense of isolation and usurpation of the poor. And so I guess it's a reversion to some historical
So do you think that these people speak to each other?
Well, the poor and the poorer people and the richer people probably don't get a chance to speak to each other because they can't afford the same facilities and the same entertainments or restaurants. I mean, you know, if you're on a low income, you're not going to spend $50 on a meal and fine wine. It just doesn't happen. I mean, that might make wealthy people feel like they're mingling. Hey, you know, I'm real. I'm mingling with real people. But yeah, that's a conscious process. It's a fabrication to make us, I guess, to secure your own sense of belonging. It's not. There's no real sense of integration that I've kind of noticed. And poor people don't have a chance, don't have a choice in who moves into their areas. And I mean, they can form pressure groups and complain, but it's usually professionals with qualifications and education who know how to best access resources that'll help to entrench them in the suburb.
And do you think that the political ideology of rebellion and alternativeness has changed in Fitzroy? Do you think it's still got that flavour, that political flavour of resistance? Or?
I don't think that the flavour of resistance is that great in Fitzroy. You might see it adorned on people's bodies, but that's more of their tribal markings rather than forms of rebellion, I think. I mean, you get younger people and students, the educated class, if you like, who have a voice and would like to express their dissension, I guess, and that's a pretty important process in democracy. If we all listen to economic rationalist yuppieism, it'd be as boring as hell. So that sense of rebelliousness, I can't say I've really noticed it in any big way. I mean, when was the last time? I don't think I've seen a protest in Fitzroy since the freeway was opened. The Eastern Freeway was opened. That was the last time I saw a community protest in Fitzroy.
That's it.
Cool.
How long have you lived in Fitzroy?
I've been here for since 1978.
Yeah.
So that's 23, coming on 24 years now.
Wow. And where did you live before you lived in Fitzroy?
I grew up in Melbourne and lived in a couple of share houses in Hawthorn and...
Yeah, okay. And why did you move to Fitzroy when you first moved here? What sort of things were you looking for?
When I moved to Fitzroy, I was looking for a place where I could run a business and live at the same time. And I kind of needed commercial premises in which to legitimately run a business. And the only place I could find a little factory, because in those days, you mainly had big factories in the outer suburbs. I looked to Fitzroy to get a kind of an unused premises that was undesirable for either residential or business. It suited my combined needs.
And you lived in the same place ever since?
Yeah, I've lived continuously here for that entire time.
Wow. And what sort of changes have you seen in Fitzroy in the time you lived here?
When I moved into Fitzroy, I felt that the suburb was kind of had been neglected for some time. It had kind of become undesirable as an industrial area, and people hadn't sort of cottoned on to the advantages of inner city living. It was ideally suited to me because rents were low at that time, and I could get the sort of space that I needed for my needs.
So you think a lot of the changes in the last 20 years or so have been positive, like in Fitzroy?
Fitzroy's... Well, I tend to take a bit of a philosophical view of the world around me, and I think that you know, we don't really have much control over what happens to our community, and that a lot of it just happens for instance, economic. Well, Maggie Thatcher had the right approach when she said society as we know it doesn't exist anymore, and we have a economy-based society. I think, I don't know her exact words and can't quote it to you, but so I kind of feel like I've been an observer, but maybe I've participated in what's happened in Fitzroy more than I think as well. I kind of feel I was kind of one of the first people to embrace the concept of you know, a studio, live at work, work at home kind of lifestyle. And so I guess the changes I've seen have been largely a reflection of what's happening with the economy. For instance, when fuel prices started going up in the late 70s, with the when we brought in international world fuel price parity, then you know, we got small cars, four-cylinder cars, and it became desirable for people to live close to where they worked. So all the inner suburbs, which were kind of in decline, and I guess if you want to talk about global influences on our local community, then I would say that the way the oil industry dominates our economy has made an enormous effect on the way we live in Fitzroy as a community. There's an ever-increasing, I feel there's an ever-increasing number of young people who recognise motor vehicles as being intrinsically dangerous, and therefore they're not at all desirable things to learn how to drive or to transport themselves around in. Mind you, it makes it much more dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists as well, so it's difficult to know what's the safest approach. But yeah,
Do you have a car?
No, I don't. I don't have a car at the moment, and I'm getting everywhere on a push bike. And I find that all my needs, I can meet all my needs now in Fitzroy. So
just by riding a bike.
Just by riding a bike, yeah. When I first moved in here, the population density wasn't as high and there weren't as many services available. There's the first sort of greengrocer opened up around the corner from me in Gertrude Street, which is something I've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah.
And
that's just recent. Huh?
Yeah. And so, you know, if you sort of go petrol, more people living in the city, it's kind of a progression to a kind of a much more cosmopolitan lifestyle, or one that's well, allows a great deal more freedom for people from all over the world to coexist as part of the one community.
So you think that diversity is another thing that sort of makes Fitzroy fairly unique?
Yeah, I think because Fitzroy was kind of a forgotten suburb for a while, it attracted people who wanted to do their own thing and be left alone. So there was a space, literally a physical space in our suburbs where I think an opportunity was available for people from very diverse interests groups to sort of congregate and not feel like they're alienated, which is often what you know, our outer suburbs are unfortunately renowned for.
Yeah. So do you see any sort of threats to Fitzroy that could make Fitzroy not a good place to live in? Like immediate threats or long-term threats?
Well, eventually, well, yes. Because I think we're moving over to a society that's much more because we're moving over to a society that's much more governed by economic concerns, it's inevitable that the people that moved here, because it was cheap to have, in order to have time to pursue their creative interests, can no longer afford to stay here and have to, you know, go to places where they can afford to be, and
that's because of rents. And
yeah, rents go up and people can't afford it anymore. There's all the old tops of shops and stuff are now popular places to live, and you can get proper rents for them, and there's no more sort of there's very few rental properties now that aren't renovated, and that sort of thing. So I can see already places where big businesses starting to take over, and money matters. Money issues are becoming more of a consideration, and
so it's almost as though the lifestyle in Fitzroy has become something you buy rather than something you live. You know, like the Brunswick Street lifestyle.
Yeah, well, I have to think of something.
So Brunswick Street must have changed quite a lot, hasn't it?
Oh,
since you've been here.
Brunswick Street's just changed enormously since I've moved in here. You could get a cheap little shop for hardly any rent at all when I moved in, and it's wasn't a late night dining strip, so Sundays were like a proper weekend in Fitzroy, and Brunswick Street was deserted. You could.
So it wasn't all the tourists or people?
No, nobody came. No, well, Yes, Brunswick Street was like a forgotten strip shopping centre, and I think, you know, there was sort of a lot of factories in the neighbouring streets as well, and a lot of the shops were kind of warehousey sort of wholesale outlets, and in the time I've been in Fitzroy, I've seen this whole influx of dining and restaurants from all around the world.
So it's sort of got good sides and bad sides. You can get lots of food from all over the place, but then again, it's losing a local character.
Yeah, it's a really interesting concept, where we are now and where we're headed to in the future. And my main concern is that we've kind of have a very sort of scattered approach to looking after our cultural identity. We've got various interest groups pursuing their own agendas, whether it be, you know, the environment or other forms of sort of social, cultural connections. There's a lot of that's going on, which is great, and there's been quite a lot of money and time and resources and venues set aside for preserving our cultural heritage and kind of. But I think we should be kind of thinking of what's here now as being not so much for us, but something that we're creating that's a positive environment for future generations. And
like a positive urban environment.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting place.
And you know, that's starting to happen, and it's great to see. But I think from a policy point of view, our politicians need to get behind the communities and support them in what is good and actually follow through with a bit of policy that actually is leading the way, rather than being set up as a result of community minority groups that are pushing for a particular agenda that suits them. When if there was a bit of forward planning, we could sort of organise to have you know, a bit of national pride, I think, in everybody working as a team to work towards a society that we all share.
And so what about things like the you know, the public spaces where people congregate in Fitzroy? I suppose that's one of the places where you build community, you know, like the pubs. The pub scene must have changed amazingly.
Yeah, well, oh gosh, pubs. When I moved into Fitzroy, it was kind of like the beginning of feminism. So there was lots of establishments that were quite sexist in segregating men from women. So I used to have girlfriends my age, that used to delight in invading the male-only domain of bars in pubs and creating a stir and and then of course there was 10 o'clock closing, and because Fitzroy was kind of well, people came here for the pubs basically, and nobody lived here much on the weekends and after work. And I kind of had to be careful not to go up to the Milkbar at 10 o'clock at closing time when all the drunken, angry patrons flood out into the street. I had my car stolen from the front yard by some drinkers that wanted to find an easy way to get home. I was sitting in the front room and heard my car start in the street, and they'd sort of crept into my yard, and half a dozen people had pushed my car out into the street and hot-wired it where they thought I couldn't hear it, and jumped in and rushed off down the road. So I have had to be a lot more concerned about security in the time well, when I moved here, it was a bit more like an Australian country town. It was kind of, there wasn't sort of people wandering around looking for an opportunity to steal something a lot of the time. And well, it's actually become a big issue, and that's another example of globalisation for me. I haven't travelled much, but I feel I've rubbed shoulders with people that have been all over the world, so it's actually quite possible to have, I feel I've got quite a sense of the reality of who we are and what we're doing because of my relationships with Australia's favourite pastimes, going overseas to discover themselves. So there's plenty of information about what people have discovered. And one of my employees said to me once, "Oh, you know, I'm so upset, Peter. I lived in Australia and I've been overseas and seen what it's like over there, and I never really believed till now that the magazine, The Big Issue, would ever be on sale in Australia, because I never thought we'd have those sorts of problems." And it seems to me that it's just a factor of how many people there are and how difficult it is for larger communities as a whole to look after themselves. When Melbourne was a much smaller city, we didn't really have the, well, it's hard to say, maybe the problems were there and we didn't know about them, and they're all surfacing now, but that's another story. And but nevertheless, I think it's an example of how we in a local community are affected by issues that are global, and certainly the sorts of problems that we're having with drugs in Fitzroy now aren't isolated to just here.
And also the extremes, I suppose, between rich and poor. It's some of the biggest extremes you'd get anywhere in the country.
I think Fitzroy's always been a suburb where there's been a big difference between the rich and the poor. There's always, well, because it was Melbourne's first suburb, you've always got the inherent problems, if you want to call them problems, associated with people owning land and other people who don't have land having to pay them for it, when it's kind of a strange, for me it's a strange thing to for people to want to own.
So you'd stay in Fitzroy? You don't want to go live in some other suburb?
Well, I might be forced out due to population pressure myself. I might have to decide one day whether the rent that I'm paying, that's based on competitive levels, in other words, how many other, the cat's playing with it. Because Fitzroy is a popular suburb and more people want to live here, it's going to become more and more expensive for me to stay. So at some point I'm going to have to decide whether what I can earn and what it costs to live here and all balance out properly. But I'd imagine that because of the area that I'm renting, eventually the property that I'm renting will be subdivided or used for some other some other use that's more capital intensive.
Yeah. So you would see like some of the big chain stores that they have in other suburbs as a bad thing for Fitzroy. You know, the big chain store food stores and supermarkets, convenience stores, these sort of things.
Well, it seems to me that people are becoming much more discerning about where they do their shopping, and that there will always be a space for the supermarkets and the big convenience stores. But more, I think more will have much more interesting and diverse shopping centres with a lot more individual input than we get with the you know, all the supermarkets and stuff that tend to all look the same.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Okay, Ralph. So what's your association with Fitzroy?
Well, I moved in 75, came from a little country town called Kilmore, and I found a little country town, sort of, in the middle of the city. I've been here more or less ever since. Was mayor in 84, 85 and councillor 82, 87, and I fell in love with it.
Okay. So you think that Fitzroy has similarities to the country town where you grew up?
It did, much less so now.
Yeah.
When I moved in, Fitzroy was pretty rough. On the one side was the exhibition gardens, and on the other side was all the factories in Collingwood.
Yeah.
And of course, all the factories in Collingwood are gone now. Most of the factories in Fitzroy are gone.
Yeah.
They're all prestige apartments.
Yeah.
Almost all.
Yeah. So would you say that that Fitzroy's changed for the worse over the last few years?
I'd actually say it's going through another cycle.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, I remember a taxi driver delivered me down the road and said, "My God, you're at the door of Hell's Kitchen," because of course that was when all the heroin dealing was going on at the bottom of my street, and he said, "Oh God, it must be really rough," and really it was a pretty rough little suburb when I was here, and the phone rings all the time, Craig. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll just wait until it finishes. It was a pretty rough suburb when I moved in. Young white boy from the country was minding his P's and Q's as he walked around the streets.
Yeah.
But I've never been beaten up.
Yeah.
Never really even been threatened, although I've had mates who have been beaten up.
Yeah.
And who have been threatened. It can be dangerous. So I saw that period, then it's yuppeification, and then for a moment, courtesy of the junkies, a slight de-yuppeification. But really, I'd see it part of a natural progression, really.
Yeah. And so you'd say, so Fitzroy does have its own particular identity, you'd say?
Oh, absolutely. Still, even given all the foreigners from Kew and Hawthorn and Northcote and Thornbury, maybe even Footscray that hang out here of a weekend especially. The character, there is a real sense of space and place about it, and that's one of the things I like about it. I also like the fact that there are rich and poor, creative and uncreative, old and young. It's a really varied sort of population, and it always will be, courtesy of the Housing Commission, and I think because of the sort of place it is.
So that diversity is a sign of tolerance too.
And I guess also a sign that people are welcome here on the way to somewhere else too. If I think about the different ethnicities, cultural and linguistic diversities in Fitzroy that I've seen, I mean, there were a lot of Turks and Italians and Greeks when I first moved in. Then there were lots of Hmong and Somali and the list goes on. They've left a few behind each time they've moved in and through the suburb.
So most of the new migrants would come to Fitzroy through the Housing Commission?
Yeah, almost all of the migrants have come through Fitzroy via the Housing Commission. It's a sad story in itself, really. The Housing Commission was a whole series of other low-rise terrace houses before they started ripping them down in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah. So you moved to Fitzroy only a little time after the Housing Commission was built?
Well, yeah, I moved in 75, so it was less than 10 years old at that stage, and there were still people living, talking about the good old days of the demonstrations against the Housing Commission. Yeah. But we had the good old days of the demonstrations against the freeway to look forward to by that stage, because they didn't happen until around 77, 78, and the big fights and the big demos in Alexandria Parade. What's what we call it anyway. You could call it the Eastern Freeway now, because we lost.
Yeah. Do you think that Fitzroy still got that ability or will even to protest that changes that happen within the community?
That's an interesting question. Fitzroy has always had its own special politics, and it's always been slightly eccentric. It's either always been a little bit left of centre or a little bit right of centre. I mean, the Fitzroy Labor Party branches, there were three of them in the 50s and through until the big Labor Party split, and most of the three branches actually joined the Democratic Labor Party. They were on the right. They used to joke about the Fitzroy Labor Party branch as meeting in the phone box because they wouldn't bother getting the key unless they had 2 or 3 people turn up for a quorum. But that was because North Fitzroy had a minority of people who did actually stay with the Labor Party. But later on, the Labor Party was taken over by the ultra-leftists. In the early 80s, the Marxist discussion group decided that they were going to do an entryist, Trotskyist takeover of the Fitzroy branch. They discovered it was actually hard yakka though. Instead of sitting around talking, they had to knock on doors. So yeah, Fitzroy's always had more of its swings and roundabouts. I mean, it went from while it was still its own separate municipality, it went from being 15 Labor Party people through to something like 11 or 12 out of 15 being independent. In only a very, very small number of years.
And you were pretty much one of the last mayor?
I was the last Labor mayor of Fitzroy. Yeah. There were a few independents after me.
When was that?
Well, that was 84, 85.
Yeah.
And I guess, I was famous or notorious for being so scandalously open about myself as to say that I was openly gay. And, that was only a simple point, really. I wanted to avoid being blackmailed. It was only a few years later when a closeted gay counsellor came to me, rather strangely complaining to me about being blackmailed out of the mayoralty because of his gayness. Of course, it's only hearsay, but it says something about politics and about Fitzroy. I mean, I was only the first openly gay councillor. In a public sense, there were lots of people of lots of different characters on the Fitzroy Council. It had more women councillors. I think it was the first council with a majority of women councillors at one stage. It had the first Italian. It had might have even had the first Greek mayor. So in that sense, it was always a pathfinding council and a pathfinding sort of area.
So was there difficulties in being openly gay in Fitzroy?
It was a lot easier in Fitzroy than it would have been elsewhere. The Herald Sun managed to find a couple of people to grumble about me being honest about myself, but basically everybody was cool about it. It was a tricky one because, I didn't realise I was being quite as brave as I might have been until the odd death threat arrived. Really? But there were only a few. And that was mainly a comment about their own problems and their own sense of discomfort about themselves, I would have thought, rather than any comment about me. In fact, I really should be known as the mayor that helped to reduce the deficit from 2 million to 300,000 in 1 year, but nobody ever remembers that.
Yeah. And do you think that the character of Fitzroy has changed since the town hall closed down and they formed a mega council?
I was always very strongly in support of forming a bigger municipal area. Not because I wanted to lose the sense of Fitzroy, but because Fitzroy had the highest rates. And, that was actually having an effect in terms of the cost of housing and the cost of doing business in Fitzroy. And really, in the end, it was hard to justify on an economic basis the notion of a separate council. And I always thought that Fitzroy would keep its own separate and distinct character after it lost its own council, and I think it has. Unfortunately, some of it's in and around Brunswick Street and those hordes of foreigners from other suburbs that I was talking about before. But even if you get away from that, there is a sense of locality and of community that doesn't exist in a lot of Melbourne or a lot of Australia.
Do you think that has a lot to do with how Fitzroy is designed as a suburb?
Well, Fitzroy wasn't really designed in some senses. The government made the big streets, and all the private developers back in the 50s through the 1890s made all the little streets. The tiny little streets are a classic example of 19th century capitalism. They didn't waste an inch if they could possibly manage it. They were about cramming as many people into as economic a set of houses as they could possibly manage. There's lovely. There's a lovely sense of how the pecking order worked in Fitzroy. If you go into what we used to call West Ward, you go to Marnie Street and Greaves Street, the foreman's houses are 2-storey and on the corner, and the workers' cottages are 1-storey and in between each of the foreman's houses. Or go down to Royal Terrace in Nicholson Street, and you see the massive 3- and 4-storey terraces there that were built for Melbourne's rich when Fitzroy was the first suburb. I guess that's one of the reasons why I love Fitzroy, because of the sense of heritage and the sense of age. There's new and old here, but I'm very proud to have played a bit of a part in saving this building and that streetscape. The verandas in Brunswick Street exist because of an active policy and plan that me and the Urban Planning Office worked out in the 80s, whereby people who were getting a planning permit were encouraged, well, not encouraged, required to build a veranda which was sympathetic to their building. And you can now walk along a lot of Brunswick Street and not get rained on, and sit outside and have a cigarette. Now that you can't smoke inside.
So what would you see as the biggest threats to Fitzroy in the future that may destroy the sense of community or the sense of place?
I think the biggest threat is people coming here with the expectation that they can apply their own values and their own judgments about what is appropriate and what is not appropriate behaviour. Quite frankly, it gives me the shits to encounter people who expect to have the quiet bliss of the outer suburbs when they've moved in next door to a pub that's been there since the 1870s, for God's sake. I mean, you have to be a pretty stupid yuppie, or a pretty stupid retiring into inner urban bliss to buy somewhere in somewhere like Fitzroy and expect to have your own values from the suburbs replicated. Doesn't work. Never will.
And there is a big movement from the suburbs into inner city living. So do you think that rental prices and property prices could also threaten?
Undoubtedly the cost of accommodation, whether you're buying or whether you're renting, is going to go up again and again. Even if you look at the last 20 or 30 years, they've gone up and up and up. And, I guess it's demand and supply. If you think about it, the location close to the city and with good public transport, not that everybody uses it, it means that people are always going to be attracted to it.
Can we take a break, Christy?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, so what are your favourite bits of Fitzroy, Ralph?
I think some of the bits that I helped to save. Being able to sit in a cafe on Brunswick Street or Smith Street and know that some of the buildings are still there. Or the railway bridge in North Fitzroy, the one they were going to pull down until I managed to stop it. Or, well, the concrete curbing in Nicholson Street's always been a bit of a favourite of mine, because they were trying to rip that up. And admittedly it's not a 19th century edifice, but the data showed that if you had the concrete curb between the tram and the traffic, both the traffic and the tram both went faster down Nicholson Street, and with greater safety. So I'm pretty keen about the concrete curbing, or the Black Cat building. The Urban Conservation Committee had to deal with at least one set of developers that wanted to rip it down if they weren't allowed to do what they wanted to do. But in the end, it's still there and it's still a beautiful building. 1888 and lovely polychromatic brickwork. You couldn't help but look at that building and think, yeah, what a magnificent building. And yeah, it's only 3 or 4 stories high, and it's not a skyscraper, but it's an important part of our sense of place and space.
So history and knowing where you came from is a very important part of creating community.
And once you've been somewhere, your comfort zone is pretty much established. Personally, I like to stay this side of Kerr Street. You know, getting too far north into Fitzroy is a little bit out of my comfort zone.
Yeah. And why is North Fitzroy different?
Well, it's got a hill. And you know, in political terms, it went right wing before South Fitzroy. And I've almost always lived south of Alexandra Parade, and preferably south of Kerr Street.
So do you think that the freeway actually did split Fitzroy, especially when Kennett widened it?
No, I wouldn't blame Kennett for it. It goes back to the 70s, and Rafferty as Transport Minister under Dick Hamer. He has rehabilitated himself in terms of smaller liberal politics since, but no, when the freeway was shoved through in the 70s was when that moment was lost, and Alexandra Parade stopped being a playground. I mean, it's hard to believe now, but you know, literally it was just one lane both ways, and kids could quite happily and quite safely play in the middle of Alexandra Parade. Or it was called O'Reilly's Drain, I think. Originally, it was a filled-in drain up until something like the 1920s, and you know, the Elderly Citizens Centre that we refurbished and reopened in the 80s. It was a very Fitzroy thing. I was having lunch with some friends and I asked them what they were doing after lunch, and they said, "Oh, this is when I was mayor. We're demonstrating against you, actually." And the report was made by a mate of mine. I was doing a show on Triple R with Louise Bellamy. And you know, it's small enough to have those little connections. I guess you might get it in the West Village in New York, but it's not quite so self-centred.
Yeah. So why do you think that North Fitzroy changed its politics?
Well, Northwest Fitzroy had a lot of workers' cottages, has a lot of workers' cottages, and it had more Italians and Greeks that were more progressive than the trendies moving in. But if you go into northeast Fitzroy, you know, Rushall Crescent and on the way to Clifton Hill, there are magnificent old buildings from the late 19th century, built by, you know, very comfortable burghers and burgesses of the city of Fitzroy, and you know, you had to be pretty bloody rich to buy one of those, even back in the 70s and 80s. You know, the things that go now for $500,000 and more were still going for a very sizable amount. So it's not a surprise that that northeast Fitzroy, Clifton Ward, were regularly elected and independent, even in the old days. And there isn't the same sense of space and place in North Fitzroy as there is in Fitzroy. It's almost as if Alexandra Parade and Queen's Parade are a sort of natural social as well as a physical barrier.
Yeah. So how do you see the use of public space in Fitzroy? Do you think that the public space is a place where everyone mixes, therefore it creates a much more strong sense of community?
Well, I think it's probably overstating it if you say that the public space is shared equally.
Yeah.
It has a whole range of different uses. I love the Hmong people. They're all so short. Even for me, I'm only 5'8". And the whole sets of families that would literally sit on the grass over at the Housing Commission for quite a number of years. Most of them have moved on now. but there are really only Hmong people in Fitzroy and Hobart in Australia when they fled their Hmong hills of Laos and Cambodia and Vietnam. I guess that makes me understand why Fitzroy is such a good place for people from different backgrounds. As a young councillor, I was a bit cynical about Australian citizenship. You know, we used to have the naturalisation ceremonies, and they'd the people would that were swearing by Almighty God. They'd stand out and they'd have their backs to you as a councillor. So you'd sit there and you'd hear the mayor ask them to say things like, "I say your name, swear by Almighty God, and serve Elizabeth II and her successors forevermore." And you know, I was cynical about it. But when I became mayor, we had a lot of Vietnamese ex-boat people. And they were getting naturalised, and you know, yes, I guess I was getting dressed up in the fancy dress costume of the mayoral uniform, but it was the first time that I saw the look on their faces when finally they got their certificate and finally they were accepted, they were safe, and they were happy, and they could make a living, and they were doing it in Fitzroy. And I lost my cynicism about the naturalisation ceremony, but also about people coming and finding themselves accepted, even if they had funny eyes, or they had a different colour, or they had a different sexuality.
So for many people from other parts of the country or other parts of the world, Fitzroy is sort of the place that they're introduced to Australians. Yeah, and I mean, I guess it is now a tourist venue for good and for worse. It happens that it has a certain sort of cuteness which backpackers and other tourists can find attractive. I mean, I guess I have mixed feelings there. I remember getting the chair of the Tourism Commission to come and have a look at some of the opportunities. But it's also always been a good place for the arts. It's had a disproportionate number of both local and statewide arts organisations here, and a disproportionate number of statewide community service and health organisations as well, and the media. I mean, you know, something like Gay Community News and later renamed Outrage found itself happily settling here in Fitzroy. I mean, I guess because some of the people involved had been involved in things like gay liberation, and they'd done that in a house in Moore Street, I think. So it has been a sort of natural progression for organisations to do that. And there's also a sense of there being places where people can relax or they can relate. And if you go back as far as the 19th century, people were getting pissed in small bars as long ago as that. I did my history honours thesis. It wasn't very good. My history honours thesis on hotels in Fitzroy, aspects of Fitzroy pubs, 1870, 1920, and it was interesting to see some of the commonalities. People living in small houses without heating would go to the local pub just because it was the warmest place. It was people's lounge room, and you know, you could argue about some of the Lion Nathan pubs, even some of their precursors in Fitzroy, but you know, there's still a sense of our local pub for a lot of people in a number of cases in Fitzroy. Well, I suppose I do lament the fact that that there are
there are fewer of them, and they have much wider target audience, target market in terms of people turning up.
And you've got TUIs at the moment.
And TUIs have bought up and are managing a whole range of pubs that did have more of a local character. But I guess if you've got New Zealand and Japanese money, you have to do something with it, so buying pubs in Fitzroy makes a bit of sense.
So do you see, when you was a councillor, or even now, do you see as sort of corporatisation or large chain stores, these sort of things moving into Fitzroy as a threat to homogenising the community?
It's certainly homogenising. I mean, you know, one of the first McDonald's isn't quite in Fitzroy. One of the first McDonald's in Australia was the McDonald's on Smith and Victoria. I remember as a councillor fighting, ironically, with somebody who ended up being one of the senior managers in Telstra, a chain convenience store moving in, because we saw it as a threat to the little local milk bars, which of course it was. Don't want to sound like I'm saying I told you so here, but how many milk bars are left? Damn all. There's lots of 7-Elevens and lots of service station convenience stores now. I mean, little one-off retail stores were on the up for a while in places like Brunswick Street, but they're being supplanted by chains in part. I'm sanguine, I guess, about the difference between a local shoe store and an Nike shoe store. I think we have to look at where textiles, clothing and footwear are currently made and where they used to be made. I mean, the plain fact of the matter is Fitzroy had a lot of TCF factories. When I first moved in, you know, there were literally thousands of jobs in Fitzroy for a disproportionate number of TCF workers. You know. Now, whether that was good employment or not is another issue. You know, it was often work done by migrant women for very little pay, and not much respect given. In Napier Street, the old Centre for Urban Research and Action, it was a group of Presbyterian and Methodist lefties.
Trust it.
So Rory,
Craig.
how long have you lived in Fitzroy?
I've been in Fitzroy for almost 1 year. Well, I started with the start of my semester. Yeah. I got a beer out of the way of the camera. Yeah. I've been living in a sort of share house just with the powerful community. Yeah. Up the road in Napier Street, and that's been really good.
Yeah. So this was your first place you lived in? Outside of...
Yeah. I came straight from school, straight from boarding school, straight from home, living with mum and dad. Yeah. So I did the summer after I finished my year 12 at home, and then moved down into Fitzroy with two mates. Yeah.
And why did you decide to come to Fitzroy?
Well, need I say, it's got a reputation, you know, behind it. So it's a bit of the Studentville. It's a bit of the kind of trendy side of town, and you know, basically I have to drive through the city to get back to Albert Park, and it was kind of this, you know, inner city opposite. Yeah, if you drew a mirror line down Swanston Street, you'd probably wind up at my house from my old place. Yeah. So I'm pretty far from my parents, except still inner. Yeah, that was one of the other things.
Yeah. So you grew up in Albert Park?
I grew up in Albert Park. Yeah. but spent 5 years at boarding school before that. So and it was just totally bizarre, really, living there. Went to, I mean, you're fucking skinner when you go to you're boarding at year 8. You're standing in these communal showers. It's totally another world, you know. And most people get brainwashed, I suppose, by this kind of, you know, this essence of place and these rules and things. And 5 years down the track, they don't know anything else. And so, coming back to Melbourne, I had to, get out of home and just experience, get to Fitzroy, get in the thick of it.
Where was your school? Was it in the country?
It was in the country. It was in Geelong on the water. Yeah, it was this kind of pseudo paradise. It's like I'm sure you get these parents that come down from Melbourne, you know, rock up in their Mercedes and step out and, you know, go and check out the dormitory and get that great sea view and the smell of the country and just say, this is the place for my boy. But I mean, aside from that, it's a little bit, I mean, many movies have covered the, you know, the parents are gone, the babysitter goes wild. Well, it's a little bit like that, you know. The teachers are on best behaviour when on the open days, and then it's, you know, shit's in. I fucking spent my whole whole school time in detention. It's just awful, awful place. But then I think that coming from there, you get some understanding. Yeah, I mean, as I say, most people were brainwashed by it. You get some understanding that it's not real life and that you kind of can react against something, I suppose.
And do you get a feel of real life in Fitzroy?
I don't know. Well, maybe having been conscious of this falsity makes you understand that, because it's totally divided. You know, it's where I think that the 96 is my favourite tram in Melbourne for the best reason. You know, you get the junkies from Fitzroy, and you get the office crowd at 9 o'clock, which I am also part of. You get the office crowd at 9 o'clock sitting next to these dudes that are fucking off their dials, going to St Kilda to score or, you know, whatever. And so you get the two total polarised, you know, thing where you're in a city and you've got the trendy, you know, I mean, I always hold it up as Brunswick Street versus Smith Street head to head, you know, where you've got this honesty of Smith Street, you know, good Vietnamese bakeries and, you know, I mean, the pubs down there is probably not as good, but then how do you define an honest pub anymore? Anyway, because even the Napier seems to be selling out under my nose.
So, what do you identify with Fitzroy? What sort of things do you like?
What do I like about Fitzroy?
Yeah, like on a personal level. You know?
This feeling, probably best summed up by okay, so I'm riding my bike back from uni. You know, and I'm being all formal, riding with my hands on the handlebars. I got booked once for riding improperly. It's $50 for riding with no hands. You know, so you round the corner into Brunswick Street from Victoria, and it's Fitzroy rules apply. You know, you just see these dudes cruising around, and, you know, bare feet, no helmet, on, you know, fucking high roller BMXs down the tram tracks on Brunswick Street, and you're just like, this place is so fucking cool. And just, you know, dudes everywhere, and really relaxed attitude. I don't want to talk it up too much because I've also been the most fucking isolated and depressed in this town. But you caught me on a good day. You keep rocking the camera when you laugh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, so that's I mean, my attraction from Fitzroy, it stems from some kind of, I don't know, unity with the city. Yeah, it's gritty down here. It's, I purposely, I mean, it's kind of, yeah. I mean, it's just kind of kooky people. You know, Brunswick Street, and I mean, the honest, the genuine kooky people, your old crew, your, you know, like your crazy kids hanging out at that hostel on Brunswick Street, and then of course the rehab centre, is it, up on the corner of Gertrude? I don't know what it is. Yeah, St Vincent's and stuff. It's just this kind of city grittiness of really expensive real estate, and living in the shadow of the commission flats. That's another reason for my move from Albert Park. I think that, if we're talking about globalisation, you're talking about cities, you're talking about comparisons, then a friend of mine pointed out quite intelligently to me that one of the main differences between Melbourne and Sydney is that Sydney doesn't have any inner city kind of lower class commission housing. Australia's a classless society, excuse me. But yeah, so apparently, I don't know, but I'm sitting on this balcony underneath, 900 flats of 2x4 metres. Yeah, so that's another reason for moving from Albert Park as well. So I've always been in the shadow of a commission flats. You walk out your street and there's. I've been kind of, a bit arrogant over the whole thing, but so maybe not arrogant, but it's unfair to make generalist comments about the people that live in commission flats. But definitely, it's half where the interesting people stem from, or the clash in those kind of people is where it's from. Yeah.
So how do you think that the people in the commission flats fit into your understanding of globalisation? That's a tough one.
I think that it's something they make it definably Melbourne. Yeah, their kind of relationship, rather than the treatment of, lower class housing in these kind of estates, outer suburbs, and you get, geographically you get the division. So in Melbourne, it just makes for so much, more interesting kind of connections. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't really understand your question.
Well, the people in the commission flats, like, where do you think they come from?
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, no. Totally the multiculturalism. It's a fucking buzzword through and through, but it doesn't undermine anything about the fact that the majority of the people in there are from ethnic background, and you get this great, it's no longer, it reflects in all the retail narrative as well. You've got your great Chinese grocery stores and your Vietnamese bakeries and restaurants down Smith Street. They just bring so much to it. I'm kind of unsure of the whole how the placement works. I hear there's killer waiting lists on those things. Everyone wants a part of it. But
so that would be a positive side to globalisation, that you got diversity in ethnicity.
Yeah.
Cool shops around. And
cool. That's right. It's as being such a on the world map scale, geographically, again, Melbourne's just in the bottom corner of the world, and you've got
arse end.
A total fucking arse end of the globe, and to have all this crew living here, whether what they bring is, it's kind of a bit dodgy when you go into a Vietnamese restaurant and there's Japanese and Chinese and heaps of this kind of, they feel like they're representing this Southeast Asian thing, but that's a fair call, surely.
So what about negative sides of globalisation? Do you think it threatens diversity?
Well, I don't think that the only thing threatening diversity in Fitzroy is not the multicultural polarisation of the suburb, but maybe the I want to find a better word than class, but the class thing, you know, and the Brunswick Street versus Smith Street pretty much sums it up for me.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is easy to talk about retail as representative of where the suburb is at, but certainly the young and trendies have thoroughly infiltrated. I don't claim to be anything but that. I'm, you know, epitome of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you get the feeling that it's this, you know, good and honest working class suburb that's since been overrun by a desire for that's totally confused in consumerism. Yeah, and so you got this great heritage of, you know, pub on every corner, and, you know, great architecture of the working suburb, but then, you know, these new kids on the block and all their money is just, I mean, pals of mine go away. They leave town, flee for the Brunswick Street Festival, and I mean, that's kind of almost my one day of the year where I just say, fuck it, this place is so fucking cool, all these young people. But you get the feeling that, I mean, there's, not only the class opposition, surely the crew in the commission flats don't find the Brunswick Street Festival as exciting as everyone. I mean, the way it feels to me is people get lost on their way to Chapel Street and wind up in Fitzroy for the Brunswick Street Festival, you know. And the town changes so much. But then, that's why I like to live here, you know. I mean, cause my previous experience with Fitzroy and why my naive choice of suburb to live in was based around this fucking party town that's brought up in the Brunswick Street Festival.
Yeah.
But as soon as you become a local, you know, and you know heaps of crew around, and you kind of, even though you migrate for all the wrong reasons, you become so much further embedded in it. You know, you become honest. And maybe that's certainly why I came here. Just wanted to throw myself in the deep end. I look at a few places, and they were better kept, they were bigger, they were nicer. I was like, no, fuck that. I want the shitty.
In the suburbs?
No, in Fitzroy. And they were cheaper. But then I've got this gritty place. I mean, you tell the story, Craig, of my house being sold for twice as much as it was probably worth under shifty circumstances.
It was a slum clearance house.
Totally. A fucking Barnett just slipped through his fingers. Barnett's the guy who cleared the land for the commission funds. But no, so I looked at these really nice places and then thought, you know, give me the gritty city, give me the shared backyard, the toilet at the back, the Hills hoist on the concrete balcony, and I think it's still pointing the right way. I don't know, and maybe it was just, I mean, totally reactionary to what I'd been, you know, raised on. My father went to fucking Eton, went to the most expensive private school in Australia, and now I'm working 2 days a week and doing uni and struggling to pay. I had my phone bill cut off yesterday. My phone cut off yesterday. So it's, I mean, but the hard thing is just, I mean, you feel like you're such a, you know, like why do you want to do this? My parents say, what is your problem? Like, fuck you. And
what do your parents want you to do?
Well, my parents just think what I'm doing is ridiculous. You know, I've got this safety cord that is always going to be there, and so my independence, no matter how hard I try to support myself, my independence is always totally undermined by, oh fuck, I can't pay the rent. Call my mum and dad, look, you know, funny. And no one else has that, and so it's just, you know, and I never end up paying them back. And it's like I'm just living at home, but with some glorified, you know, place for a party. It's much more welcoming you know, it's better to have sex in your own house than with your parents and seeing who you wake up with. You know, that's what it comes down to. No, it probably does. Yeah. Aside from all the, you know, overstated reasons for Fitzroy, that my girlfriend at the time also lived with their parents, and so moving out was at the top of the list. You know, I mean, it's just kind of bringing them under 80, and it probably doesn't have so much weight.
So do you think you'll stay in Fitzroy for a long time, or
I don't know what I don't know what I
where you're at?
no, I don't know what I'd do if I left. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do. I mean, you can visit people in the outer suburbs, and you're like, how can you live here? You know, there's something about being able to. This morning I woke up at 5 to 9, and I was like, fuck, I've got to be at work in 5 minutes. Had a shower, brekkie, was in work in 20 minutes. You know, there's something just kind of fresh about that, where you don't have to. It's spontaneity is what inner suburb living is. You know, where you can just you can walk home. You can just do things, run into people. You got this. I mean, I'm totally fucking insecure. As far as I can't be at home alone without just like, what, you know, am I missing out on or something? That's probably legacy of my age. 19 years old, and you know, spent the half of last semester living alone, and it was kind of bizarre. And if I hadn't have been in Fitzroy and knew heaps of people in the pub, then I don't know what I would have done. Living at home would have been crazy. And look at my nervous peeling of the beer bottle.
But what do you see as negative things that could happen to Fitzroy, especially in terms of how it may affect you, or how it may affect the things that you actually like about Fitzroy?
Well, I mean, me not as much as most of my friends get a bit kind of, what, you know, who are these people? You know, when you sit, I mean, the Labour in Vain, for example, has got a fantastic beer garden. You go up there and there's a great view of the city, the whole lot. I was up there the other day for some crazy reason, you know, just doing I lived 50 metres from it all this time and never been in there. Went up there and there's 5 people out of probably 10 talking on mobile phones. And you're like, you know, what's going on here? What happened to this good, honest pub, you know, with a name like that and a billboard of, you know, serving draft and, I mean, a couple of wanky beers too, I suppose. But that's my problem. That's probably what's going to kill Fitzroy. And it's a pretty oftenly stated point of view that.
You mean?
I'm talking about Chapel Street.
So really, like gentrification. Just wankification, you know. And that's technical term. Where I don't fucking know, but it's when you got, you know, you've been into the Perseverance. I don't need to explain myself any further. Where you know, it's this kind of like, who's your market? Who are these people that are living here? You know, and there's nothing about honesty anymore. It's something I grapple with every day. You know, truth. I study architecture, truth of materials, and truth of fucking. What do you mean by honesty? Just hard work.
Maybe that. I don't know. Honesty. I mean, you know. Honesty as in Australian, you know, as in true to its heritage, not some kind of facade, you know. I'm talking about solid wood, I'm not talking about Laminex. I think I'm talking about, I'm mostly talking about pubs. I mean, the only time I ever spent in this place, in this town, I mean, work in the city, get home, wind up in the pub and just then, you know, crash out, jump my fence and crash out. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, that's definitely my experience with Fitzroy, is just through the pubs. And I think that if they keep getting bought out, I mean, the death of the punters, not that it's gone yet, but that's another, you know, it just kind of sums up the whole gentrification, wankification of the suburb, where, I mean, the story goes that the owner of the punters, who's also got Phoenix in the city, has said, look, we can't afford the lease. And even he tried to fit into some sort of idealistic bracket where, you know, he tried to make the space more intimate. He tried to get away. The story goes that the only people that ever drank at the punters were locals, and they used to get too many free beers, so it was driving the place under. And so in an attempt to catch a different crowd, he pulled in the booths and pulled in the pennies, and, you know, made a flat pool table and offered a few more exotic beers. So I think that if those kind of places are going to go, only because it's not like the people that are fueling it, but the people that are here, the old publicans that are trying to fit into some kind of ideal. That's where it's not. I mean, they're chasing this market, but missing the mark, you know, because, you know, it's losing the honesty in the transformation. You know, there's nothing wrong with a trendy bar, and having said Phoenix has killed the punters, you know, it's got its place, and it's not going to work in Fitzroy, that's for sure.
Do you think it's like a tension between what's local in Fitzroy and what's outside of Fitzroy? Is that the tension you were talking about?
Yeah, totally. So there's this aspiration, maybe an aspiration from. Well, there's this. I don't know. But it's the rejection of so much heritage is, I think, the problem. You know, and so you've got this tension of a really progressive world, you know, and you've a couple of internet cafes pop up on Brunswick Street, and everyone thinks that they need to serve Stella, but I mean, you know, to just throw all that away so quickly, and I mean, your warehouse conversions and your fucking, you know, all that stuff is it just seems really naive. You know, these people are going to come back and totally regret everything they've done to the suburb, and you know, physically, it's driving the culture into a spiral, you know, and which is where the comparison. I mean, you know, real estate goes up, and man, I really need to go to the bathroom. Can you do it? Pause.
That's pretty. Thanks.
Is that all good?
Yeah.
All done.
Unless you want to talk some more.
Nah, I think that's okay enough. Thank you.
No, there is a light.
It's a light? Yeah. Hey, so Sam, what do you understand about globalisation?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I have no idea what it is.
Yeah. But how do you see people as interpreting it?
Well, there seems to be quite a bit of confusion right at the beginning of, I guess, globalisation. To me, I was first introduced to it through I had heard about it, but fully introduced to it during S11, the World Economic Forum protests, or just before that anyway. And at that time, one of the issues was how to discuss globalisation or the anti-globalisation movement without saying we're against, you know, the globalisation of people, like travelling or going across the planet or whatever. So it's how to actually critique corporate globalisation instead of critiquing or, you know, being opposed to the globalisation of cultures and peoples and
so there's positive aspects of globalisation as well as negative sides. And corporate globalisation? What do you mean by that?
Okay, well, corporate globalisation I'm still quite, I haven't really decided fully what I actually think about that whole issue, but corporate globalisation, from my understanding, is the collaboration, the deliberate collaboration between corporations to form global networks in order to more efficiently exploit the resources and the labours of the planet. They often do that through positioning themselves as a higher authority to government and overriding local decisions within states and enclosures, things like that. So that's what I understand by corporate globalisation. It's basically the internationalisation of the corporate machine in order to become more efficient. So McDonald's is a good example of a corporate globalisation rollout, if you like, across the planet.
Yeah. And have you got any...
What's those Yahoo for that extent?
Yahoo.
Yeah, Yahoo or, CNN or...
So the institutions can lobby at like federal government or state government level to get decisions in their...
corporations.
Yeah, in their own favour.
Yeah, tied in, I think the main vehicle of corporate the strategies of the corporations lie at the hands of the public relations companies. And if anything, I think it is that group, the PR firms, that actually do the lobbying and the manipulation and the public opinioning, which enables the corporations to actually, do what they do.
So that's interesting. So it's more of a globalisation. Is it a propaganda game as well?
Yeah, you can actually say that it's maybe even, pretty much symbolic. You still get that idea. I'm not too sure. You get the feeling that a lot of the corporations haven't actually distributed themselves around the world. They're still quite centralised, and they have arms or tentacles around the planet. Or they work through other organisations or other companies that are situated in different countries. So it's this kind of an illusion that that they create to say that they're actually everywhere. They have offices in 3,000 cities around the world. When really those offices might be a small room, but they're big offices in New York or wherever.
So you see globalisation as a centralising thing as well, like the centralising of power.
Well, corporate globalisation potentially, yeah, I think so. I think it's basically the ability of a corporation to become more efficient in the way it carries out its business around the world.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. So what can your average punter in Fitzroy or Collingwood, what could they do to sort of combat changes that you see as quite negative?
Well, this is the thing. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too deeply to know whether or not everything about what's going on is negative. There are obviously some aspects of it, like, for example, drugs and the availability of drugs. I'm always seeing that happen now, where guess the way corporations work is also not necessarily by providing their goods and their services everywhere, but also by denying their goods and services to certain places and focusing on markets which are more profitable. So with especially HIV type drugs, there's a big issue around Africa where it's too expensive to access there. So I guess in a way, what the corporations or what those drug companies are thinking is that we're going to actually not bow down, and we're going to wait until the rest of so-called civil society comes up with the money that's needed to pay to provide these drugs to the millions of people in Africa, for example, when they could very easily license a generic drug that does what the expensive drug currently does. But the average punter in Fitzroy, not much. I think I'm in Australia and Fitzroy and Melbourne. I mean, we're quite privileged. There's no real, the sky is blue most of the time, and the coffee flows out of many cafes on Brunswick Street. And I think there's a lot of distractions in Melbourne and there's really no reason for us to be too upset about it in the current way our lives are.
So
I'm generalising massively.
I suppose you need to when you're dealing with large subjects.
Yeah.
But you see in the Fitzroy and Melbourne and Australia as winners in the globalisation debate. Or
I mean, I think you cannot go winners or losers. I mean, I think that whole north-south dichotomy thing is very problematic. I think there's degrees. I mean, I think what would be very useful for the average person in Fitzroy to do is actually become more aware of the issues. But having said that, there is actually a lack of information available, which can actually, enable someone to empower themselves with information.
And you mean a lack of information through traditional media sources or newspapers?
Even, definitely that, but also just a lack of accurate information. It's very hard to know what's actually true and what's actually real, or what has integrity and what's just hype, what's fear-mongering. I mean, one of the big things one of the things that globalisation was being blamed for, and probably still is, was the reduction in wages of workers, and also the sackings that have occurred in the recent past in Australia specifically, with large companies moving offshore. And I think those sort of issues have brought corporate globalisation a bit more to the kind of the foreheads of some of the people here, but still, I mean, it's really hard to say the reason why those people have lost their jobs is because of a strategy by corporations to find areas where they can actually work and hire people for less money than they can in Australia. I guess you can say that.
But you don't see a link between large industries moving to cheap wage countries from Australia?
No, I do see a link, but I think that link is very hard to describe. I think there isn't enough information out there to actually connect that. You can say, well, but so what? That's pretty. I mean, that's a normal. That's actually, that's probably, I think if I was in their position, I'd probably do the same thing in their business. So it's really hard to say that, there's actually something wrong with that, and the reasons why they are able to do that is because of X, Y, Z. And it's that X, Y, Z part that we don't have enough information about, I think.
So there's probably even examples of, Collingwood and Fitzroy used to be big industrial areas not so long ago, at least in our lifetime. So there's probably examples of that happening.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think one of the big examples coming up is Starbucks coffee chain moving up into Lygon Street, and that's going to put a lot of, that's what the people campaigning against it are suggesting, is that it's going to put a lot of local, traditional, family-run coffee shops or cafes out of business. Whether that's true or not, is yet to be seen.
And that brings in the homogeneity, the cultural homogeneity debate as well.
I mean, again, everything's. I mean, that's another thing that globalization, I guess, is accused of doing, is monoculturing society. That everyone eats McDonald's and wears Nike shoes, for example. But I think that also simplifies the issue quite a lot. I think it's more detailed than that. And again, I think we need to ask, why does everyone feel compelled to eat McDonald's and wear Nike shoes? And I think maybe that question isn't being asked enough. Is there some other issue going on within our own society to do with individuals and people?
But perhaps that's where the PR and the propaganda of the corporations comes in.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly. The other option is that people are just going through a cycle of, wanting to kind of follow fashion magazines and believe in television and, you know, just experience easiness, you know, be told what to do. I'm not too sure, you know, maybe some sociologists could talk to you more about that. And, you know, in 10 years' time we'll go, wow, you know, can't believe we all did all that. And then they might change. I mean, I think Fitzroy and Collingwood, maybe more, you know, this area, there seems to be much more, you get the feeling that a lot of people who are around here are actually, you know, they value their individualism quite a bit.
Yeah.
And
as opposed to the suburbs or other suburbs?
I mean, yeah, possibly you can say as opposed to maybe, yeah, outer suburbs. But I mean, that is also because, I mean, but what comes with that is also a strong sense of arrogance and a lack of community, and yeah, lack of, you know, different values kind of take over, I guess. Yeah.
So living in a local community like this, where do you get most of your information from? You know, she said you were sceptical about the truth and getting reliable sources. And
yeah, I mean, this is a really big problem. I guess one of the areas that we're looking, well, one of the areas that I get information from is other friends, people that I know who actually get information, and then I talk to them. So we have like a network of information providers who are actually individuals who talk amongst themselves.
It's a word of mouth.
It's a word of mouth thing, so I think that's useful, and that way you actually get to you have a kind of a feedback mechanism where you can actually ask, so, you know, what does anti-globalisation actually mean? And you might get a few responses and you can formulate your own thing. You might get referenced to other information sources on the net, or...
But is there really an anti-globalisation movement, or is it...
Well, this is a big question.
Just a catchword?
I think you could probably accurately say that there was... The idea of an anti-globalisation movement existed between Seattle and about now. And I think there was this idea that there was this thing called an anti-globalisation movement, which other people have described as a movement of movements. But a general, basically a very kind of like an ad hoc group of people, numbering from, you know, a few hundred to a few 100,000, that would turn up to these international summits that were perceived to represent the process of corporate globalization. So, you know, if you can say that, then you can say that the people who turned up to protest against that was an anti-corporate globalization movement. Some would argue that that movement started a long time ago. Some would say that it hasn't finished yet.
So they wanted more local economies,
well,
more local democracies.
Well, who knows what they wanted? I mean, this is the thing that's really hard to... one of the problems that happened was, well, because, you know, some people say that because of the diversity of those groups, they actually couldn't come up with, they couldn't articulate what they wanted.
To a broader public.
Yeah, or even to themselves, to actually wanted in counter to what the, you know, the corporate globalization movement was saying. There wasn't a strong vision or a signal that came out which was practical and that could be understood by a, you know, by the rest of so-called civil society or whoever you want to call them, or even by the media. That the answers, that the responses they were saying just wasn't, you know, it wasn't common sense. It was, you heard slogans like "we need to localize more" and, you know, general ideas like that, which were good. I mean, and that's all relevant.
So you periodise a movement between the World Trade Organisation protests in Seattle in 1999 and now? Is there any reason for that?
Well, people say that it stopped probably with Genoa, which happened in July, and then the incident that happened on 9/11, you know, when the two planes ran into the towers, have pretty much finalised that movement, that new tactics and new strategies are needed. One of the things that happened, which has sort of expired now again or shifted back or kind of disappeared, was that anti-globalization movement temporarily became a peace movement.
Okay.
But again, that's maybe, I mean, that was probably that movement looking for where to go and how to deal with the current situation.
And using its skills of immediacy to combat the media.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of information sources, there is, I mean, obviously, one of the things that came out of Seattle was this thing called Indie Media, which is, I guess, it's an international protest CNN, if you like, with very little resources, relatively, run by people who aren't necessarily trained in journalism, operating under the slogan of everyone is a witness, everyone is a journalist. So one of the features of Indie Media is it allows anyone to actually publish their opinions online. And the networking of Indie Media, is such that it's actually quite a prominent network amongst kind of, I guess you could call it the civil disobedience, or the Western or the Northern civil disobedience movement, or the European, the US and the Australia. The Northern Western civil disobedience movement. They're all familiar with Indie Media, and they refer to Indie Media for quite a bit of their news, I think quite often.
So, do you see the self-publishing model, or the way that people can, every person can publish on the web? Do you see that as one of its most democratic uses?
I mean, I think then it brings in one of the problems of Indie Media is the fact that everyone can publish.
But so its greatest benefit is also its greatest problem.
Yeah, I mean, the danger about Indie Media is thinking of it as a reliable news source. It's a reliable, it's a functioning opinion source. That's all it is. It has opinions on it. And it's really good for documenting protests in real time. So it's a great medium for people, which allows people to express their opinions about certain issues. It shouldn't be seen as, factual news necessarily. So the open publishing, obviously cannot work if you're seeking factual news, because anyone can publish it. So there's no checking that goes on.
So in a way, it could just be propaganda, but
you can say that it's
relative.
But one of the things that's happened with Indie Media is it has a right of reply on every story, and you'll find that there is a self-moderation that goes on. And I think that's probably that accountability, those ideas of accountability are much more alive within, I guess, let's call it the civil disobedience movement, for what it's worth, than it is within, the corporate-driven kind of movement.
So if someone posts an article that's obviously not correct, then you can get 20 people say, well, okay, this actually didn't happen.
That's right.
It didn't happen this way.
So you get people, confronting other people who've posted stories with different viewpoints and opinions. So you get kind of like not an average, but a kind of a weird, a scattered opinions around a certain topic. And this definitely doesn't happen in corporate-driven media. I mean, if anything, you can say corporate-driven media has an agenda, whereas Indie Media, you can say generally doesn't have an agenda.
So if the events in New York, if they somehow affected the progressive globalisation movement, do you think they affected the corporate globalisation as well? Do you think that that's going to slow down now?
Well, I mean, this is the area that you can't actually tell yet. I mean, you can tie in the corporate globalization movement with militarization, that big word. So, they are one and the same. So if anything, I mean, you can also say that because the corporate globalization movement has become a martyr to a certain extent as well, by the fact that it was, that was attacked primarily. Obviously, the Pentagon also was, and the White House potentially was going to be attacked. But, the Twin Towers represents, the corporate world. You can say it's symbolic. you know, of the corporate world. So by attacking that and collapsing it, it became a martyr, and it connected freedom, peace loving, and all of those other kind of nice fluffy words with the Twin Towers. And when in reality what went on in the Twin Towers was the exploitation of, you know, you can, again, I'm just being massively generalizing. You can say that a lot of the strategies that were coming out of the Twin Towers, out of businesses working in the Twin Towers, was strategies of making profit, you know, maximizing one person's profit relative to someone else's. So it's going to be interesting what happens. I mean, the other thing that happened straight after it is that the corporate world did kind of gather around and began donating money and, you know, things like that to actually put on, you know, it showed its human face, if you like. It cried a little with the firefighters. But, you know, tied in with that is now the corporate world will work on, it's already begun to accelerate the production of drugs to combat diseases like anthrax. It's working very fast on developing surveillance technologies. It's working basically to counter freedom, if you like.
So do you think that it's just being used as an excuse to globalise, like the events in New York are being used as an excuse to push a certain style of globalisation?
It's not being used as an excuse deliberately. I mean, I think the way capitalism or corporate world works is through opportunism. And often that opportunism isn't actually consciously, you know, they're not consciously aware of it. It happens in the subconscious.
I hear Norton antivirus is selling quite well.
Right. Okay. So there you go. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, obviously there will be some companies that do position themselves, and, you know, they're going to make a lot of money out of what happened. Already, a lot of the surveillance firms, their stock prices have skyrocketed. I mean, they've gone up, you know, 10 times.
By surveillance? What do you mean?
One of the topics I'm doing at the moment has to do with facial analysis. What facial analysis allows is, it's an automated system that determines, or it claims to recognize people. So these facial analysis systems are at the moment being installed in airports around the world. There's probably 2 or 3 main companies that provide those systems at the moment. And those companies' stock prices have really gone through the roof. Since, you know, from $3 to like $15 since what happened.
So there's another way that a corporation could impinge upon a local community is by sticking a camera in its public spaces.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we need to do is get beyond kind of the us and them thing, or just, I think one of the things that we need to do is look at motivations. And basically it's this big game, and I mean, this guy Alan Griffith, he described, I mean, he was talking about something else, but he talked kind of like the world as a big chess game, that, you know, there's this big game going on and people are, you know, it's like a multiplayer chess game. And I think one of the things that we need to do, I mean, if I want to call myself like a social activist, if you like, is to understand the motivation. Why does a company want to sell, you know, why do they want to set up Starbucks cafes around the world?
It's not necessarily motivated by evil, as George.
No, it's not necessarily motivated by evil at all. I mean, it's simply, I think, motivated by ambition. It's motivated by, you know, I don't know. I think it's not about the corporations looking at the society and going, okay, you are all people we can exploit, and therefore that's what we're going to do. Obviously, there are people within corporations with that mindset, but I think, as you know, I think it's more about the business culture that has evolved in the last, you know, maybe a few hundred years, about issues like progress, and, you know, the corporations believe that what they're doing as a whole is about progress. So those Starbucks cafes are about progress. It provides a nice environment where people can go safely and drink coffee and read newspapers.
As opposed to what we've already got.
Yeah, as opposed to what we got, which is exactly the same thing.
Owned by someone else.
Yeah, that's right. So,
so you mentioned earlier on that there's you demarcated and set the different types of globalisation, but you said there was one that you actually liked, and that was multiculturalism, or the flow of people around the world.
Yeah, I mean, multiculturalism I find very problematic. It assumes that people of difference are somehow special and need to be treated specially.
Yeah.
And that's nice and fluffy coming from, I mean, that's multiculturalism. The idea of multiculturalism comes from the dominant society.
Yeah.
And that's just a disclaimer thing.
It's a food celebration of different types of food in a way.
Yeah.
Which you get on Smith Street or
that's right.
Brunswick Street.
But one of the interesting things that will potentially happen is that the so-called anti-globalization movement basically does a flip, or it changes its direction very quickly, probably in the next 6 to 12 months, and becomes a no-border movement, a movement that's opposed to borders that restrict the flow of people.
Yeah.
And already you're seeing signs of a growing kind of, campaign, I guess, against the restriction of people through, like there's campaigns against, campaigns supporting migration, campaigns supporting the free flow of people across borders.
And certainly that's a big debate in a country like Australia.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge debate at the moment, and it is the primary debate that, an election is going to be won or lost over, it seems.
With no alternative.
With no alternative, yeah, that's right. But, I mean, in Europe, the situation is, much bigger than Australia. I mean, in terms of just every aspect. I mean, the number of refugees that, that Europe takes in as a whole is so huge. But, at the moment there's, I don't know, numbers, and people are saying, I think the UN figures are 30 million refugees around the world, and 20 more million are internally displaced peoples within their own country.
So why now though? Why do you think that the refugee crisis has come to a head now?
I think it's been coming to a head in the last, maybe, I mean, some people will probably say that the collapse of the Berlin Wall was when the refugee crisis became, not crisis, but, the people became aware of refugees.
Yeah.
But, you can go back to Vietnam with the boat people, and this is where it becomes interesting, where you can say that mass media has actually assisted in highlighting kind of like the issue of, well, back in the 60s and 70s there was mass media, but maybe it wasn't that articulate in expressing the, the people coming across on boats.
Do you think that sort of media also may, the global media may also, because it's so dominantly Western and particularly American, that it sort of acts as a marketing tool for Western lifestyles, which perhaps people in poorer countries couldn't see before?
Yeah, I mean, possibly, but I think people decide to leave. I think people generally make an assumption before mass media that there's a magic place called the West, which will provide them with a better lifestyle.
Yeah.
And sure, you can say that, mass media or advertising has kind of, provided people with another way of looking the West in a glamorized way, and that's actually made people more eager to leave their own situation in search of a better life. But I think it's dangerous to give the mass media in that context too much significance. I think it's more useful to look at the fact that the situation where people are coming from are so, places like Iraq or Eastern, I mean, they're not, there's massive problems there, and people want to leave that place. They haven't seen an ad on TV, or they haven't, they haven't been watching Neighbours, and they go, wow, Australia's a nice place to live in, and it's really hot where I am in Iraq or wherever, and yeah, let's figure out how to smuggle ourselves to Australia. I don't think it works like that. I think it's basically, people leave their home because they have to. Most people don't want to leave their home.
So, in a no border world, what do you think would happen?
This is all being discussed now. I mean, that discourse is really just developing. I mean, one of the big issues for a place like Australia or activists in Australia is if we promote a no border world, then what happens to our campaigning to protect, if you like, the indigenous rights? Or the environment. Well, the environment isn't such an issue, but say the rights of indigenous people who want to actually speak for a part of the land that they come from, the sovereignty of their land. So that becomes an issue. So we can't, we have to come up with some sort of discourse that can actually, includes both of those viewpoints.
And I suppose in a country like Australia, it's also particularly volatile because we're the third largest nation on earth in terms of landmass, but in terms of population, we're quite insignificant. So,
Yeah. No, I mean, I think Australia's got a lot of interesting issues to deal with in the coming years. I mean, the reason why Australia is saying that it doesn't have a large population is because it can't actually sustain a large population, and environmentally that's probably accurate at this point in time. But one of the counters to that is, okay, well, let's use our technology and our skills to make sustainability in environments which are currently unlivable. And whether that happens or not, we'll see in the future.
Okay.
I'm ranting. Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thanks a lot.
My name's Steve. I'm 43 years old. I've lived all over the bloody place. Grew up in West Heidelberg. And I'm in Fitzroy now for the third time. It's the third address I've had in Fitzroy. I've always loved Fitzroy. I've always wanted to come back. There's just something about Fitzroy. It's special. I'm living in a rooming house. I was in a rooming house 4 years ago in Fitzroy, in Gertrude Street. And then I was in a share house in Fitzroy Street, Fitzroy. And now I'm back at a rooming house in Brunswick Street. And
So what do you like about Fitzroy?
History.
History?
Yeah. It's historical. It's old world. It's it's got that. Well, the French. The French talked about the Belle Epoque. And that's this Carlton, Fitzroy, and that were built in the 1880s, 1890s, basically, the Belle Epoque. It's the closest thing. That's the closest thing we've got in Australia to anything in Europe. Same up in, like Sydney, the old suburbs, the old country towns too, I suppose. This is Gold Rush City here too. It's built after the Gold Rush. A friend of mine was saying to me the other night, he was saying Fitzroy was Melbourne's, I've heard this of other people, Fitzroy was Melbourne's first suburb, and it was even on the go before the Gold Rush.
So where do you reckon it is now, Fitzroy?
It's still got a lot of the old in it, the old spirit. The oldest spirit, It's still there.
What is that spirit, do you think?
Where we just went before, those couple of pubs, I think it's with the rooming house people and the that's where that old thing is. People are living in rooming houses and drinking those sorts of pubs, the rough pubs.
You reckon they're just really tolerant, really open to most things?
Like this bloke was saying to me the other night, he said, look, we're all Aussie battlers here, you know, this is Aussie battler town, you know. Another mate of mine said this is struggle town, you know. It's good.
So what parts of Fitzroy don't you like? What do you think are the bad parts?
Bad parts? No, all of it's good. I was saying today to someone, you know, so there is a lot in Fitzroy, you know, different sort of people, different sort of scenes. It's all here, you know. It's you've got your ultra trendy part down in you cross over Johnson Street into Brunswick Street, in between Alexandria Parade and Brunswick Street. That's the trendy, groovy part. You know, that's cool.
Do you think they're locals or?
Yeah, moved in, and people who come from other suburbs, you know, to eat in the restaurants and cafes and so forth and check out the scene. Yeah, but then you've got where I'm living. I'm up the grungy end, up the Gertrude Street end, and that's a fucking hoot, really.
What do you like about that?
Well,
that's true.
The other day, I was with my mate in his room watching the telly. Blue Heelers was on. You know, the female copper's looking at this mugshot. She goes, last known address, Gertrude Street, Fitzroy. And so I said, you know where she's talking about, don't you? Here. Yeah. Yeah.
So what?
It's, you know, a bit seedy, you know.
Yeah. So what sort of people worry you the most around where you are in Gertrude?
Where I was talking to you that before, and I was saying to someone this morning about that. We're having a good talk, and I said, look, there's one type of person here that I'm a bit fearful of, and that's bad crims.
Yeah.
Bad boys. You know, nasty cunts. You know.
So young guys, old guys? Or?
Younger guys, yeah. Younger guys.
You mean gangs or that sort of thing?
Yeah. Not so much the gangs, but no. Just sort of lone wolves.
Yeah. Loose cannons.
Yeah. What did you say?
Loose cannons.
Loose cannons, yeah. Oh, they've got their mates, but, you know, like they... Oh, the other day I was talking to this mate of mine, you know, he's a young bloke too. He told, when I'm, you know, I said to you, he said, I can't believe still you're 43 and you're so bloody gullible.
Yeah.
And I said, well, look, listen, mate, we've had a different life, you know. I was brought up differently from you, because he told me a bit about himself, you know, like, grew up the rough way, tough way, you know. And I didn't. I grew up in a sheltered family.
Yeah.
And
So it's
like I was saying to him, oh, do you know this one and that one? No, I don't know them. Oh, do you know this coot or that coot? No, I don't know him. And I think it was genuine too, and he didn't know them, and he's been living in the area for a while, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't think he was lying. No, he wasn't bullshitting. He generally didn't know these other guys.
Yeah.
And I think it's because probably these type of people keep themselves a bit.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, you know.
So you're saying you got kicked out of the pub the other day because your beanie on?
I got kicked out of the Napier. No, I wasn't kicked out. I was just politely asked to leave because I'd had too much to drink.
Yeah.
But Fleur was very sweet.
Yeah. So what you said you couldn't get into the provincial? Or something?
I've been kicked out of the Rainbow.
Yeah.
That was about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And I've been kicked out of the Punters Club.
Yeah.
Because I went crook at the bouncer.
Yeah.
Because he wouldn't let me in because he reckons I had too much to drink.
Yeah.
So I verbally abused. I went down last night actually. It was on my conscience, so I went down and apologised to him.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I asked a few people, do you think I should? And they said, no.
Yeah.
No, I had a bad conscience. Well, you know, like, I'm living in the area. He could meet me one night on the street and bloody bash me too, you know, which he might still do. But I went down, and his co-worker was there, and I apologised to him in front of his mate, you know.
So where were you before you lived in Fitzroy?
Paran. Paran for 2 years. I love Paran. It's like here, you know, it's a similar sort of suburb as far as I'm concerned. Old suburb, Victorian era suburb, you know. And
how's it similar?
Well, for instance, well, like I was saying before about Brunswick Street, you can cross over Johnson Street, you're in the trendy part.
Yeah.
That's the same in Chapel Street. You cross over Malvern Road and you're in South Yarra.
Yeah.
That's the real chic part, you know. Then you go up the other end of Chapel Street, the Windsor end, and that's the grungy part. There we've got all the old pubs, you know, the old-fashioned boozers, you know. That's the same here in Fitzroy with Brunswick Street a bit, you know, like I think basically it's Johnson Street. One side of Johnson Street, the other side of Johnson Street.
So look, the pubs...
But the real hardcore stuff's around Gertrude Street.
So you said you was living in France for a while?
I was in France, France for about 10 years.
Wow.
I joined a monastery. Oh no, I went over to study to become a priest, and that didn't work out. So I thought I'll try this monastery, and I was there for 10 years, and I had to leave, and then it was just too hard. They were traditionalists. Very, you know, they're following the old ways.
The Catholic?
Yeah, because, you know, like the Catholic Church had a big reform in the 1960s with the Second Vatican Council, and they changed a lot of things, made it easier for monks and nuns and priests. But I was with the traditionalists, we were from the old ways. You know? Well, we're rebels.
What was the sect?
Well, basically it was the Society of St Pius X, which was founded by Archbishop Lefebvre, and then some other groups who were affiliated with them.
And when did you come back?
1997.
97?
1997, so I was there from 86 to 97.
And you come back to Fitzroy?
I did actually. That same year I was living at Doodar's in Gertrude Street. For about 6 or 7 months. Used to drink at the Rob Roy when it was the old Rob Roy. You know, Peter and Anna had it. It's gone very trendy now, and a bit gay too, I've been told. You know, it's not just trendy, it's gay as well. So it's just not the same crowd, you know. No.
They let you in? Hassle you?
Oh, no, I haven't drunk there yet. I went in one night and I just asked the barman about the bar prices, just making inquiries. I wanted to know, I wonder how much they charge for a pot of beer. I think it was $2.80. So, and I thought, I might as well go to the other pubs, a bit cheaper. Actually, I didn't realise the Napier's cheaper than the Old Colonial. Because it was $1.80 for a glass of beer at the Napier. Then I thought, I wondered... when Thingo asked me to leave, Fleur, I thought, I'll go down the bloody Old Colonial. And they served me, but I had $1.80 in the pocket. I thought, that'll do, I'll get a glass. And I go in, it was $2, and thank God Betty was there. And I said, Betty, can you give me 20 cents? So she gave me 20 cents, so I could get a glass.
So you're going to stay in Fitzroy for what long?
Why not? You know.
And what do you see as the biggest threats? What?
Violence from nasty characters.
Really?
Yeah.
What about sort of the pubs being taken over and made too trendy and shit like that? Would that make you leave and go somewhere else?
Maybe not, because actually I would like to sort of, even if that did happen, I'd like to stay there and sort of, be like the last of the Mohicans, Old school.
Yeah, so before you went to France, you lived in Fitzroy then? Or?
No, I lived in Collingwood.
Yeah.
I was there for nearly 2 years in Collingwood, so that's I did get to know Fitzroy that way too, you know, being so close. And I grew up in West Heidelberg, lived in Queensland for a while, lived in Collingwood, lived in North Carlton, Carrum. Yeah, then I was in Ashwood, like I said before, I was in Paran. Then I went to Ashwood for about 10 months, out near Jordanville Station. Yeah. That was very suburban, you know.
Yeah. And you wouldn't live in the suburbs?
Well, I grew up in a similar suburb, West Heidelberg, you know, commission sort of suburb. And no, I've always had this romantic thing about the old suburbs.
Yeah.
Of course, coming from West Heidelberg, we'd get the train at Ivanhoe Station.
Yeah.
And you know how it's high, the train line's high.
Yeah.
You can look over all these. So I'd look over Collingwood and Abbotsford, look up to Fitzroy and Carlton and the city. And every time I'd come into town, you know, even as a little kid, it was just so different from where I was, you know, all these higgledy-piggledy little houses and their beautiful terrace, you know, the wrought iron, and that just looked gorgeous, you know. Yeah. And there just seemed to be so much life, you know, people in the streets. All the pubs were packed with people, and you know, a lot of drunks, happy, singing, shouting. You know, it was just seemed to me full of life and character. And so I've always had this sort of thing about it. I'd love to live in an area like that.
Yeah.
Sydney's got a lot of nice old suburbs too, you know.
Yeah.
So, but Melbourne has too.
Yeah.
Well, they all have. Adelaide and the country towns, Bendigo, Ballarat. Yeah.
And do you think that people look after you in Fitzroy? Like,
yeah. Well, I
community thing?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do. Everybody's poor.
Yeah.
You know, we're all in the same boat together.
Yeah. So there's like the Sisters of Charity and stuff like that.
Yeah, you've got all these charities about the place, and we get where I live. We get the St Vincent de Paul people come nearly every night and give you sandwiches or rolls or soup or cordial.
Yeah. They come into your boarding house.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. You go up to the Indian Sisters, get a free feed.
Yeah.
Or the Daughters of Charity, I think it's $2.50. You can get a 3-course meal, you know, soup, a plate and sweets. Yeah. They've got other places like that around Melbourne, like Paran Mission and the Sacred Heart Mission, St Kilda.
Yeah. So that's pretty different, the other end of the street.
Yeah. I heard something the other night. I thought, gee, that's the first time I've heard that, and I knew straight away what they're talking. There's two guys where I live, we were in my room and we were having a drink, and one of them says to the other, "Oh, I remember you from the Jack and Jill." He said, yeah, we're at the Jack and Jill together. And I knew straight away what they're talking about. It's the Gill.
The Gill.
The Gill.
What's
but
that?
It was a Salvation Army place in the city.
Yeah.
For for like a cheap boarding house type of place, you know.
Yeah.
And it was quite famous in its day, but the Jack and Jill, the Gill, yeah.
So where do you see yourself in 10 years? If you look back.
God, I'll be 53, and it'll be the year 2011. I don't know. Don't know. Here, I'd love to stay here. Yeah. This suburb here, Carlton too, this is a beautiful suburb. Really lovely. I just like walking around the streets and looking at the beautiful houses and that, you know. It's just, yeah. I love Victorian architecture, it's marvellous. I reckon Melbourne's one of the best preserved Victorian cities in the world, you know, like Victorian era style architecture. Yeah. But up in Sydney they pulled down a lot of Victorian stuff. in the 1920s, and they built what they call Art Deco. So Sydney's more an Art Deco city. Melbourne's more Victorian. La Belle Époque.
So you reckon Fitzroy was like better 20 years ago or 10 years ago?
Oh, it was rougher.
It was rougher.
Yeah, a lot rougher.
Yeah.
Oh,
like in terms of the pubs and...
Yeah, well, back then, hang on, let me think. Back then, back then I was, a friend of mine's Aboriginal. And he used to took me to the Builder's Arms, and I was in there drinking with the Couriers and take me up the Champion and the Royal. The Royal used to be across the road from the Builder's Arms that had burnt to the ground. And the Grace Darling in Collingwood. That was a Koori pub too. I've been in there with the black people. Gee, what fun! and we went up to one day we went. He used to live in. He was renting a house to this mate of mine. You cross over. Hang on, let me think. From this end of Fitzroy, you cross over Johnson Street, and it was up near Alexandria Parade. We had a share house there, and all his mates were there, and it was just, I remember going to parties there, and what fun, And I found the Aboriginal people very accepting,
And you're saying that the
But they're all gone now,
They're all gone?
Yeah, well, most of them, I think. Yeah, Fitzroy's just got too expensive.
And where are they gone to?
Oh, what I heard is a lot of them moved up to Northcote and Preston.
Yeah. So it's Fitzroy, it's just the rent that sort of forced it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. You still see a few Koories around the place. It used to be like Redfern here, Redfern's still strong. But Fitzroy was the equivalent in Melbourne, but it's not like that anymore.
And you said your family? You got some family? So
like that's another thing about living here. Well, first of all, my grandma, Dad's mum, was born in 1880 in Stawell, but when she was very young, the family moved to Collingwood, and they lived in Smith Street, near the corner of Johnson Street, and the building's still there. And they had a boot shop, and they were High Church of England. I reckon they would have gone to St Mark's. And then across the road from that, from in Johnson Street, Smith Street, you got on the Fitzroy side, you got the Birmingham Hotel, which was built in 1853. Now my great grandfather and my grandmother's brothers would have drunk there, I reckon. That's where they would have drunk. Gone for a beer. Then on Mum's side, they had some relatives in North Fitzroy, up near the Merry Creek, and my auntie and my uncle, that's Mum's brother and sister, came over here from Tassie in the 1930s and stayed with them. And Uncle David, he went completely blind at the age of 28. But some of the last things he can remember seeing was, this is 1930s, right? Kicking the football with the Fitzroy Football Club up in Edinburgh Gardens at their ground. When they're having practice during the week, he'd go and kick the footy with them. And that's one of the last things he remembers seeing with his eyes, because when he turned 28, he went completely blind. He'd been going gradually blind, So he barracked for Fitzroy. And he died in 1997. He was 80 years old, or 81. And it was at Springvale Crematorium, and when they put the coffin into the furnace, they played the Fitzroy theme song, "We Are the Boys from Old Fitzroy." And everyone's just going, boo, So, I've got all these sort of...
Are you a Fitzroy fan?
Yeah. I barracked for Fitzroy when I was a kid. Growing up in West Heidelberg, in our street, Edwin Street, near the Repat Hospital, up the road was Alex Rushkucklick and his father. He was full forward for Fitzroy.
Yeah.
And next door to them were the McKennas, Peter McKenna and his mum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew the McKennas and I knew the Rushkucklicks.
They're footballers?
Yeah, Peter McKenna for Collingwood football, full forward.
Yeah.
And I used to go to the football with Mr. Rushkucklick, Alex's father. And usually we went to Waverley, and then I used to go also with this little mate of mine at school. He and his father barracked for Fitzroy, and they used to take me to the Junction Oval. But I reckon when I was a kid, I actually went to the old Fitzroy place.
Yeah.
There's something I remember, must have been one of my uncles.
What's the old Fitzroy?
That was in the Edinburgh Gardens in North Fitzroy.
Yeah, yeah.
That was they still got the old, this part of the building there is left.
Yeah.
It's red brick.
Stop being a group?
Oh, 30 years ago, something?
Really?
Yeah, between 20 and 30 years ago, yeah. Then Fitzroy, what happened was Fitzroy moved to the Junction Oval in St Kilda, in Fitzroy Street.
Yeah.
And St Kilda moved to Moorabbin.
Yeah.
And as a friend of mine said, that's when all the rot started.
The rot?
All the rot.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you look what's happened to Victorian Football League, like it's Victorian Football League, it's gone. There's Fitzroy's gone, South Melbourne's gone,
Yeah.
South Melbourne moved to Sydney, Fitzroy's disappeared.
You lost all its local
Yeah, all that tradition. Yeah. Look, there was an old mate of mine when I was living at Doodar's, Gertrude Street, Ted.
Yeah.
He died a few years ago, I found out too, poor old Ted.
Yeah.
But he was born, bred and died in Fitzroy. He was 50 years old, had a lot of things wrong with him, asthma and whatever, and he died. But he was very, very bitter about Fitzroy moving. Oh, no, he said Fitzroy didn't move.
Yeah.
Fitzroy Football Club ceased to exist, and this, the Brisbane Lions, is a new club. He said they should not wear the Guernsey, and they shouldn't pretend that they're a continuation of Fitzroy. Jew was adamant about that.
They don't know the history, they don't know...
Yeah, well, like a few other people around the area, I talked to them about it, and they said, no, look, change, go along with the change. Yeah. I'll sing you the boys from Old Fitzroy if you like.
Yeah, do it now.
I'll sing it in French and then in English.
All right.
Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyranne, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Attendez-vous dans les campagnes, mugir ces féroces soldats. Ils viennent jusque dans nos bras, égorger nos fils, nos compagnes. Aux âmes citoyens, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, que le sang impur abreuve nos sillons. We are the boys from old Fitzroy, we wear the colours maroon and blue. We will always fight for victory, and we'll always see it through. Come what may, do or die, da-da-da-da-da-da. Fitzroy, Fitzroy, the team we love so dear, premiers will be this year. The da-dee-da one, the verse I missed out on, I wrote it down on paper and took it to the old Colonial a week ago or something, and I asked Ollie, the publican, and all the other, the other old blokes, I thought, they're supposed to be Fitzroyites, and they didn't know the verse.
Really?
I said, there's this verse, I forget the words to it. Do you know what the words are? And they didn't know.
They've forgotten. Oh.
Yeah, they didn't know. I couldn't believe it. I was really surprised.
Yeah.
And I went to I said, look, I know where I can find out. The Napier Hotel, they'll know. Because, the Napier's got all that Fitzroy memorabilia and that, And Fleur didn't know, and the other girl didn't know, and asked a few other people. They didn't know, and they said, "Come and see the, the publican. What's his name again?"
Artie.
Yeah. He'd know. Yeah. But these guys at the old colonial said, "Go to the library.
Yeah.
You'll find out there." And someone else said, "Ring up 3AW. You'll find out."
Lived around Fitzroy?
Well, I was a child around this area, around Fitzroy and Collingwood. That's where we grew up, around this way. Unfortunately, we had to leave during the 1950s because of the DLP.
Yeah.
A lot of problems with the DLP and in the area. But then I came back in the 1970s, in the late 70s, and was around there for a while. Fitzroy, it was a different area in those days. It was what you can really say a working class area.
Yeah.
And when I say working class, it was often the unemployed working class.
Yeah.
People who just didn't have jobs. That at the time it was understood that they didn't have jobs because no jobs were available.
Yeah.
Now, of course, it's a different attitude. If you're around this area and you haven't got a job, you must be no good.
Yeah.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
So you wear it. But there was a feeling in Fitzroy, we knew we came from Fitzroy.
Yeah.
And people would say, like, you could be in some other state, you could be in some other country, and they'd say, where do you come from? You say, Fitzroy.
Yeah.
And it was known. Fitzroy was well known. Every corner, of course, had a pub. There was something like 200 pubs originally.
Wow.
Some of them have disappeared. Actually, I must make a point about the pubs. There's a beautiful pub in the main drag, Fitzroy, called the Perseverance Hotel.
Yeah.
Across the road was a hotel called the Labour in Vain.
Yeah.
And I think I can sum up a lot about the whole feeling of Fitzroy was on the side of the Labour in Vain was a big wall painting, painting on the wall of this white woman scrubbing with soap a little black boy. Scrubbing Labour in Vain. But the Perseverance had a white woman, scrubbing this little black fella, and he was coming off white.
Whoa.
The Perseverance.
Yeah.
And that was like the era of the time was like our career people should become part of us and we all...
Stimulated.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was sort of the feeling of Fitzroy. We never noticed, even as children, that some of the kids we were at school with and playing with happened to be black, to be Koori, because you didn't notice.
Yeah.
We noticed when the kids came from Greece and from Italy, and the ones that came out from Europe, that we didn't notice that the other kids were any different from us because we were all in the same boat.
Yeah.
And Fitzroy was basically, well, not the slum it was in like 50 years ago, but it was definitely lower class, lower grade, lower status.
Yeah. Do you think that's one of the reasons it's more tolerant than
it was more tolerant because we all accepted each other. No one had to prove they were any different or any better than each other. We didn't. It wasn't smart to try and look rich. It wasn't smart to be able to sit out on the street drinking coffee all afternoon, wearing your dark glasses.
Yeah.
It wasn't clever. We didn't think there was anything in that.
Yeah.
And of course, all our where are the pubs in Fitzroy? We could go into pubs. You could sit there all day without even buying a drink. I mean, you wouldn't have a drink. You'd be happy enough just to go in there. People would talk. Ladies, I use the word ladies, used to go in there and shell their peas for their evening meal. And they could see them shelling the peas, putting them in the pot and talking to each other. All those wonderful women, called Bev and Mavis and Pearl, and names that you never hear anymore, unfortunately. But they were lovely old names. Everyone had an Auntie Pearl, I think. Yeah. Always shelling peas. Yeah. We had the same Salvation Army woman called Vera, who always went around from pub to pub with a face you could bounce a brick off. She was a hard-faced old thing. Yeah. She'd seen everything, been everywhere, been there, done that. She was like a reformed drunk or something herself. She was fabulous. I reckon she got more money for the Salvation Army than anyone else. Yeah. She never sold you a watch, a war cry, whatever they are. Sorry, I'm getting the names confused. Never talked to us about the religion, just shook that damn tin. Yeah. And so we always paid up. It was a nice place. The fish and chip shop on the corner next to the Provincial Hotel. It was the best fish and chip shop in town. It was basically, I think, when that fish and chip shop went, when Michael Baker bought the fish and chip shop and turned it into Baker's
Cafe.
Cafe. That I should have seen then.
Beginning of the
The
end.
destruction of Brunswick Street, as it were, and the disappearance of the people that I knew.
Yeah.
There was also like a rehousing settlement idea put up by the then the Housing Commission.
Yeah.
Where they moved people from the high-rise boxes, you know, those rabbit hutches they shouldn't have been in anyway.
Yeah.
Moved them further out, further up north. We call it up north. It's actually North Fitzroy, but up north.
Yeah.
And you lost people from the streets. They lost the places where they'd shop, the park benches we'd sit on and talk to each other. Tram stops were a meeting place. You could sit and chat to anyone on the tram stops, even the old fellas who used to drink from the brown paper bags. You know.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a man with a bottle in a brown paper bag for years in Brunswick Street. He wouldn't be allowed, would he? They'd certainly clean him up and move him along.
Yeah.
We had fabulous feeling for the community. I was working in the youth centre. It's actually called the Fitzroy Youth Centre, which Fitzroy Youth Club later on became the youth centre.
Yeah.
And sometimes you didn't know who was in there because parents would come in and do work in there as well for other people's kids, and classes and things were going on.
Yeah.
The cops were okay. The same old bloke was the senior sergeant at Fitzroy, and he was fine. Never gave anyone any trouble. You know, only if there were like, some criminals around, and there's criminals every suburb, but it doesn't have to be Fitzroy.
Yeah.
It was good, and when the young fellas, like 13 or 14, used to get into trouble for, you know, lifting something from the shop or something, you know, a bit of 5-finger discount, the old cop would take them home and shove them to their parents, you know, and that sort of, and he'd sometimes give them a kick in the pants. But there was no sort of assault by the police or any horror or any, there wasn't even like too much of an us and them sort of, you know, it was a good standing feud. That we'd sort of call it, drop off at cop, and they go, go on, you know, smart. It was that kind of a good nature.
Much more honest.
Like footy team, like different footy teams, you know. There was no problem like there is, well, I'm very wary of the police now. Well, I don't know them, they're different ones. But they're also, they don't know me, they don't know anyone from this area, they don't know the community. Used as a training ground, I suppose. What else can I tell you about Fitzroy? It was wonderful. In the 70s, of course, was a time in Australia when we had, like with the advent of Goff, and we got Lionel Murphy and legal aid. Oh, I'll never forget Lionel Murphy for what he gave us.
He gave a lot.
He was brilliant, wonderful. And we had this new approach to social work. Where social work used to be in the old, like, 50s style, like the John Howard style of, I'll help you, you poor creature, have some soup. Or, you know, I will help you, patronising attitude. That no, we're saying people are people, there's nothing wrong with them, that people just have a lack of sufficient income. And so the whole area was changed, because it was a poor area, was changed to take all this into account. And the Fitzroy Council, bless them, the fabulous, well, it was the Labor Council. And I say Labor, I mean real Labor. They were Labor, they were very different from the Liberals, you knew. We had people like Kevin Healy on the council. Kevin Healy was a fabulous councillor. Bob Skates, who spent time in jail for not going to the war in Vietnam. He was locked up in jail for a long time, till Goff let him out. And then he turns up, you know, a few years later, and he's on the council at Fitzroy. And was like the charitable department was run by one dear, nice, elderly woman who organised things like the soup kitchen. And they overturned that whole system and employed a social planning officer. And nowhere in the history of any local government, well, in this country, had anyone actually employed full-time worker, not a town planner, a social planner, who said this, you know, that our area here in Fitzroy, it's where, you know, it's our place, and there are people in it not quite as well off as others, and we have to have this properly, you know, programmed into our planning. And it was a good time to be. It was a happy time. I was proud to be walking around Fitzroy, and I felt at home in it. It's And of course I can feel a bit sort of, well, nostalgic for old times because I am getting older. I'm closer to 60 than I am to 50. And like anyone getting older, thinking, oh, the good old days.
Yeah.
But I walk along, I walk along the street and there's a number of people that I don't know, and a lot of people seem to be rather useless, sitting there talking on mobile phones with their Ray-Bans on.
Yeah.
But no one will step aside for you. No one will help any woman with a pusher. And the homeless, look, I remember when homeless was an adjective, not a noun.
Yeah.
But you see homeless people sometimes in Fitzroy and they looked at it as an article of sort of fun. They're part of the colour.
Yeah.
You go, let's come and have a gig at some of these old stiffs wandering around Fitzroy,
Yeah.
Well, in the old days, we would have punched people like that.
Yeah. so where do you think Fitzroy is heading then now as a suburb?
Oh, I think it's losing everything that it ever had. People want to move into Fitzroy once houses were somewhat cheaper, and they are beautiful. There's some beautiful old historic places there, and people like to move in there, and everything's here. You don't need to move out of Fitzroy.
Yeah.
We're sitting in Fitzroy now.
Yeah.
You don't have to move anywhere out of Fitzroy.
Yeah.
It's all here. These people say, what a lovely suburb to live. I'll move in there, and then I'll change it.
Yeah, for the worse.
And cars, they all bring 2 cars with them.
Yeah.
When you don't really need a car in Fitzroy, you've got transport all around you. You can walk to the city, I often do.
Or ride a bike.
Or ride a bike.
Yeah.
It's a bit dangerous to be riding a bike with so many 4-wheel drives around these little tiny back lanes. But they bought these houses and then they started worrying about somehow their rates.
Yeah.
Their real estate values.
Yeah.
So they don't want a bit of colour. I don't know how I can describe it, really, Craig. It's just a lack of feeling for other human beings.
Yeah.
That it wasn't there before Fitzroy was known for the warmth.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Sue. That's wonderful.
Thank you.